terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani.
Akhirnya saat yang dinanti telah tiba. Selamat datang di MPL Indonesia Season 11. Sejarah telah terukir selama 10 season dengan penuh semangat, tawa, canda, haru, tangis, dan sorak-sorai yang bergemuruh. Hari ini akan menjadi awal dari babak baru untuk 8 tim terbaik di Indonesia. Banyak hal yang akan dihadapi dengan situasi, kondisi, dan komposisi yang berbeda di antara seluruh tim. Siapakah yang akan memberikan performa yang memukau dan siapakah yang akan menduduki posisi teratas? Karena 6 minggu regular season lebih padat, lebih menantang. Semuanya bersiaplah untuk menjadi saksi di season yang mendebarkan. Karena MPL Indonesia Season 11 powered by Munton, presented by official tournament phone Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Official gold partner by UBS Gold, partner in esports by Grab, Secret Lab, dan Blibli. Serta kita punya partner Indomart and Point Coffee dan supported by PBESI. Terima kasih semuanya yang sudah hadir, tentunya udah gak sabar banget karena hari ini kita akan menyaksikan 3 match untuk pembukaan hari pertama MPL Indonesia Season 11. Semua superfans dari ke-8 tim sudah bersiap untuk menyaksikan pertarungan yang mendebarkan. Inilah dia MPL Indonesia Season 11.
Gua nggak akan selesai.
Ekspektasi orang yang terlalu tinggi.
Mereka bilang gua nggak lebih keras dan membuat Bigetron kehilangan identitas.
Max mencoba untuk kembalikan ke arah bagian top lane. Max gak punya jalan pulang dan terkena satu enhance.
Bigetron dengan Prinsa melupakan instan. Wah, apa yang bisa dimiliki tapi diculik. Ada Leo Morbi, ada peluangan Well Dragon. Pulangkan Alter Ego.
E-sport pun harus pulang.
Gua di sini bukan sekedar untuk membuat api menyala. api membara.
Gak ada yang namanya nggak mungkin.
And GEEK SLATE will come to compete.
Lagi ternyata saya sangat kaget.
Oh my god, Geek Fam Revamp is real.
Melanjutkan perjalanannya.
Kemudian Dion, banteng kita mengamuk di game yang kedua. Mereka menolak. Nice try. Nice try banget.
Terima kasih.
Tangan untuk tim RSU Hosti.
Ini waktunya gua nunjukin versi terbaik gua. Versi terbaik EVOS Legend.
Season ini, 2KG kembali beraliansi.
Please take a note. This season, we will not just play, but we will slay.
Karena sekarang kita mau ukir sejarah.
Season ini Bigetron bakalan naik kelas.
Dari titik ini, gua akan bawa RSU jadi raja internasional.
Selama gua masih di sini, gua akan buat ONIC selalu dari tim teratas.
Di season 10 mereka mungkin masih beradaptasi dengan roster-roster penuh potensi. Meskipun demikian, banyak yang menilai roster baru GEEK membuat mereka jadi tim yang sulit diantisipasi. Di season ini, revamp telah selesai. Nama GEEK SLATE menjadi tanda bahwa perjuangan mereka akan segera dimulai. Akankah nama baru ini membawa ambisi baru untuk mereka memburu kemenangan? Setelah menjadi juara paruh musim, prestasi mereka menurun ekstrim. Sang Macan menorehkan sejarah terburuknya di MPL Indonesia Season 10 dengan tidak lolos playoff untuk pertama kalinya. Namun, sejarah pahit menjadi obat yang membuat mereka bangkit. Player-player EVOS hari ini adalah player yang berhasil membawa Indonesia sekali lagi jadi juara dunia. Setelah sukses di panggung dunia, sejarah baru apa lagi yang akan Sang Macan torehkan di MPL Indonesia? Selalu melakukan regenerasi roster dari MDL setiap seasonnya. Pasukan Banteng tidak pernah bisa dianggap enteng. Terlebih setelah masuknya Wijanarko sang rookie monster yang membuat Rebellion Zion di MPL Indonesia Season 10 menjadi The Giant Slayer. Rebellion Zion berhasil menjadi gambaran regenerasi MDL ke MPL mereka berjalan dengan sangat baik. Kini mereka akan kembali diperkuat oleh debutan dari MDL. Potensi apa yang akan kita lihat di Season 11 ini? KG kembali beraksi. Duet Saiko dan Udil sudah tidak perlu diragukan lagi di masa lalu. Mereka adalah sosok yang dibanjiri oleh prestasi. Debut Udil di Alter Ego pada MPL Indonesia Season 6 membawa Alter Ego pertama kalinya bisa bermain di Grand Final. Kini dengan 2 KG menjadi jaminankah Alter Ego di Season 11 akan fenomenal? Di MPL Indonesia Season 11, sang robot dirakit dengan perpaduan Alpha dan Beta. Membuat tim ini jadi versi terbaik dari Bigetron Alpha yang pernah ada. DNA Bigetron Alpha juga telah ditulis ulang oleh pelatih-pelatih baru mereka. Aldo, Razeboy, dan Paulo Expert. Dan kini, sang robot benar-benar sudah terprogram untuk juara. Mari kita sambut Bigetron Alpha. Aura fire, on fire. Itulah yang paling bisa mendeskripsikan performa mereka di season 10 kemarin. Permainan off meta mereka justru bisa mengantarkan mereka jadi juara ketiga. Di season 11 kali ini, bisakah mereka membuat panggung kembali panas? Silakan naik ke atas pentas. Aura Bayar. Sang Raja dari segala raja siap untuk kembali merebut tahtanya. Di MPL Indonesia belum ada tim yang lebih berprestasi dari mereka. Kini mereka menghadapi season 11 tanpa kapten mereka R7 dan mantan coach mereka Acil. Dapatkah mereka kembali merebut gelar juara di season ganjil kali ini? Di musim lalu mereka membuktikan bahwa di atas langit memang ada ONIC. Terlebih, masuknya Kairi membuat puzzle kekuatan sang raja langit menjadi lebih lengkap. Masih percaya dengan line up kemenangan mereka di MPL Indonesia Season 11 kemarin? Bisakah mereka kembali menjadi tim yang teratas?
Inilah dia, 8 tim yang akan beradu di MPL Indonesia Season 11 We On Days. The dawn of a new season is upon us. We have new faces, or even old faces, that are coming back for their resurgence. A new journey, a new patch, a new venue, and of course, a new drive and passion to claim that #1 spot in the regular season. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to MPL ID Season 11. And of course, on the caster desk, it is going to be me, Eterna, Mirko, as well as Arashi. It's so good to finally see you guys once again.
Finally, we get to see this happen again, right? We've been waiting, we've been chilling as well because we got a good break, a good amount just to rest up for this 11th season to be as massive as it is right now. We can see it, the way the players walked up on the stage as well, full of confidence, full of hope. With this new season, that's what it brings to the table. A new set of hope, basically, for every single one of these teams. You may be 8th last season, but you can come up guns blazing. GEEK SLATE looking to, change those standings here in Season 11.
We talked about last season a lot about how improvements have been present and how these teams have so much potential, but this is the season where they get to actually prove to us that this is their day, this is their season.
Definitely. A lot of changes even with the rosters, but there are a lot of teams who've actually stayed stagnant, right? Stayed with their winning lineup, still staying the same. And it's interesting, right? Like, will this still work coming into this game, this new tournament, this new season, where of course we also have a new patch?
Well, that's the big question, right? With so many roster changes and so many teams opting to not change anyone on the roster, we're going to have to see what impact it brings, right? Because obviously for the roster changes, they're expecting some strength, some new members to bring that fresh look for the team, maybe even find a new identity to make them even stronger from the last season. But for the teams that stayed with their roster, they're thinking, hey, we just need to adapt to the current patch, to the current meta. We already have such a good lineup that we can just keep on growing here to reach further limits. And I think for both of the teams that we see for the first match, that's exactly the case. Aura Fire went for the exact same lineup. I think for us, we were talking about what Aura Fire needed last season, and it was that coach presence. So what they did was they went back all the way. They saw through the history books Aura Fire. Their last coach was in Season 7, Coach CL, who unfortunately did not have a solid performance, went 0-14, but he's back now to go for redemption, It's his redemption arc.
And the whole of Aura already went through that redemption arc on their own, and now it's time for CL. There's a lot of expectations on them because the team has been so dynamic, so unique, and it's a bit of a fan favorite, right? The people's champion in last season, but of course, the main conversation here, the main discussion is about Aura going up against Rebellion, because actually they don't really have a good record against Rebellion, especially when Kabuki is not in the picture. Take a look at a bit of the match history here. 2 losses, and it's always when Kabuki is not present and being replaced by Kaid. Well, it doesn't really mean that Kabuki is definitely the better one, but we have to try and think and figure out what exactly was Aura's plan in hiding away Kabuki from Rebellion. Is there a secret weapon Rebellion has against Kabuki? If we didn't see it last season, we might see it here because, of course, it's a lot easier said than done, right? Matching up your players against your opponents. Some teams, especially teams that are so solid like Aura, they don't really have a lot of options to try and like change players around.
Yeah, they're not as flexible as other teams, right, where they can do that. And that's one of my main concerns, right? Aura Fire, will they bring Kabuki in or will Chait play again? Because through history, the way that Chait goes in, it actually changes their playstyle. They play a little bit more safe, and that might be the problem. But of course, one of the hot topics that we have for this upcoming match is consistency versus adaptation.
As we just mentioned earlier, the adaptation coming in from Rebellion needs to be quick, it needs to be fast because they replaced Dyron, who was a core pillar in their playstyle in the previous season. Whereas for Aura, it's all about how can they improve, how can they stay unpredictable, and how can they maybe subvert the expectations of Rebellion here, who've seen and known how Aura plays. They've beaten them twice and when they last met. But it's Saip and Vincent coming in here. These are players coming in from the MDL. So the difference in experience, the difference in options they have in the back of their head, how to deal with a team as confusing as Aura is a big concern, especially for the fan base of Rebellion.
I think at first you can say that, Aura Fire especially has had such crazy growth that we've seen it, right? It's so visible from Season 7 going 0 wins up to Season 8 when they finally made it to the playoffs after so long of getting just knocked down, relegated basically into that red zone. Then we saw them get all the way to top 3 in both Season 9 and 10, showing their consistency with the same lineup. But on the other side, once again, we need to talk about how Rebellion Zion used the great growth that was already very visible in Season 10, and they completely flipped the switch here. They completely changed their lineup. Again, there were a lot of issues regarding the jungler. We won't really get into that one, but with Vincent stepping in from the MDL, I do believe it's going to be a pretty solid impact. What I don't really agree with is Dyron stepping out of competitive play from Rebellion Zion's composition, with Dyron being such of a impact player for Rebellion Zion, the loss of this player, and with a new rookie, Saip, in the MPL, I'm not too sure if they can compete up against Fluffy.
Well, if you take a look at the team stats here, the team head-to-head, you can see that the graph, the metric for Aura is just ahead in so many aspects, whereas for Rebellion, it's just that one aspect. So the question is that enough? Because sometimes, right, that one difference can be the key that Rebellion can need, but against Aura, they are definitely up against overwhelming odds.
That's the truth there, right? But remember, those statistics reflected their past performance, and the fact of the matter is both of these teams are different, right? You mentioned about the roster changes for Rebellion, but for Aura Fire, they lost Tezet. You were mentioning about the history, right? Their growth throughout the past seasons, but that was because Tezet came in, and without Tezet, how are they going to perform? But of course, we got to talk about the new patch, right? Because coming into MPL Season 11, that's going to be the main factor of how both of these teams need to adapt.
Especially for Aura Fire, right? Fluffy in that EXP lane really likes playing the Esmeralda and the Paquito. So with those two heroes being buffed, it unlocks Aura's potential to be another fearsome competitor in that EXP lane. And of course, a chance for them to try and flex it away, confuse their opponents again by maybe bringing it to a different role. Whereas for Rebellion, you hear rumors here of Wijanarko, the very dynamic, the very unpredictable roamer that can just engage out of nowhere. He has shown, I think, there are rumors about him using this Edith, using it for a pick-off potential kind of gameplay. So it's not something we've seen too often, but if he can pull off against Aura, that is a huge statement.
Yeah, the changes to Edith was immense, right?
Pretty solid,
We see it a lot in ranked games. A lot of the times Edith is banned out, and it's because of that change in passive, right? And I'm excited to see, for someone like Wijanarko who's so good at that pick-off game, definitely something that they can actually utilize. As now on screen, we can take a look at the most picked and banned heroes for Aura Fire.
Well, Our Fire, people say that they're just too confusing, but in a way, last season a lot of teams have found a bit of an answer, because if you look at the picks, it's very common here to see the Bakiro and the Esmeralda, strong XP laners for Fluffy. And then for the mid lane, we talked about Facehugger being somewhat limited. Yeef and Faramis being the main go-to, if not a Farsa. And for Kabuki in particular, the man in question here, if he is on that Beatrix, he can do so much more. But if he is on other heroes, right? Maybe occasionally we see him pop up on the Brody, but surely the Beatrix is one of the main heroes that actually gets him ahead. Whereas for the side of Rebellion, you can see that the Matilda, the Ruby, these are picks that we don't see too often from other from other teams, but Wijanarko just finds a way to make it work, and he seems to be the key that holds the rest of the team together. In the XP lane, we talked about Dyron usually just being a solid EXP laner, picking the strong heroes, but in this season, we won't be seeing him along.
I feel like right now we might see like a more default version of Rebellion Zion from the one that already was able to build such an interesting identity. The way they played, the unique playstyle that they were able to display in Season 10, it's no longer going to be here. Again, Dyron usually really likes to play in his own lane, just getting that lane supremacy and utilizing it to be a distraction for the team, not really participating in a lot of the team fights early on. Meanwhile, Saip, from what I've seen back in MDL Season 6 when I had the pleasure to actually cast his games, he's a very active XP laner, a very different XP laner compared to Dyron, where he actually clears the wave, cuts it to join in team fights as early as the first turtle.
Well, take a look at Kabuki here from Aura, the highlighted player. The stats are absolutely solid. The hero damage per minute and the gold per minute here stands out. He was the gold digger in the last season of MPL, and what really makes him stand out is his macro awareness, right? His map knowledge and how he maneuvers around the map is extraordinary, and of course, knowing when to go for these fights and stick to the default playstyle and when to actually go in and do risky maneuvers. Like here, it's a late stage of the game, but look at Kabuki. He understands that there's potential here to just subvert the expectations of his opponents, and he just goes in straight for the base. This macro pressure, knowing that at any moment Kabuki can just make a risky, unpredicted call like this, is what makes teams need to be very careful in how they want to approach team fights in the late game, particularly against Aura, because on the Brody we saw that, on the Beatrix, the signature hero, with the Wesker, that's a lot of burst damage for the base.
A lot of crazy backdoor split pushes, just like Benny QT, right? We're seeing this from the sister organizations, Aura Fire here and Echo PH obviously in the Philippines, so you can kind of see that the playstyles kind of match sometimes for both those orgs.
Definitely. For Highs though, you can see that it's still solid, but it's not really as aggressive, as dynamic, because Highs has a very particular tempo, pace in mind. He usually plays really safe, but when he sees an opportunity, when he knows that ultimates are down, when crowd controls are no longer available, this is where he has that confidence to just go in very, very aggressively. And of course, you have to highlight the fact that he is comfortable playing that Lunox in the gold lane. We've seen a resurgence of magical damage gold laners in the current patch, in the current meta, and this man is no stranger to that possibility. He plays a very mean Lunox with a lot of mechanical prowess, and he just knows, right, when are opportunities available on those diving heroes. We saw it on the Lunox, and now we see it on this Claude. You can see that the fight is just nowhere near being close to over, but he just goes in with the wind of nature, predicting the damage that's going to come in and how opponents are going to try and deal with him. If he can pull off the same kind of playstyle, this is a big problem that Aura needs to find a solution for.
Yeah, definitely we can see that perhaps the Lunox can be utilized, especially in this current meta, right? There's so many tank heroes very centric onto tanks. It can be tank in the jungle, the EXP, the roamer, and using something like the Lunox, who has the ability to shred through that sustainability, that will be able to give Rebellion Zion an advantage.
I agree, right? We've seen this so many times, even from M4, but with these current patches that have just literally hit the server, we need to see what adaptations have been made in the MPL. Because, again, we've been seeing a whole lot of different tournaments already. MDL, with their own kind of playstyle, still sticking to what works. But here, I expect things to get a little bit more experimental.
Right, the keys of victory for Aura here. As you mentioned, there could be some experimentation, but for sure, they need to take advantage of the momentum in the first 5 minutes. That's always been the core identity of how they want to play. Strong side lanes, roaming around, and Facehugger getting his priority heroes. They can just pressure and clear that mid wave and then roam into the side lanes. We see it here with how they're playing. Facehugger seems to be the key player here in rounding up that aggressive playstyle with the right amount of utility. On the Faramis, allowing his team to be just so much more aggressive, giving them a second chance at life in those big late game team fights. And of course, heroes that have a lot of wave clear like the Faramis, like the Yeve that he's used to, just allows him to be a lot more dynamic around the map.
You're right, you're right. It really depends on if Facehugger can get his comfortable heroes, right? And that's where we saw a bit of an evolved in playstyle for Facehugger. 2 seasons ago, he was used to that high ground hero. He was used to being in the back line and being the one that the team could rely on. But coming into Season 10, he was able to pick up heroes like the Valentina, like the Faramis, who was actually a really huge impact on the team.
Difference in the way that you play it. You mentioned it, 2 different styles. One that likes to go in, one that actually stays creative, can go in, can also stay in the back line to cover up for the rest of the team. But I think Facehugger right now has found a good mix, right? He's right in the middle where he can play both of these heroes really, really well. And to add on to that is, right now, the heroes that are meta are all of his heroes, right? So it really is going to be Facehugger here who's going to have a lot to say in the game up against Rebellion Zion, knowing that he is also the main shot caller for the team and sometimes even the main drafter.
Yeah, the question though, with everyone expecting him to go for those usual picks, will Aura once again just confuse all of us and show a completely different Facehugger? Maybe a hyper-aggressive Facehugger on dive heroes? We'll have to see. But on the other side of the pond, of course, it's gonna be Rebellion. And their keys to victory here is keeping the momentum from the early game if they're able to wrench it away from Aura and mirroring their rotations through the mid lane. Because of course, they themselves are an aggressive team, and the impact of the gold laner in the late game, it seems to be the main pattern. But for Rebellion in particular, getting Highs, the key player, to actually get his optimized magical heroes perhaps will allow him to just do a lot more damage and be a lot more flexible. So they need to get the right hero for him for the job, and also allow him to actually get some space in the game to actually be that carry that they need.
I don't know. I mean, looking at those keys to victory, what do you think about this new roster though, right? I understand, right? Rebellion Zion, even since last season, the way that they were able to improve so much, I honestly believe the anchor definitely is Wijanarko. So he didn't get changed, he's still there, but how do you think that is going to affect their chemistry? I mean, with a different jungler, with a different EXP laner?
Maybe even sometimes, or maybe here, we still don't know the official lineup that's going to be brought up, but they have a new gold laner in the mix too. Cars coming in, so we don't really know if he's going to make his debut here on the first day of MPL ID Season 11. But yeah, synergy and chemistry, that's the big question we have for the team right now. I feel like with the amount of time that they've been given from Season 10 and 11, this shouldn't really be an issue anymore. They should have already fixed some of these, chemistry problems. The synergy should already be there. The only thing I'm worried about is that the identity that they utilized that was super strong in Season 10, they can no longer utilize that anymore. With different players, you need to be able to find a new style of play, and that's where I think they haven't found it just yet. We'll see though. Again, we still don't know. We haven't seen them play on stage. All I've ever heard are just scrim rumors.
Ooh.
And from the scrim rumors, you can't really tell who the strongest is because, it's an experimental battle.
Yeah, I thought Mirko was going to spill a little bit.
No spilling in the... Well, no spilling tea, man.
No spilling tea?
Not here.
Not here?
Not on stage. Maybe backstage.
Maybe backstage. Because backstage, Mirko likes to mention other things other than tea. He can't stop talking about Samsung.
Of course.
He keeps saying that he wants to get endorsed, and I'm always wondering, why? Right? And it turns out, I understand now, looking at the specs, Mirko.
Well, looking at the specs here, I think we got to throw it to the man who knows all the specs. Right over there on to the left, Rashi, tell us.
Gen 2, 8, just 4nm Snapdragon 8 processor, right? It's just so good, so fast, no delay in your mobile activities, and RAM up to not 8, 12 gigabytes. Upgrades, people, upgrades. Memory up to 1 terabyte. That's tera, that's not giga anymore. And the screen is dynamic AMOLED 2X with 120 refresh rate. So gaming, fast hand maneuvers, quick reaction speed. This phone will allow you to elevate all of that and just get you better than ever. And of course, the battery life is also insane. So you'll never have any issues grinding all the way.
And on that note, we're going to take a look at the official starting lineup for both of these teams. So this is going to finally answer our questions. From the side of Aura Fire, still the same five with Facehugger, Fluffy, Kabuki, Hai, and Godiva. So this time around, it's not Chayat in that gold lane. They are going to bring their main five roster with Kabuki coming in.
Wow. Again, we saw... and well, it's the opposite here for the other side. Cars is going to be playing in the XP lane. Now again, this is interesting, right? Vincent, the new jungler, stepping in as well. We already have Highs in the gold lane, Swalo and Wijanarko. Those three haven't changed, but it's not Saip who's actually going to be in the XP lane. It's Cars, the new rookie that has been playing gold lane. Well, at least the last time I saw him was in the gold lane.
A bit of a role change in the first day of MPL. That is definitely a bold maneuver. But for Rebellion, it all hinges on how can they follow up on Wijanarko. We talked about him being the main key to victory, the main dynamic engaged tool that's so decisive, so dangerous in the right situations. If they cannot follow up on his plays, automatically that also lowers the weaponizing potential of Wijanarko, because now he can't be sure that the follow-up is coming. So synergy is definitely in the question. If we can see that though, then it's going to be an Aura side to try and maneuver around it. Because honestly, Godiva is great, but I think in a way, right, when it comes to head-to-head unpredictability, I do think that Wijanarko, oddly enough, has an edge in the speed and of course the unpredictability.
You're right. And on stage here, on the screen, we see the fans coming in. So other than the fact that we have so many changes in rosters and so many changes in maybe coaching staff, we also have a new venue. And even though we moved, we still see the fans on screen still coming to support their fellow brethren. But oh, what's that?
It's a poster with
It's a Godiva Kadira poster, Mirko!
It's Godiva in the flesh, you can see it. It's photoshopped in with the face there. Oh man, the Aura fans are here really to, you know, up the mood here for Aura Fire once again as we welcome first the Blue Bulls up on the stage. Welcome Rebellion Zion.
Rebellion Zion, otherwise known as the Giant Slayers, right? Because last season, they were able to take down the top 3 of the regular season and even up to the playoffs, right? They took down RRQ, they took down EVOS, and they took down Aura Fire.
With so many changes, a lot of people are writing them off, saying that there's no way they can maintain the same kind of quality without the same 5. But keep in mind, last season, they were also written off and people said there's no chance they win against the bigger names in the league. But they proved everyone wrong, and today they will attempt to do so against their opponents right here.
The Indonesian Dragons walk up on the stage with confidence. Welcome them right here, right now. It's Aura Fire.
Will they be able to keep that top 3 title? That is the main question. Are they even still the people's champions with how evolved these other teams are proving?
Flexibility is something that they have in their arsenal. Only if they explore it though. The first game will be so telling in how much they have changed, how much they've improved, and how unpredictable they are. Because initially, as we mentioned, unique heroes were just so bewildering to their opponents and us casters alike. But now, with a bit of a read on how they like to play, we'll see if anything new really comes up, because we talked about the patch already and how there's so much potential in Aura, a team that likes to try and find these off-meta picks before anyone else in the league has their hands on them.
But now on screen, we do have the coaches from both teams. From Aura Fire, it's going to be Coach Palevi with the CL, the new analyst. But Rebellion Zion here, Chico, and also a new analyst, Vivi.
Once again, you're seeing some new changes, right? But honestly, Vivi here has been somewhat of a shadow analyst for some time for Rebellion Zion. We're seeing him finally up on the stage. And as you can see, we're seeing some fist bumps, showing sportsmanship here right before we get into the match, into the drafts as well.
It's a scare situation in the staff department here, because for both teams, changing players is a big deal. Changing coaching staff, in a way, is an even bigger deal. This is a person that can impact all 5 players at once, and that kind of synergy can make or break a team. If the coaching staff does not vibe well with the rest of the team, that can just ruin the whole playstyle, the whole identity of a strong, dominant team. So as we already mentioned, there's just so many questions that need to be answered, and we just can't wait to get into it. As you can see, the players all very ready on their Samsung, just ready to just confuse everyone yet again.
Man, you know, right now what I have in my head is just Aura Fire. Their sister team just won M4, right? The confidence has to be like there for them too. It's kind of a morale boost, the confidence boost, right? When you're so close with your sister org, training together, even scrimming together most of the time, you have to learn a lot of things from them. And I think right here, Aura Fire are coming in with that confidence already. Remembering again the history that got them there.
Honestly, you can even see it reflected in their gameplay, right? I mean, Carl TZ, he's known for his assassins, but throughout M4, he was mostly on that utility jungler, which is what we see from High. And in addition to that, both teams have an aggressive roamer, so there's a lot of similarities between these two. And I honestly do believe that you're right, Miracle. It's because that they're so close to one another. Of course, they are going to be trading information here as well.
Well, speaking of the maneuver, though, I think these two teams have a bit of a contrast in how they maneuver around. Aura likes to confuse their opponents with weird rotations and strong side lanes to pull apart their opponent's team members and disable them from having a very effective 5-man teamfight composition. Whereas for Rebellion, we've seen that given the right tools, they have no qualms at all banding right behind Wijanarko and following up on a huge 5-man engage. So we'll have to see who crumbles to the pressure first, because if Rebellion can't get pressured, then they won't be able to go for that aggressive style yet again.
I do have a fun fact here by Grab, Mirko. You look kind of confused. What's up, bro?
Yeah, Aura Palevi was the first person to actually receive the Best Coach award in MPL Indonesia Season 9. Back in Season 9, this was when we really saw Aura Fire start to pop off. Season 8 was the start of it, right? When they finally got to the playoffs. Season 9 was when we all believed for some time that they might actually be able to win it all.
Season 9 was when the patch really accentuated them, right? But talking about patches, talking about meta, it doesn't seem like Aura Fire is that great at following patches, at following meta heroes, right? I mean, a prime example is Kabuki. Last season, when his Beatrix was taken away, realizing that Kabuki is a fighter gold laner, right? He pulled up something like the Yuzong, he makes that work, but since it wasn't meta last season, when he was forced on heroes like the Claude and the Wanwan, it didn't seem like he could perform as well.
They're definitely a team that likes to go with their own pace, so it's a bit of a double-edged sword. Sometimes they'll reach a conclusion, a new meta before any team even thinks about it, but sometimes when the meta is just so solid, so defined, they do struggle to try and adapt to it. But we've said it already, in a way, the current patch does favor Aura quite a bit, mainly in that EXP lane though, so we have to wonder, are they going to be playing around for Fluffy or for Kabuki? Obviously the ideal answer is both, but against a team of Rebellion, if you try and, do too many things at once, you end up not doing anything effectively, because Rebellion is very decisive in how they want to go for the engages.
Fluffy is a very active XP laner. He likes to be in the fights whenever he can, right? So again, looking at his hero pool, it's those mobile heroes that we've seen from time to time again. To add on to that, you'd really want to go for some wave clear, and I think Benedetta is a hero that really works at this point of the game, right? We've seen Benedetta start to pop up again with the current nerfs onto Glue. Benedetta has become a little bit more prio in that lane, a bit of flex potential too, as you can actually, flex it over to the jungle. Unfortunately, I have never seen High play that Benedetta, but with Fluffy at the helms in that XP lane, with the Paquito also just getting a few buffs, that's, his signature hero that we've seen so many times before. And I think, again, the XP lane, like you mentioned, is going to be playing a massive role here, as well as the roaming position. Because with the changes right before M4 that we did not see in Season 10, we had some changes in the Vision game, where you can no longer hear anything that happens outside of Vision, right? So with Godiva playing all those initiation heroes like the Kufra, like the Kadita, and even the Ruby, Wijanarko having a similar hero pool, these two are going to battle it out when it comes to initiation and cheese as to how they find these crazy picks.
There's going to be a battle of the front lines, right? The XP and the roam position is usually the beefier members that can just set up the movement for their team. Are they going to be moving forward? Are they going to be trying to kite back and escaping? It usually relies on these beefier members up front. So if Fluffy goes for something more aggressive, that also means that the rest of the Aura will be forced to try and adjust and do the same. And I think, in a way, you can say the same for Rebellion, because if Vijanarko goes for something more defensive, you do see that on, let's say, a Mathilda, the rest of the team plays a more reactive playstyle. And I think that's an important thing to try and read into, right? The tone and the style that both teams will be doing. I think that's going to be very visible from the first few picks in the drafting phase.
Yeah, I agree with you. And when we're talking about both of their playstyles, I agree. Rebellion Zion, since Wijanarko stepped in that roaming position, they do more counter setups rather than that early game ganking. But ladies and gentlemen, to kickstart MPL ID Season 11, we are going straight into the drafting phase between Rebellion Zion as well as Aura Fire. As, okay, looking at the bans, it's already quite fast. The Kadita, Kaja, and the Faramis already banned out by Aura Fire. And on the other side, we have the Wanwan and the Joy taken out by Rebellion Zion.
You do see a bit of a difference here for Aura. They're banning away all the utility, the engage tools, fearing that it's going to be very difficult for the other side to try and make that happen. But you can see that Wanwan, Joy, and most likely here, another strong laner will be what the team is going for. Because if they are expecting strong side lanes and strong individual gameplay, I think that's going to be exactly what they need to be banning out.
Well, looking at it here, unfortunately, we are having a little bit of an issue with the assets, so please be patient with us, ladies and gentlemen. It should still be Aura Fire on the left side with their bans here. The Kadita, the Kaja, and the Faramis, like you mentioned. Still waiting on the first pick. I'm still trying to decipher who's on which side. I believe Aura are actually on the right.
Yeah. Because the Kadita ban, right?
Yeah.
We're assuming that, of course, Rebellion Zion want to take the Kadita out of the board. So Rebellion Zion had the first pick, and they are going to be picking up that glue. So a really strong, reliable side laner in its own regard. Right now, one of the most contested in that lane. But Aura Fire, they are responding very quickly with a Fredrin and a Valentina pickup.
Okay, there you go. I kind of confirmed it by looking back. Ladies and gentlemen, on the right, it's Aura Fire. On the red side, second pick with the Valentina and the Fredrin. So on the left, it is Rebellion Zion. There you go. We finally see it fixed here.
All right.
We're going to take a look at the pick again. The glue answered back again by the Fredrin, right? We all know how glue is just so oppressive in lane, but with the current nerfs onto him, he's a bit more susceptible in that lane. There's going to be a lot of killing pressure that Aura Fire can place there with the pick onto Valentina, with a little bit more mid control, and maybe with an aggressive roamer. To add on to that, the Fredrin pick is just such a solid flex pick that they've already picked up for themselves that can be flexed over, but unfortunately, we haven't seen it go to the XP in such a long time.
Ooh.
Whoa!
That is going to be a Lunox picked up by Rebellion, and we talked about this. Hyas is very good in that, well, we were saying Hyas is good in that gold lane on the Lunox, but of course with a Beatrix here, it's most likely going to be a mid lane Lunox, and it's a good solution here against the Fredrin, trying to shred down that max HP, that beefy front line. But of course, against the Valentina, it's going to be a bit of a question of aggression here in the mid lane. Who's going to get that prio? Because Lunox in the early game is surprisingly, right, unexpectedly quite dominant with the sustain, but Valentina ain't no pushover either.
Yeah, a fun fact, actually, Swalo has the highest mid lane damage. So he is #1 on the damage contribution as a mid laner. So choosing something like the Lunox is definitely his style. He likes to go for that damage, and the damage he will go for. But on the other side, Claude is going to be the pickup. So we've mentioned this before, right? Last season, Kabuki on the Claude, it wasn't an amazing performance. He did his best. But with the Claude being picked up, can he still be that active gold laner that we know him to be?
Active? Define active, right? If you think he's going to be joining team fights early on, that's definitely a no-no, right? On the Claude, you're here to farm up until you get those power spikes. And I think at this point of the game, up against someone like a Beatrix who has been nerfed from time to time in that early stage, not being as oppressive as she was back when she was just released, or back in Season 10 when she was absolutely broken, you can say that the Claude is going to be active. Not active in team fights, but actively farming in the gold lane, clearing it up with the Blazing Duet, and utilizing the range and the mobility that this hero has in his kit to rotate over to the mid lane and even take some more camps in the enemy jungle. It's all about farming for Claude, and based on the streams that I've seen Kabuki play the Claude, that's how he usually takes it.
Well, I have the question that in the gold lane now, we talked about how Aura likes the two strong side laners to try and confuse your opponents. With a Kabuki in the picture against a Beatrix, it does seem like Rebellion will have a very clear-cut way to actually try and win the early game against Aura. And for the side of Kabuki here, if he wants to try and play this Claude aggressively, as you mentioned, it might be a bit too difficult. There's a lot of ways that Rebellion can punish a Claude that goes in too aggressively, or perhaps a Claude that does not have the right battle spells to facilitate that kind of aggression. So that the emblem as well as the battle spell from Kabuki will actually be quite a big factor in how the game's going to play out.
Yeah, it will show us the play style that he wants to go for, right? Does he want to go for the Avarice, or does he want to go something crazy like the Killing Spree? Definitely going to be a disadvantage, I believe, for Aura Fire because of their playstyle, right? They like to go for that 5-man team fight, and the way is that the side lanes from that early game is already so active, but because he chooses something like the Claude, like you mentioned, it might cause some problems, but of course we're going to see how it pans out. Coming into the second phase here, we have the Ruby, the Hayabusa band out as well. Rebellion Zion with the Lolita and the Ling. So we can already see that both of these teams are starting to respect ban one another, right? The Ruby taken away from Wijanarko, one of his power heroes. It also goes against the composition that Aura Fire wants to bring out. It might be a potential stress factor for Claude. But as you can see here, the Cho pickup for Aura Fire.
A great hero that can just go for those big pickoffs, facilitate the early game clearing as well. In a way, the clear is almost as good as the Lolita that Rebellion has banned away. But they banned away that Ling as well. So I guess they believe that the Fredrian will not be going into the jungle. But keep in mind, we talked about very strong heroes available in the hands of Fluffy. So if it's flaxed out here, Rebellion will get caught off guard as they have 2 more heroes to round out their composition. So far, it's pretty solid pressure in both the side lanes. Now, can they secure something for Wija to actually enable the rest of the team to be aggressive? The jungler is going to be a Martis.
Solid pickup here for Rebellion Zion. The Martis, when they already have 2 very squishy heroes, they need another... Whoa, wait
a minute.
They need another front line was what I was going to say. Then I saw the Lapu pick. That makes sense. Then you take into account that, hey, they've already picked up the glue.
Glue?
It should be a roam glue. I don't think I've ever seen a roam Lapu work that well, and Aura Fire round up their drafts with a Paquito pick. So it is going to be Fredrin in that jungle. We'll see the Cho in the roaming position, and then that Paquito, once again, the buffed one, going to the XP lane. So glue, roam, Paquito, XP. That should be what's going on here. We're going to take a look at the audience prediction too here. 86% to Aura Fire, compared to the 14% to Rebellion Zion.
All right. I mean, like I mentioned when they walked in, I was wondering, right? Are Aura Fire still the people's champions? Because a lot of people have said that Geek Fam and Rebellion Zion are the teams, the underdogs that a lot of people see promise and are supporting this season. But looking at that, man, how much is that? 86% for Aura Fire?
86, I believe. For Aura Fire, so the people definitely still believe, but soon, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be going straight into that Land of Dawn, and this is going to be a banger. We're already seeing so many unpredictable picks. Let's see how the game's going to go.
Yeah, I'm so excited to see what both of these teams have in store for us. The Blue Bulls going against the Red Dragons to kick a start off MPL ID Season 11. Both compositions have been set in stone. We are going to see exactly whose composition, whose impact, and whose execution will come out on top as we enter the portal for game number 1, match number 1, Rebellion Zion and Aura Fire.
Oh, we're seeing it already. Wijanarko putting the pressure down onto Godiva, forcing a flicker out. Might actually be going for more here with another flicker. Sway Low picks up first blood in the mid lane with the help of Wijanarko's crazy aggression early on the glue. Presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy S23 5G. Yeah, that's what Glue Roam does.
That is what Glue does in general. If you don't if you're moving backwards, he excels. And in the roam game, in where the early game engagements are so all in a way, Widja just abuses that blue pick, and with the Avarice also gains a lot of gold in the process. So already an off-meta pick, as we mentioned, and Vincent's on the Martis with the Demon Slayer. So we're gonna expect a lot of jungle contest here. But of course, he's up against High, also on the Fredrin with a Demon Slayer. And I think it's just going to be such an aggressive game because Godiva here, for now, is going to be out-damaged, out-pressured by Widja. But once he reaches level 4, he will have more chances to make those big game-changing plays.
This is why... Oh, wait a minute. Swalo, is he going to be okay here?
Should be, right?
Should
Fluffy
be?
just going in for a little bit of poke damage. Maybe you can call it just burst damage because Swalo was taken quite low there. Pops the regen, and now they're going to go for it actually all the way, committing under the turret. Swalo falling, and Aura Fire picks 1 kill up on the board again. Rebellion Zion, though, not staying still just yet. Going on to the turtle with High, stunned up with hit damage down. Car's going to be able to dish out so much to take the kill over with the turtle secure as well. 2 minutes in, and Rebellion are doing really well.
They are. They're definitely leading here. They're timing things really well, but in the mid-side, Wijanarko is going to be taken down here.
That's a lot of damage. Both these teams are just going head-to-head, and honestly, the Romans are just so aggressively going at it, but I think the pressure is still on Godiva. He needs to try and get the perfect, the more decisive way of the Dragons, because otherwise Widja does not rely on that ultimate. He can just go in and out again and again, and it's just so oppressive. It's a style that really suits Rebellion Zion and their need for aggression.
That's why when I looked at the patch notes, it said nerf to glue, and I understand, right? That early game is kind of weakened a little bit, but not as much. But on the top side here, Fluffy gonna get taken down.
Oh man, we're just seeing a lot of miscalculations happening for Aura Fire as they are going for a lot of these skirmishes without actually going for any setup. Meanwhile, in their own lanes, maybe stepping over, extending a bit too much on their comfort heroes. Sure, the Lapu wins up against the, the Paquito actually wins up against the Lapu early game, but once Cars gets to that level 4, the Bravest Fighter actually gets him to a pretty okay standing with the Paquito when it comes to all-ins. Trade, sure, you still lose, but when you get those all-ins with someone like a Lunox, that's when it gets crazy. We can go for some more here in the mid lane. High jumping in, that's a split by Wijanarko onto High. Looking for more as Godiva's going to be able to pop in that Shunpu to disengage from the team fight.
Both teams going at it, and as you mentioned, I think Aura can actually use this Paquito pick a bit more decisively. Usually we see the Paquito get ahead in lane solo, and then Fluffy goes around and becomes a huge problem for everyone else on the map. But now with both teams roaming towards the EXP lane, it just makes it easier for Rebellion to utilize the better team fight, the better AoE to try and get ahead. And in the gold lane, both gold lanes can just clear, but look at this damage coming in.
Car super low, the Bravest Fighter, Godiva is able to knock 3 up, but it's not going to be able to find anything more there. It's going to be Vincent who finds the Retribution on the Turtle. Facehugger stealing the Brilliance away, but Cars is still way too tanky. Still surviving, even baiting Facehugger in as Vincent jumps in with a Decimation, and he comes in again to finish the kill off. Vincent so low, but High is immobilized under the turret. Swalo is massive, and High is going to be jumped on again. Brought back for Swalo to pick up a killing spree. Rebellion 3,000 gold lead.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful team fight by Rebellion Zion. And I gotta say, this Lunox pick up by Swalo was just beautiful, right? Aura Fire, they're trying to go in with Brunt, and unfortunately, because of the passive from the Lunox, it's just not gonna happen. They get shredded. What's going on here, Rashi?
The Lunox, the proactive early game Lunox pick is just so deadly, and Wijanarko, he's not done yet. He's going in, the dynamic duo with Swalo.
Oh man, the split, Swalo even jumping in there onto the back. Kabuki's gonna be able to find one. Swalo is pinned down, has the Brilliance. Will they be able to get out of this one? Swalo has the Flicker, not gonna be able to use it just yet though. And that's going to be actually a trade back. It's all just a bait. Facehugger's going to be slain under the turret with the Decimate as Vincent pops the recall in. Highs picks the turret back up. And now we're going to take a look at the items because Rebellion, they've been able to chain these events so well into each other. And Aura Fire have not had the opportunity to respond to any of these plays.
We've only seen a glimpse of the items, but you can definitely be sure that Rebellion Zion, with this kind of tempo, with 3.7k gold lead, they're actually going very aggressively as Vincent gets the Sky Guardian helmet. So he's going to be a lot more oppressive and moving along. And look at Hai going for the Radiant Armor, trying to make sure that Swaylo does not get out of control. 4-1 earlier, and now 4-2. But it doesn't matter. If he just trades evenly, this is a Lunox that scales so well in the late game. And with everyone occupied with Wijanarko, with cars on that Lapu Lapu, he has so much space to maneuver around and output that damage. And look at the mid lane.
Again, the Bravest Fighter baiting out the IMU. Godiva with a defensive way of the Dragon. You know it's not a good time when the Cho, your roamer, has to use his ultimate defensively. Hai right now is 2 levels below Vincent. Card is going to be able to zone Hai away, and if they don't, they're going to be caught here. Rebellion doing a very good job playing around the neutral objective, forcing fights to happen, and creating these chances for them to keep on going, keep on looking for these crazy team fights.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Rebellion
down below, Kabuki gets slain.
Oh.
Wow.
Wow.
Aura keeps getting caught off guard here. I didn't think I would ever see it, right? Fluffy on a Paquito, not really winning in the lane, only getting the Bloodlust Axe several seconds ago. So this EXP, the strong EXP lane that has always been the backbone of Aura and their maneuvers is not available, and Godiva, to make things worse, is falling behind, constantly getting picked off by the members of Rebellion, and with 5 members here, it's going to be way too difficult.
And Godiva was looking for a way to Dragon onto someone, but it's just unfortunate he is not going to be able to find it just like that. So many members are clumping up together in Rebellion Zion's composition, and at this point, they can really just stick together. They already got their power spikes on Highs and Sway Low as early as 8 minutes, and this is your time to completely just take over the game through mid-control.
This is Aura Fire big brain time, right? Because usually when they fall behind like this, Kabuki is the one that's active on the map, and that's exactly what he's doing. But wait a minute. Hai here.
Hai with the Appraiser's Wrath. You're tanky on the Fredrin, but not that tanky to withstand the Lunox and a Beatrix.
Well, keep in mind though, this is what we've been talking about. Kabuki having macro awareness, split pushing in the side lanes, being a complete nuisance, and still getting a decent amount of gold. He has reached his power spike with the golden staff, and if Rebellion Zion is not careful, they're going to lose more and more objectives, more turrets, even though they're 5k gold ahead. And of course, the threat of that backdoor is always looming in the back of their heads, but Rebellion still push that tempo.
Wijanarko again isolating Godiva for the taking there.
Ooh.
The snipe not just connecting, but Highs is going to be able to rotate down below. Again, it's perfect timing for them, getting Godiva low so that he can't really open up towards the Lord that's spawning just right now, as you can see from the Lord cam presented to you by Samsung.
I mean, at this point, right, even if Godiva was there to open up the map, I mean, Highs already has the penetration to do so. So it doesn't seem like at this point Aura Fire is in a position to be able to contest the Lord. So that is going to be a free Lord for Rebellion Zion. And I'm just questioning a lot of things happening on the board right now. What is with the Paquito pick? I know Paquito was buffed, but compared to how strong other choices of side lanes are, I do believe that the Paquito is situational. Like, you would choose the Paquito against someone like the Benedetta in lane.
I honestly think this is just a rare case, where we see Aura Fire just get completely outdrafted. I don't think the problem was with the Paquito. The Paquito was just like, I think the Benedetta could have been a better choice here with more mobility. Fluffy could have joined more team fights early on. But I think the main problem with the draft lies in the mid lane. No mid pressure. Remember, Lunox was picked up pretty early up against that Valentina, but they decided to go with Cho instead of something just with more map or mid control in that wave department. Maybe something like a Brock to help with the Lunox crazy dominance in lane. It's just impossible for them to rotate across the map and get that Paquito rolling from the start, because the Paquito is a full snowball hero at this point in the XP lane. He needs to win that laning phase. If Cars gets to level 4 before he can get a lead, it's over, and we're seeing it here.
And I think it's just also Aura Fire not really playing to the advantage of the Paquito. We saw that they weren't allowing Fluffy to get that very dominant, very aggressive 1v1 situation. So now they need a huge combo, but the spacing from the Zion is way too good.
Sway Low with the Ruby DD combo. It's followed through with the brilliant Matar flickers forward with the stun. It's a wombo combo up in the base of Aura Fire. Cracked open like it's nothing. 10 minutes. No, make it 11. No, it could have been 11 minutes for the first first game of MPL ID Season 11, but it's 10:53, close enough.
Rebellion Zion now leading the best of 3 series 1-0. And it seems like right now history is starting to show that it might repeat itself, right? I mean, history says Aura Fire has never won a match, and it usually is a 2-1 against Rebellion Zion. And we're seeing the exact same thing happening here today.
We question if it's because of Kaid instead of Kabuki, but that does not seem to be the case. In a weird turn of events, Rebellion Zion lives up to the reputation of the Giant Slayers, going up against an 86% audience prediction and ending the game at about 11 minutes. What a dominant performance, and what a great show of intelligence in the drafting phase as well.
I have a fun fact for you, Rashi.
What's up?
Talking about the game duration. Rebellion Zion last season had the fastest average game duration. But like at both ends of the swords, right? Like their
Exactly.
fastest winning was against Aura Fire as well. 11 minutes and 20 seconds.
So they just beat that.
Yep.
11 minutes,
They
20
beat
seconds.
their own record.
Now it's 10:53. It could have just been 11 if they waited a few seconds for the start of MPL Season 11, right? It could have been so good. But hey, you know what? A win is a win, and I think Rebellion Zion aren't complaining at all after that victory. It's super fast. I don't even think we've seen a 10-minute game in the MDL this season. So to say it was dominant is kind of an understatement.
A lot of questions about the different members, the new people, the new members. Can they match up against Vigenarco? Can they have synergy? But honestly, if you just look at purely coordination and how they were playing around, you could say that the Rebellion has better synergy than Aura, at least for game number 1. Everything was just flowing in, the pressure, the setup, the rotations at the right pace at the right time, and of course how they're positioning and in those team fights in order to not get comboed, maybe get womboed by a knockout strike coming in from Fluffy. So everything just comes in together so well.
I think for me, again, I think Eterna is just speechless,
Sorry,
obviously.
oh man.
What are your thoughts? Let's just get some of Eterna's thoughts. Eterna Fire.
I mean, it's no secret that I really do support Aura Fire. I've supported them since Season 8. And this is not the same Aura Fire that I supported back then. I don't know, maybe because they're just testing each other out. I mean, right. But there's like the new patch. They're going against a new team.
New coach.
They have a new coach as well. Perhaps a lot of things are coming to play, but they are not the same Aura Fire that I fell in love with 3 seasons ago. The synergy was off. The drafting was off. Do you remember every time we go into a drafting phase, guys?
We're always confused.
Yeah, exactly. We're always so confused. We're like, okay, we see an Esmeralda and this and that and that. Who is going where? That unexpectedness, that surprise factor. We didn't see that in game number 1.
We didn't see that at all. Like in the draft, it was so. I mean, it was pretty one-dimensional, right? It was. I mean, again, Fredrin, Valentina, Claude were the first 3 picks, and we know exactly where those 3 are going to go. The Fredrin, sure, you can still say it's a flex pick, but we've never seen it in the XP lane ever since M4. Even to the later stage of M4, we just never saw the Fredrin go to the XP lane because of just other heroes being much more viable, like the Glue, like the Lapu, that's coincidentally also placed into the hands of Rebellion Zion, forcing, again, Fluffy to go for something a bit risky, like the Paquito. Personally, still a fan of the Paquito pick. I like it, especially early on. We saw that it was able to put some damage on the board, but with that mid lane presence that Rebellion have, that is so much more present compared to the Cho Valentina that just can't really face off against the Lunox Glue. That's where the issue, starts.
For sure. Look at the item builds right here, and look at all this damage coming in. Swalo rushes the Divine Glaive just to ensure that any kind of resistance built by Aura Fire won't be enough to stall the game. Just everyone getting bursted down, and it's just, again, a good mix of magic damage, physical damage, because Heist just goes for the Malefic Roar instantly as well, and in the right hands, in the right situations, we saw that damage coming in from the Beatrix, not really going for a lot of big AoE combos, going for the Nibiru, just basic attacks to ensure that the thicker members, the tanky members from the side of Aura gets slowly but surely melted down. And honestly, despite Aura not being on point, what is on point is the Caster Curse.
What Caster Curse?
Well, I think this only applies in MPL ID, but yeah. Eterna kind of has a curse, kind of. I don't know. It works in strange ways, you know.
The aura. What do you want to call
aura
it?
curse,
That's
right? I think it's always when she
true.
predicts aura to win as well.
That is true.
It's unfortunate,
True.
but again, right? I honestly feel like right here it isn't. For me, it's really hard to pull off this draft. I think that is the main problem for Aura Fire, and if they can actually, fix that issue in game number 2, we're gonna see a much better Aura. Maybe even the Aura that you love, Eterna, and all the Aura Fire fans. Yeah, don't cry, it's fine. It's called Aura Fire, not Aura Water. Don't make it water just yet, right?
Not yet.
Because let's take a look at the post-game recap and have Arashi dissect it again, because despite having a very hard draft to pull off, I still feel like they did the best they could do.
Well, they did the best they could do, but looking at Fluffy and High, right? Two of the quote-unquote key players in the team having a 25% kill participation. Clearly, the early game at least did not go according to plan. They were trying to match the early game, but with the glue, not in the XP lane, in the roaming space, means that oppressive all-in nature of the glue can be brought to every single lane. And you saw that in the jungle, in the 2v2s, in the 3v3s. Wijanarko was just out of control and an absolute menace. And even when Aura tries to output all their damage and burst out this glue, that split just gets him out of jail. It's a get out of jail free card, and the rest of the team, it's not like they're pushovers. Swalo on the Lunox, we're seeing a resurgence of this very aggressive, very proactive Lunox all the way from the mid lane, just roaming again and again with a good wave clear provided by the roamer.
I actually want to highlight something, right? Because we've been talking about the glue. Why was the glue able to do so much in this game, right? And usually, when we take a look at the glue, there's a counter to it, something that can really melt the glue down. But again, we need to take a look at Rebellion Zion as to how they actually drafted here. They first picked the glue, they ban out the Kadida, Kaja, and the Ferrimus. So they basically intentionally left the carry open, right? The carry that we all know still melts heroes down super, super fast. In the end as well, they even went for the Lolita ban that can, kind of counter the carry too. So they pick up the first pick, Glue. Then they kind of forced, or intentionally again, left the carry open. Aura did not bite, and then you pick up the Beatrix Lunox, and that's it, right? You pick a carry into a Beatrix, it's going to be a hard lane for you. And with the Lunox as well, if you get close to the glue, or if you try to shred any of the frontliners down, that's an opening for the Lunox to really just burst you down. So they already have the answers to the carry or to anyone who can really try to melt the glue down. Even the Quad at this point of the game, we mentioned it's going to be some time before the Quad gets to that power spike, so they need to build around that mid control with the trio mid, maybe with the jungle, the mid lane, and the roamer. I think the jungle was all right. Fredrin clears pretty well. Up against a Martis, sure, he loses, but again, main focus in the draft, the main core weakness point has to be the mage and the roamer. Valentina, Cho, not going to be able to clear or put any pressure down with the Lunox glue in that lane.
But the MVP for that first game between Aura and Rebellion Zion, it's Beatrix, right? Highs played it really well. 405 KDA, 841 GPM. Quite a low KP, right? I mean, 56%, Arashi?
56%. It's not high, but High's on the other team, first of all. But this Beatrix was just so solid, and he's just so untouchable because, again, we talked about how the EXP and the roamers are going to be setting the tone, and with Rebellion being so aggressive, with Wijanarko constantly moving forward, he has all the space available to try and output that damage with the basic attacks again and again. And you see it, and you think about the early game, right? I don't think Aura can really contest this early game, especially the big skirmishes, because again, they have a Martis on the side of Rebellion. So a Glue, a Martis, and a Lunox, that's a lot of damage and a lot of burst potential that I feel like they shouldn't really be risking out, especially in the early game. So Aura needs to try and figure out if they can actually get ahead against Rebellion. And if they really can't, they have to try and figure out what is the best way to try and stall it out. Because at this point, if they try to do it at 7 minutes, at 8 minutes, it's too little too late. It's 7 minutes here, and it's 11 kills in the hands of Rebellion.
It's so unfortunate because if you take a look at the way Aura Fire needs to play, right? The only way they win in the early game is if they actually put some pressure in the XP lane and get Cars down. But Cars played the weak side of the map pretty well. He was always just shoving the wave or even letting a few minions, XP, gold, he let go completely of the XP and gold of some of the minions there to just survive in lane, to get to that power spike, level 4. Once he's there, it's very hard to burst, and even with just Wijanarko, one member rotating up top, it's done. There's no one who can really put any kill pressure down.
I think it's credit for him for sure. He was able to actually maneuver around, as you mentioned, against Fluffy, who usually gets solo kills on that Paquito. And I think, in a way, it's also by design from Rebellion, because as I mentioned, they roam there to ensure that Fluffy, you can't get a 1v1, right? We saw that the first initial fight was already a 2v2, with Janarko was already just so oppressive and annoying, and Fluffy and Paquito cannot like 1v3 and just beat out everyone, especially at level 2 and level 3. So that window of opportunity that you're talking about gets denied by the rotation. So it's just very intelligent.
Yeah, I want to say something, but I don't want to be too mean.
All right.
Oh, should I do it? Should I do it?
Do it. Do it. We
Should
want
I-
to hear it.
Should I do it?
Yeah. What's going on?
In game number 1 only, right? Because I'm not saying that this is going to apply forever, right? Because
Okay,
everyone needs time to adapt, right? To the team, to each other, to the opponent. But Coach Diff,
Coach
honestly, in game number 1. But, you know, we'll see. We'll see in game number 2 or in game number 3, right? It's still a best of 3 series. Hopefully, Aura Fire can win the upcoming game. But what isn't Diff is a UBS Gold. Coming soon, limited edition UBS Gold merchandise collection, Acts MPL Season 11.
Merch?
What kind of merch is this?
Wait, merchandise?
Merchandise.
Well, we're
saw
gonna
the
be
actual
UBS
gold, but
Gold.
We're
merch
gonna be
is the
drip
first.
diffing very, very soon
Drip
on
diff.
y'all, all right? We're gonna be dripping with UBS Gold. So if you guys don't want to lose out, there you go. Check it out. MPL ID Season 11. And maybe just don't get it. Maybe grab it, right?
Yeah. And on that note, don't forget to support your favorite teams while you order Grab with a 26,000 rupiah discount. You can go ahead and check the promo code, or, you know, just scan the barcode at the bottom of Arashi here.
The bottom of me,
I don't
right
see
here.
any
Bottom of Arashi.
You'll see
You
it. It's
can't
right
see
here.
it.
Oh.
Right here.
but
Look over. Look over.
It's over
the
there.
desk.
It's over the
The
desk.
camera?
Over this.
Oh,
right here.
I can
I
see
see
it
it.
now. So
I see it.
all you need to do is take the Samsung S23 phone and scan it to go and get your Grab promos. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Yep.
For new users, enjoy a 50% discount. 50%.
50? Not 20? Not 25 or
Nah.
39?
50.
Super
50.
value. And of course, get a
Wow.
90% discount on Grab Bike and Grab Car for
I need
watching the
that.
matches offline. Because in this new venue, it is lit, my guys.
It's huge, right?
It's huge,
Manara
it's amazing.
Kuningan Ballroom Sanctuary. So for those of you who are living in Jakarta, or even if you guys want to fly in to witness MPL ID regular season of Season 11, come over, use the promo code because you can get a 90% discount. So don't forget to check Grab out. But now we are going moments away from coming into the second game of match number 1 between Rebellion Zion and Aura Fire. If you guys missed it, Rebellion Zion is still leading the series 1-0, basically at match point right now for Aura Fire. So Aura Fire, they need to think about this, right? And it all starts from the draft.
Well, I can't wait to see what they pick up. But for those of you who are anticipating things, you can check out the that new event coming in from Grab there on the 18th of March. So stay tuned and check it out at grb.to. But the draft, as you mentioned, Eterna, Coach Diff has to be in the consideration here. Aura has always been confusing, so elusive, and now with a new coach, you're seeing them being a lot more readable, a lot more one-dimensional, and even in the execution in the lane, we don't usually see Aura make those blunders. They are the ones who actually confuse, go all in again and again, and they're supposed to lose and somehow come out on top. We are not seeing that from Aura right now. They need to bring back some of that in game number 2.
And on that note, Mirko, I need some
You're
insight, right? I mean, Tezet is no longer in the coaching staff, but
Yes.
Tezet isn't usually the one to go on stage, no? So why are we seeing such a significant difference in that drafting?
Well, honestly, for me, Season 10, it was him who actually stepped on stage. He was the head coach, I guess, for the Aura Fire lineup. But from what I heard, again, it was mostly Facehugger and High were actually doing the drafting, right? He was just acting as the analyst. He was giving some data out as to maybe if Facehugger wants to pick something like a Fredrin, he gives the win rates. Oh, you know, this is how you've been performing in scrims. Basically, that kind of thing, right? And right now, I think Coach CL and Paul Levy have a little more hands-on approach to how they actually draft, right? On top of just Facehugger giving out his opinions and what heroes he thinks should be picked up, there's also the opinions coming in from Coach CL and maybe Coach Paul Levy. And because there's so many heads clashing in the draft, that's maybe the reason as to why you're seeing a very weird style of draft that Aura Fire usually don't go for, with a very one-dimensional take on things.
So we'll see if that gets repaired, right, for game number 2. As we're now witnessing the drafts for this second game between Rebellion Zion and Aura Fire. And both of these teams have opted to go for the same side. So Rebellion Zion still on the blue and Aura Fire still on the red.
They have very similar bans to the first game as well. A lot of engage, a lot of pressure, banned away by Rebellion, and they ban away that blue. I guess knowing that there's a potential for Aura to try and use their own weapons against them. For Aura though, they've been going for these strong side laners, heroes that can be they can make a lot of outplays and confuse Aura that likes to go all in. Joy and 1-1 can dodge away from a lot of danger and actually turn the aggression around. So I think on that note, on TZ, right, having data is just so important in the drafting phase. Knowing the rates, knowing the tendencies of your opponents and what they're gonna pick will allow you to have a lot more read, especially if you're trying to outsmart them in the drafting phase, trying to bait them out with a flex pick. So I think even though he's not the main coach, his role is definitely appreciated for sure. Aura will ban away that Yeeve yet again though, so Rebellion, they have a chance to try and go for the same thing here.
This is very interesting. I thought if it ain't broke, don't fix it. There's literally not a change, not a single change to Aura Fire's bans here. Meanwhile, for Rebellion, they've already changed something. They went for the glue ban, leaving the Faramis open. And the obvious, thought is maybe pick up the Faramis, right? They've left the Faramis open, or now maybe they want to go for something a little bit more, a little bit more Rebellion style.
Oh, rebellious.
Rebellious.
What,
I don't know what that
Frederick?
means, but like maybe more engage or just pick up the carry first pick. But they go for the Frederick. So, yeah, still utilizing the flex pick that, again, we still don't know if it actually can be used as a flex pick anymore. Maybe Rebellion might shock us because they flex picked the glue, and I didn't think it was going to be a flexible hero.
All right, we'll see. I mean, it is the safest pick, right? The Fredrin. Very strong in the laning phase as well. But Aura Fire here, they have the choice to pick up their first 2 heroes.
Pick up the carry.
Are they going to be picking up the Faramis, though? I think carry
it's a bait,
is solid,
right?
right? I mean, the only nerf to carry is the fact that her passive got a little bit nerfed, right? But it kind of only makes her a little bit weaker in that early game. But overall, she still scales as well as she does. But looking at this, right, the Faramis pickup as well as a Cho, it's still flex, right? We don't know where this Cho is going for Aura Fire.
Well, if you think about it though, if they have a Cho here, yes, there's a potential for them to go Cho mid maybe and use the Faramis as a roamer, but on paper, right, logically speaking, most likely the Faramis will go in that mid lane. So we'll see if Aura is now bringing in that unexpected factor yet again. But for Rebellion, they picked up Valentina, and I guess it's going to be another cult altar on cult altar kind of game. And with a Beatrix and a Fredrin on the side of Rebellion, that's a lot of crowd control and a lot of AoE if the members of Aura try and group together.
We got a drum battle going on in the stage right now.
I couldn't hear Rashi.
Aura and Rebellion. I'm sorry, Rashi. I was trying my best to listen, but then these fans just went ham, and I had to focus on them because they were literally demanding our eardrums to be planted next to them. And Jisai is actually here from the MDL. He plays on Rebellion Sinai. He's now supporting Rebellion Zion. Still with the drums, telling his friend to keep on going. Let's hope we don't get to, hear that a lot. Let's focus a little bit here with the Faramis pick. Wow, they really didn't change much aside from the Faramis pick that can kind of be countered by the IMU that has already been locked in with the Valentina.
In wave clear though, they do have a slight advantage, but it's still, especially in the gold lane, very ultimate reliant. So Hai's the man who was the MVP in game number 1, will be able to just try and bully Kabuki yet again. Now you have to question, are they going to try and go for a similar composition but a different execution? They were dragged along to the pace of Rebellion in game number 1, following them around and just having their playstyle ruined by that glue. So without that in the picture right now, there's a chance for Aura to come out on top unless Vijanarko once again comes with something completely unexpected.
Ruby ban. There you go. Oh man, I don't know. It felt like in that first phase, Aura Fire were drafting exactly how Chico wanted, right? I mean, with the pickups coming, they took the Valentina knowing that for sure Aura Fire would have picked up that Faramis. It's getting scary, but second phase of the drafts now, Rebellion Zion, they have the choice to ban the first hero against Aura Fire. Are they gonna be banning away High's hero, taking away the Ling perhaps? Realizing the Ling can go to the back side of Rebellion Zion, they do need to be able to still protect this Beatrix. And the Ling it is.
Yeah, I mean, they went for the Ling ban last game, then Lolita. I don't see what's stopping them to go for the same exact route, right? They changed a bit by not banning, well, by banning the glue and letting the Faramis open, but that's about it. And Aura have also stuck to almost the same draft, only changing the mid laner.
I don't know. Do you think this time around maybe Rebellion Zion wants to pick up the Lolita for themselves?
They could. It's going to be a very good counter engage. We've seen it being used that way. And against a Cult Alter, against a Claude as well, there's a lot of chances for you to just shut down those AoE plays. But Aura banned away that huge song, so they might be going for something in the back line even. But they have I guess they're just afraid of the Petrify Furious Dive combo that can be a huge setup for everything else in the hands of Rebellion. But I don't know, Yuzong wasn't the first champion, the first hero that comes to mind for the set of Rebellion.
Why is it Yuzong ban?
It's just, you know, the AoE damage that comes from the Yuzong. Obviously, the lane advantage as well. He is kind of a lane bully, and maybe Aura Fire wants to pick up something like a Benedetta or even something like a Paquito again. I think at this point, the Paquito, we saw it early on, and we didn't really see much success because of that mid-pressure being toned down by Rebellion Zion. Now, with a bit more mid-control, they can go for the same Paquito, but I still believe that the Benedetta is just the better option to go for currently for Aura Fire.
Both these teams are just batting out all these heroes that can dive into the back line. So I can't help but feel that for Rebellion, this makes a bit more sense, right? They have a Beatrix that can be a solid source of DPS. We saw Highs perform really well on it. But for Aura, I guess as you mentioned, Mirko, it's just the AoE, the tankiness, and the fact that maybe the Black Dragon form can just wreak havoc in the back line. But now I do feel like they need, to justify these picks, they must get something that's quite vulnerable that can provide something else, something more. AoE, crowd control, something of that nature.
Let's see, it's the Edith pick. Now the question is, where's the Edith gonna go? It's gonna be a Cho jungle, I believe, at this point.
Exactly. My theory, I mean, we've seen Godiva pick up really weird heroes in that roaming position, right? I mean, way back in the day, he picked up something like Martis. At the time, Ruby wasn't too meta, but he picked that up as well. But one of the heroes that he used to use was Edith.
Yeah.
This was one of the heroes that I predicted that Aura Fire would definitely bring up because of the buff that it has. And remember, because of the buff that Edith had, which was the revamp to her passive, instead of dealing damage, magic damage based on her level, it's now based on the enemy HP. So going against someone like the Fredrin, that's going to give Edith an advantage now.
It is. Here it is. Let's see what the two picks are. It's going to be an Estes lock-in up against the Faramis. It's the battle of the Ube here. And also the Benedetta pickup. Just a solid XP laner that we mentioned earlier. Aura Fire, I feel like they could have just taken it away from Rebellion Zion if they went for it first, because the Edith, sure, it's a hero that's been buffed, but I don't think it's a prio hero to go for early on in the second phase. But here we are still. The Benedetta has been taken away from Fluffy. Now the question that I have is, I think Aura can go back to their roots by utilizing this to flex. Again, this Edith over to the XP, but that's not what they're gonna do.
Wait a minute.
Lunox jungle. It is Lunox jungle. Fluffy Edith. So it is a flex. There you go. We're getting a glimpse of that Aura Fire. That is unpredictable. The Season 9, Season 8 Aura Fire is back.
Oof, Aura now has a very solid amount of just dives in the back line, and it seems like for Rebellion, it's a bit of an Ube kind of thing. They want to rely on Highs to output that damage, and the Valentina does damage as well. It's not too long range though, but she does provide a decent amount of crowd control with the Terrify. So I think it's going to be a human ball strategy being used by Rebellion. And in the early game at least, that access is going to be so annoying with the unending sustain. So there's a chance that they can do the exact same thing unless Aura becomes the ones that are proactive and try and find these opportunities early on, either in the laning phase or in the skirmishes.
I'm excited, Mirko. I'm excited, Arashi. Finally, we're getting 2 drafts with very unique heroes. A flex coming from Aura Fire with the Lunox being placed in the jungle. And Lunox versus Fredrin in the jungle, Lunox might have an advantage, but we are going to see how the rest of the teams are going to execute as we jump into the Land of Dawn here for game number 2 between the first matchup of Aura Fire and Rebellion Zion.
So far in the emblems, nothing too crazy. Kabuki does have the gold, the Avarice emblem, which is it's gonna help him just scale a lot faster in this game.
Yeah, and here, honestly, you want to take a look at how this Edith Benedetta matchup works, right? Because on paper, Benedetta has the eye for an eye that can literally counter that onwards and even the Earth Shatter that he has or she has within her kit. So level 2 is where Cars can actually get a lead, and yeah, that's exactly what's happening here. Cars is actually going to be able to dish out a bit of damage and also get out away from the lockdown. So I think Fluffy actually just counterpicked himself with that Edith rotation flex over to the XP.
I gotta agree with you. I don't think the Edith can lane properly against the Benedetta, realizing that the animation of her CCs are so slow, going against something like the Benedetta who can counter CC. It's not a great time, right? Of course, the Edith can clear faster because of the buff she has, the damage to the minions, but honestly, looking at that matchup, I would have preferred something like the Paquito.
Yeah, this is where the Paquito actually would do so well up
Exactly.
against a Bene. But you're not seeing it just yet. And in the mid lane, we're seeing it. Early on, yes, Fairmiss does have a bit of a lead when it comes to clearing out the minion waves, but as time goes on, the Valentina will be able to catch back up, and the mid lane is probably going to be like a bit more even than it is a win for any side.
But now you're seeing a bit of a switch up here. The roam battle is a bit different, because now Godiva has more pressure, more damage, quote-unquote, and more kill threat, especially now that he's level 4 with the Dragon. So Wijanarko cannot be as oppressive. He's forced to just play defensively as his team will be, in a way, forced away from the turtle.
Cars now in the midst of it all, jumps with the eye for a knife. Fluffy with the flicker, not able to actually cancel Vincent out as he is still able to find the retribution here, as that's the final blow again onto so many members. Fluffy picks up the first blood, but they're all so low. Rebellion with one neutral objective take. They'll trade it. They'll accept the trade that Aura Fire has forced them onto.
Not really sure about the decision-making that Aura Fire made there. Clearly, Rebellion Zion were already being able to set up for the turtle, but seeing that, Aura Fire still went for it. I thought they were going to look for a counterplay maybe on an opposing side of the map, but they committed to that and they lost.
Well, they still have a gold advantage here. They lost the turtle, but they got that first blood onto Mars on the Benedetta. And speaking of the EXP lane, right? Any small amount matters, because in the EXP lane, later on especially, it becomes a very intense and prolonged 1v1. So if Fluffy can get ahead, maybe he can do something, but with an Edith, that also means he's going to be stuck trying to have more difference in those team fights. So even getting him ahead will not be a reliable way for Aura to try and force Rebellion Zion to move a certain way.
I mean, the reason why Aura Fire still has a little bit of more gold is probably because of the choice of emblem that Kabuki has as well, right? He's going for the Avarice, so he needs to play a little bit more passive, I guess, in that sense, but he is going to be able to farm up better. But looking at this here, already engaged from Rebellion Zion.
Good read by Kabuki with Blazing Duet now, but it's going to be actually the way the Dragon locked in on the Swaylo, who's still able to disengage for now with a good cancel. Cult Altar placed in already. Town prediction says it's 5-1. Aura, one Aura. Eterna's the only one here on the desk, so hey, you can prove all of us wrong.
I mean, I'm nothing if not loyal, but here, Facehugger gonna get all in as well, like me, with a town prediction.
And he still survives, just like Eterna on the desk. Fluffy is looking for more here high, steps back in, and you can already see the damage from Fluffy building, right? Top side has been pushed in though. They gotta be really careful about this. That's more pressure to play with.
Oof, Rebellion, now they have a bit more of a sustain advantage. Later on, there will be both the Blessing of the Moon Goddess as well as a Cult Altar they can use to try and outlast, outmaneuver Aura Fire. And in the late game though, you do have to think that it's a Beatrix up against a Quad and a Lunox, and look at the damage!
Guys?
Oh, so close.
So close! That was a sliver of HP, guys! But on that note, that's actually going to force Kabuki to recall just in time for the turtle take.
Cars again dashing out from that Earth Shatter from Fluffy. The onwards there and he goes for the flicker, but it only finds Cars. It's still Vincent who wins out the Retribution battle. The GEEK now finds another, but look at the back lines with the healing. Vincent is massive with the Appraiser's Wrath. Vincent is still alive, but he will fall ultimately to the hands of Facehugger. Fluffy now in the midst of it all, recalled over. Swaylo picks up the kill. It's a 3 for 2, and that 1,000 gold lead is back to the hands of Rebellion Zion.
Rebellion Zion have drafted with so much sustain, right? They can rely on the holy healing from Wijanarko, but they can, the blessing of the Moon Goddess from Wijanarko, but also the Cult Altar from Swaylo if he is able to get that Cult Altar away from Aura Fire, Rashi.
And if you look at the item builds right here, finally, there's going to be a tough boots for Kabuki. He only has a Demon Hunter sword. So these tankier members on top of the Blessing of the Moon Goddess is going to be so difficult for them to deal with. Same thing is for High on that Lunox. Only a Clock of Destiny. So the longer the game goes, I assume sooner or later, Facehugger is going to build a Glowing Wand, and that's going to allow them to have more reliable damage. But all these heroes can get out-sustained because their damage isn't without cause. It's very ultimate reliant. So in the later stages of the fight, if they want to risk using their damage to weather down, to melt down the big frontline members, it's going to be a bit too much. But look at it play.
High's locked down, but that's going to be the healing coming in, saving Highs. The Cult Ultra's been placed, and they've lost in the sustained battle because Vincent has come back in under the turret, not using the Appraiser's Wrath just yet. Notices that Edith has actually gone missing from the map. Cars is going to be able to push in the mid wave, and that's more pressure for Rebellion to play with to siege down this turret. Aura Fire, they're still trying to commit for this defense. Fluffy doesn't have the flicker to play with just yet. He goes for the Earth Shatter here, and that might just be a lot of damage. Once again, plays onto it. That's the commitment from Aura to try to defend, but High will be popped. Will be popping in that brilliance as that's the final blow, dealing so much onto the back line. Even the Petrify was used in. Fluffy has to use that ultimate to get out to safety. Defensive ultimate from Aura Fires across the board.
So unfortunate. I mean, it seems like Aura Fire, they're trying to look for some compensation. We see that Kabuki is trying to push in that top lane, trying to get a turret out of it, and a turret they will get, but other than that, every time this dynamic duo, right? The dynamic duo from Death, Wijanarko and Swaylo, every time they go in for a rotation, they always get something out of it. And Aura Fire, they can't handle that kill pressure, that aggression that both of these players are playing onto Aura Fire.
Keep in mind that Aura Fire is not also always all together in the beginning of these engagements. They usually come in sort of late, whereas if you look at Rebellion Zion, due to the nature of their composition, they're always sticking together. This is how, from the draft at least, it seems like they planned out on playing, and Aura Fire is matching and following their game plan instead. So Aura needs to try and find a way to try and change it up, because otherwise, Rebellion Zion does not have to do anything. At a 2.5k gold lead, they can just ride on this momentum, and they've already taken so many structures, so many turrets, that it will allow them to just find more pickoffs, more dives under the turret.
Again, Fluffy's going to be zoned away from this tier 1. A good siege coming from Highs, but Facehugger is still opting to actually stay there. Bit of a miscalculation there as the Shadow Stampede brings Vincent a bit too far away from the Earth Shatter to hit. Godiva's still looking for an opening, and on this show, I have to say, right, we saw a fun fact earlier by Grab. Godiva's the only member who picked up the Edith in Season 10 with a 100% win rate. That's really why I thought that the Edith will go to the hands of Godiva. And again, that flex hasn't paid off at all currently looking at the game.
High is looking for a play here, but look at Fluffy counter-engaging!
With the Earth Shatter, but look at what IMU was able to steal. It's the Cult Altar brought back as well with the healing. Cars is still alive. Vincent brought back to the team. Finally a kill back from Aura Fire as they look to climb their way back into the game. But only the jungler, the utility jungler, the frontliner has been taken down.
And it isn't as timed as well. Oh, but it actually might be. 8 seconds left for the Lord to spawn. Aura Fire, are they going to go for it or not here?
They can risk a big team fight here. They have a numbers advantage, and without Vincent in the picture, one less front line, one less source of pesky crowd control that Rebellion can use to counter them, but look at this play.
Good Earth Shatter. Godiva going to be able to bring Swaylo back in. Facehugger is there, but the final blow from Cars, the rookie for Rebellion, doing a whole lot, but High secures the Lord. High's going to be able to gun them down right now, jumping in again onto Godiva, but with a very good maneuver, is able to get out. Godiva jumps back in, is able to knock Highs out, but Swaylo picks up the scraps, and it's a 2 for 3. Aura Fire, they find the neutral objective, but they lose out in the team fight.
Is it worth it? Okay, so Aura
Don't think
Fire
so.
with the Lord, they are going to be able to delay a little bit longer, right? But in the grand scheme of things, no, it isn't. And this is where we see a problem. Aura Fire, they like to play with that playstyle. They like to go for that 5-man team fight. But the fact of the matter is, because of the way that they drafted, they are going to lose out on it because of how sustainable Rebellion Zion is. They need to find a way to bait out big resources from Rebellion Zion, either the Cult Altar or the Blessing of the Moon Goddess, before they commit for a 5-man team fight. Because otherwise, Aura Fire, they're going to lose out in that long, drawn-out playstyle.
Well, if Aura Fire can find an engage onto highs, right? The core members, the main DPS source, we saw that Rebellion Zion is forced to move backwards, and highs will be able to survive, but they'll be forced to use all the resources, the stolen Cult Altar, the Blessing of the Moon Goddess to keep him alive, and he won't be able to dish out that damage. So if Aura Fire can find the same kind of engage, easier said than done, they have a chance here. But otherwise, even in the late game, Rebellion Zion can't have enough damage, enough sustainability, just move around slowly but surely, taking out the members of Aura Fire, and they are beating Aura Fire at their own skirmish-heavy game. If you take a look at the items here, already a Lightning Truncheon, and that might play a huge role here because Rebellion Zion are going for this turret.
The siege potential is definitely there with the Beatrix here. Cars already looking for an opening. Maybe just to shout some damage. Final blow as well to cut the waves out. Eye for an eye. Perfectly timed. Go Devo with a flicker. Bringing him back with the Way of the Dragon. The Earth Shatter connects as well. That's 2 Cult Altars with the Blessing of the Moon Goddess. But Kabuki's massive onto the back line with the Blazing Duet. He wipes them all. And Aura Fire are back. Guns blazing. 3-0 to Aura. And they have equalized the gold lead.
3-0 taken up for Aura Fire, and now they are going to use the space that they were able to get onto this mid lane. They've taken the 3rd tier turret. They've taken a turret in the top side as well. What are Rebellion Zion going to do with the timers already so high? But Godiva!
He's able to find a Jikundo flicker, but is not going to be able to punish Ouija. It's actually Cars who finds the kill back. That's the Blessing of the Moon Goddess once again popped in by Ouija. Fluffy forced to back away. Rebellion Zion have fended for now. 1,000 gold lead onto the hands of Aura Fire. But it still is Rebellion Zion who are able to withstand and prolong the game.
What an unfortunate turn of events for Rebellion. Going in with the Benedetta there. I think it's a bit too aggressive. Look at that. Electric Final Blow already being used. All the resources being used right here. Cult Altar. Blessing of the Moon Goddess, and once Kabuki saw that everything was down, he goes in, and that's way too much damage, and highs on that Beatrix does not have the tools required to try and outplay the damage coming in from that Blazing Duet. That is a critical issue right here that needs to be amended, because if Aura Fire can force Rebellion Zion and at least force highs out of the fight, they do not have the edge in those prolonged team fights due to the lack of DPS.
They need to be masters at baiting those really heavy ultimates here, Mirko.
Seal play here. High spotted it out. Cult Altar as well. High is still trying to run away here. High is going to be gunned down there by the side of Kabuki. High finds the kill. Facehugger as well in the back line. The Lord falls to the hands of Aura. And it's the comeback that is almost just fulfilled by Aura. In the top side, you can finally see a trade going on as Cars is able to find a turret back. But what I want to mention in the replay that we saw earlier was the fact that Kabuki pops the Blazing Duet before he actually jumps in with a BMI. He places the BMI, Blazing Duet, then he jumps back into that team fight. So he's able to deal 100% of his Blazing Duet damage without having to wait from a delay. Because if you usually just jump in with a BMI in the Wind of Nature, there's a possibility of you just getting stunned and you will lose 1 second or 2 seconds even of your Blazing Duet damage. So that just shows why he was able to dish out that much damage.
And you can even see from the charts, right? The damage dealt by Axe. Definitely him at the top of the charts, but here we go, Cars!
Again, caught off guard, and Cars is gone. Aura Fire marching down with the Enhanced Lord here in the mid lane. Just waiting for the waves, micromanaging it. Vincent trying to look for the clear. Nibiru's Passion as well. Brilliant's going to be popped in to look for an opening. Vincent still in the midst, able to help his team clear out the Enhanced Lord. Aura Fire not getting too hasty this time around. Rotating over to the base turret up top after taking the bot side turret down. Godiva with the concealed play. And the Jikundo able to find Sway Low, but Sway Low goes with the brilliance, escaping, getting immobilized there. Godiva in the front as well, opening it up once again as Fluffy's able to flicker forward. That's going to be mini waves micromanaged by the side of Rebellion Zion. But the first damage from Aura will mean that it's 1-1 in the first match. Eterna, the curse is no longer a curse, it's a blessing. One talent predicted Aura.
It feels good, bro. It feels good. It feels good. I mean, we were talking about the drafting, and even looking at it, it didn't seem like... Okay, wait, I can't say that, actually. I feel like their draft was better in than game number 1.
Aura? For Aura?
Yeah.
Well, we saw the signature confusion, right? The signature elusiveness that Aura has been known for now. And for Rebellion, instead, it's that straightforward approach, having the human meatball strategy, and then not having the surprise effect of a glue, despite the fact that they could have gone for the exact same thing again. So, as Mirko mentioned, a bit weird in the drafting phase, but Rebellion still has a chance. It's an equal 1-1 right here. And there's just so many things that both these teams can try and change up, and that was what makes it so confusing, so difficult.
It was so close, right? It was so close. I mean, Rebellion Zion, they were already leading from that mid-game, that early game. I think that turnaround was when they were going for that first turtle, and it didn't seem like it was going to work out for Aura Fire, and Rebellion Zion were able to just really, what's the word for it? Dominate the map, right? They were able to rotate really fast. What's it called? The Devil Duo that I mentioned in game. Wijanarlo. They were able to rotate so quickly, look for pickoffs so well, and put that pressure on the side lanes that Aura Fire are actually known to be strong for.
Oof, I mean, for Rebellion, they had so much potential. They were able to actually get so much ahead just by outplaying the members of Aura. But keep in mind that during the whole time, Kabuki was still being able to farm because he was on the other side of the map. That is an aspect that they weren't really considering. And I think that's also part of the reason why they were so desperate to just go in and get a decisive fight in the top side, knowing that Kabuki was just getting more and more farm, and we saw how devastating it is. And I think there's a bit of a mental aspect here as well. Once they lost that momentum, Aura were able to just completely keep running straight at Heis, and he's forced to retreat. And the Beatrix really isn't that mobile. So he gets caught out, twice, I think? And that was just the beginning of the end.
Yeah. So many times, honestly, that Heis was caught out despite having a Cult Altar to save him, and even a Blessing of the Moon Goddess. Maybe it just... Those two abilities, those two healing or sustainable abilities gave him a false sense of security where he always was able to position however he wants in the team fight. And that was ultimately what gave over the win to the side of Aura Fire. Also having no lockdown, respecting the Blazing Duet was something that was overlooked by Rebellion and even by us here, because that Blazing Duet did so much and there was nobody who could say anything about it, right? Even with the Fredrin knockup, the Blazing Duet does not get cancelled out. You need a very hard single target CC to stop that.
That's why.
Dragon.
That's why we were talking about it, right? Mm-hmm. We thought that they would have picked up the Lolita, but they didn't, right?
They didn't go for that, and honestly, I feel like towards the end, we saw that part of the reason why Rebellion was able to get so ahead is they were using the Cult Altars, the stolen ones, from the IMU very aggressively. Towards that late game, I think they failed to realize that power spikes are here for Aura Fire, and they were using it aggressively, and then they didn't have it available for the Blazing Duet because it's still a very solid counter, right? Because even if your HP bars from the Cult Altar gets taken out, it still buys you enough time to just wither out the rest of the Blazing Duet, and you can go back at it again. So I think it's just a slight bit of miscalculation. And towards the end, if you look at the item builds, Heis does have that Wind of Nature, but it's a bit too late. The damage is already done. And with everyone just getting back into the game from Aura Fire, there is a Faramis, there is a Lunox, all with a Divine Glaive. That is a lot of damage that Heis still has to contend with without any magic defense items. Of course, Kabuki on the Cloud, building the Corrosion Scythe as well on top of his core items is a very smart choice, because the issue with Rebellion Zion is that they have very limited mobility as far as their main body of activity, right? Yes, cars can go and be mobile and move in and out, but with Janarko, Vincent, and Heis, the main mid lane trio can't really outrun anything. The Shadow Stampede, the well, anything that Aura just uses to try and catch up to them will catch up to the members of Rebellion.
You know, I was looking at it, right? And I thought something was so weird.
What was it?
Seeing Hai use the Lunox is so weird. I mean, I'm used to Hai being that utility jungler, right? Being the one who builds full, like, defense, like tank items, but he went in with a Lunox with full damage. I mean, the only defense item was probably like the Winter Truncheon, but even then, he actually made it kind of work. I mean, towards the end, he was shredding, especially after you mentioned in the game where he was able to get that Lightning Truncheon after that Clock of Destiny. That's where it really started to change for Rebellion Zion as well.
Well, if you look at the stats, he has 100% kill participation, so living up to his reputation. But Kabuki, highest gold per minute despite the shaky early game and highest damage dealt. This man is the gold digger. He's been known as that for quite a while now, and you see it. Even though his team is struggling, he finds windows to farm, he finds space to be relatively safe, despite the fact that if he's being chased by maybe cars on the Benedetta, it could be a bit difficult to deal with. So I think Rebellion Zion needs to try and formulate a game plan around this, right? If you can shut down Aura, that's great, but afterwards, how can you ensure that they don't still have that lead game guarantee in form of Kabuki?
Exactly.
I mean, looking at it again, right, I honestly feel like the Estes last pick was the only pick that I disagreed with, or I'm disagreeing with right now, right? Because the Fredrin, the Beatrix, the Valentina were all super solid picks. Even the Benedetta towards the end was a very good pick to try to force Aura Fire, again, to, you know, play heroes that they're not really comfortable with. The Estes, though, with the Estes, sure, you have sustainability, but remember, in the later stage, with a lot of burst already coming in from Aura Fire, with a lot of AoE burst being present on the Lunox, even with the Claude, especially in the Edith, you gotta remember, this is, I think, an overlook as well from the side of Rebellion Zion. They overlooked the fact that Edith deals AoE magic damage, and we could see the AoE working like a charm there with the Blazing Duet comboed in together. And again, it's just that one team fight. I'm picturing it in my head as well. I believe you viewers can do it with me, right? Top side, Kabuki, Wind of Nature, Blazing Duet first, then BMI's in.
Right, he is the MVP.
Trying to visualize it.
Presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series. 0 deaths, despite how aggressive and how determined the playstyle is from Rebellion Zion. I really do think that that is just the way it is. That part of the reason why in game number 1 they had so much success outplaying the majority of the AoE from Aura, unlike this game, was the fact that they were able to position so strategically away from each other. But now that they have to group together for the Called Altar, for the Blessing of the Moon Goddess, it also allows Aura to get a bit more of those combos. And we did see it happen, particularly towards the late stages of the game. So that is still one weakness, one opportunity that Aura Fire can definitely use.
Yeah, I think one of the main not advantages, like the edge that Kabuki has, it's got to be that macro play, right? The way he's able to rotate towards the map, that map awareness. And we're going to take a look at the heat map here for the first 5 minutes for Kabuki.
He's just all around in the gold lane, moving around in the jungle, just trying to get as much gold as possible, right? But then afterwards, until he knows that he actually has the items required to make this big play, he doesn't even approach these fights. If you look at the heat map, that one play in the top side is the furthest away from everything he's been doing for the rest of the game. But he arrives there at the right exact moment to change the whole course of the game. That is the understanding, the movement, and I don't know, the experience coming in from Kabuki, is knowing the timing and how to read the flow of the game.
I think that also shows like a difference in terms of his playstyle, right? I mean, him being on the Claude, him using the Avarice emblem as well, it pays off a bit more if he stays in lane and puts those punches onto his opponent in that gold lane. So he was laning a little bit more safe, as now we're also going to take a look at the MVP highlights.
Well, you see in the early game, it's just very difficult for the members of Aura to deal with the sustain. And to top things off, for the most part, their main damage heroes are not the ones getting taken out in the initial stage of the team fight. But later on, you can see that with everything thrown away at highs, he's just forced to retreat. And slowly but surely, Aura has the option of chasing down the members. And it's just way too difficult, especially when the fights get so decisive and happen so quick like this. You can see that Aura has glimpses of that exact impact. But Hai here just didn't have enough damage. and the rest of the team just weren't on the same page for that. But in this fight, it's a whole different matter. Of course, credit to the engage coming in from Fluffy, right? He starts the
Blazing
whole
Duet,
sequence of events.
BMI.
Blazing Duet, BMI, and the backline is completely decimated. And if you try to escape, try and go back to base, only 1 or 2 members can do that. And once Aura saw that opportunity, they do the exact same thing in the bottom side. And despite all the efforts being made by Rebellion, they were unable to save Heis, who just gets picked up again and again. And it's just classic Aura from then on. Just aggression and all brute force take on that base.
Timing was also beautiful, right? The moment Kabuki went in with the Blazing Duet was the moment that Rebellion Zion already popped off those 2 integral core ultimates.
Yep.
They got
And
way too
impact.
hasty. Way too hasty, right? I mean, Rebellion Zion, I think with Cars opening it up, the way he was able to final blow to the back line as well, I don't really think that was necessary, especially in that moment where they kind of needed to poke and bait out resources, right? He could have used the final blow when the wave actually crashed in to try to zone, so at least, even if Aura Fire wins the team fight, they get the tier 2.
Right, I think there's also the fact that they have the range advantage. They have a Beatrix, right? The whole idea is that we have a Beatrix. She does a lot of DPS from far away, relatively safe, and she can be safe. But there, they just go in for it and allow High, not Highs, as well as Kabuki with shorter range to just have that much impact in the fight. I think it's a bit of a mistake, but we're hearing that there might be a small break here, Mirko.
Yeah, I mean, as it stands, they are standing 1-1, right? And history says that Rebellion Zion win 2-1. So history still has a chance to repeat itself. But of course, before we get the answer to that question, we are going to go on a short break. Mirko, me, Eterna, as well as Arashi, we'll see you after the break.
Kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. Kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu. Kita kan akan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadap semua serangan jahat.
And gentlemen, boys and girls, Aura fans out there as well as the Blue Bull supporters, welcome back after that short break. For those of you who missed what was happening, it's still a 1-1 between Aura Fire and Rebellion Zion. But of course, on the caster desk, it's still me, Eterna, alongside Mirko, and of course, Arashi.
What is up, man?
What
it's
is
good
up?
to be back 1-1, right? So the stakes have been set. We saw a dominant Rebellion Zion mainly because of a mistake that happened from Aura, right? In the drafts. Game number 2, I still feel like Aura Fire made a mistake in the draft and how they utilized the Edith. The Flex Edith did not really work out in the laning phase, and we saw why Cars was able to get so much pressure around the neutral objective side early on. That's why the Turtles were always constantly being given over to Rebellion Zion, and that's the reason the early game went so well for Rebellion. Thing is, one blunder in the team fight, they overlooked it in the drafts. They picked up the Estes instead of something that can really lock down the Claude, and the Claude was just a menace.
A full menace, and there's nothing they can do against it. The Valentina has a bit of crowd control technically, but it's not nearly enough, and it doesn't come out fast enough, especially when Kabuki is the one that decides at any point, okay, this is when I'm going to go in. And as Mirko mentioned, he does start the Blazing Duet first and then Battle Mirrors in afterwards. So it's just a very quick, and you don't really have time and space. You need to predict it, but of course, if you're forced to predict something like a Blazing Duet coming in, then you're going to pop your ultimates very early, and I think that's also part of why they didn't succeed. So I think Rebellion, if they want to try and get aggressive, going with sustain can work, but they still need a very healthy amount of crowd control because that seems to be the core of their identity. When everyone can initiate the fight, when they can go all in and be aggressive, that is where they excel the most.
And on that note, let's see what the drafts have in store for us for the final game here in match number 1 between Aura Fire and Rebellion Zion. Aura Fire and Rebellion have opted to switch spots though here in game number 3, as Aura will be on the blue and Rebellion on the red. And as you can see here, Aura Fire already banning out the Wanwan and the Valentina, and Rebellion Zion once again with the Kaja ban.
Look at the setup already, right? The Valentina ban, why did they go for that? They found so much success. Well, since Season 10, and even here right now, still with the Faramis. The only hero that can kind of counter the Faramis when it comes to just taking skill is Valentina, right? So, Valentina is already there to try to set up that Faramis take once again, as Aura Fire have locked in first pick for the 3rd and final game. They stayed on red side for game 1 and 2, and now they're really going for it. The Faramis pick that has been banned by Rebellion before, but now if Rebellion go for the Faramis ban, they're gonna leave the glue open for Aura Fire to take. So, never mind, Aura Fire takes it away from Rebellion. So, at this point, I really don't see why Rebellion wouldn't go for the, ban towards the Pharah.
Faramis, if they ban the Faramis though, the Yeve is available. It's a hero that Facehugger can use. We did mention that it did get nerfed quite a bit, but it's been banned so far. So I think there's still value in that hero. It has a lot of utility, and that's how Aura, we've seen, being able to actually get on top here. The utility, the catch, the setup that we talked about coming in from Facehugger. On the Faramis, it's sustain and the Shadow Stampede, but on the Yeve, that's a lot of poke damage, and the Immobilize coming in from the Rodent Inflation, it might just catch Highs or even Swalo out of position.
Value in me.
Yeah, I agree with you here. With the Fredrin being banned though by Rebellion Zion, Aura Fire, they now have to choose, right? The two heroes that were to be contested was the Faramis and... Whoa, wait a minute. Faramis and the Yves was what I was about to say, but because the Kadita was left open, Aura Fire finally, after so many seasons, we have not seen them be able to pick this hero up. Aura Fire, they've been able to claim Kadita, but at what cost? Rebellion Zion have picked up the Yves, and if they want, they can go for the Faramis as well. And that's just huge wave clear in that mid lane. They do have enough power. And you mentioned the Yves nerf, right? I mean, the Yves nerf, I don't really consider it a nerf. Like, the only thing that I feel is crazy was the fact that the ultimate's cooldown is increased so much. It's almost 60 seconds, but that's even before items.
Second skill too, though.
The second skill slow reduced, but only in that early game. The max cap is still at 75%.
I think the early game nerf is very massive to Yves because that's where she's most vulnerable early on already, right? You still gotta wait for your items now compared to back then where you already have so much utility, and now you might actually be forced to get that Ice Queen 1 earlier before even the Enchanted Talisman to really have that utility effect. Meanwhile, late game, I think late game, in terms of utility, almost everybody has that slow because the Ice Queen 1 will already have been built by if we have a Lilia or any other hero. So the Yves nerfs, I feel like, have impacted especially the laning phase and how oppressive she used to be in lane.
It just changes how she's supposed to play around, at what point can she clear reliably, and how well can she trade with the range still being available on that slow, and no one's actually being forced to actually stick in that slow zone. So if Rebellion can force Aura into that position, maybe they can try and make something happen. But against a Lapu Lapu and a Kadita, this Yves pick is vulnerable, and just like that, they've also secured the Claude, and Rebellion have an answer here in the form of that Ruby, but you do have to question if it's enough. I think they require a bit more just in case, because Aura can very easily cycle out those ultimates and keep Rebellion just out of crowd control.
Yves is vulnerable, but only to damage, right? Because none of the heroes from Aura Fire can actually cancel the real-world manipulation. But right now, it's not going to be the carry pickup for Rebellion Zion, but rather the Fanny.
I like it too. I think it's great, right? I mean, you're already here with a Yves and a Ruby. That mid lane is already pretty solid up against the Kadita when it comes to just wave clear alone. Fanny, on top of the mid control that they already have, is going to be able to put so much more killing pressure now onto the gold lane, which is the Claude. And Aura Fire will need to try to ban out these crazy, aggressive, early game gold laners, the bullies, the Brody, and yeah, I would just say Brody here.
Clint?
Your team
Clint,
is
Clint is pretty oppressive, but the Claude has ways around the Clint. You know, the Clint's also very easily caught by the Kadita. Doesn't really have a lot of self-sustainability.
But the hero that can't be caught by the Kadita is the Fanny. So now, because of that, Aura Fire, they need to look for a source of CC, single target, to be able to at least slow down the Fanny's tempo.
Or at least stop her from diving all the way in the back line uncontested, because if you look at Rebellion, they have banned the Akai as well, knowing that that knockback from the heavy spin will be so difficult to deal with. But we saw a bit of a snippet there, a fun fact for Godiva on the Kadita. He is a solid player on this hero, and all teams have been respecting it. But as you predicted, Mirko, the Brodies are getting banned away. They desperately need to require Kabuki to actually be relevant in the late game. That is their win condition that happened in game number 2. If they can make it work again in game number 3, it's all fine and dandy.
Ban Melissa. I think that's another hero. There you go. If they need it, look at the composition. So much melee, so much dive. Melissa can just pop the go away, and Kadita has nothing to say. Lapu can still get the damage down, but once you're done with the anti-CC part of your Bravest Fighter, it's going to be really hard to get into that back line, especially now that you already have a Yves and Ruby. The Melissa becomes such a good hero in this composition. It just played front to back. So Aura, I think that's what they need to try to focus down.
Okay, we'll see here. The Faramis is going to be the choice of ban by Rebellion Zion, realizing that Facehugger's not yet picked up his hero. And Aura Fire, you agree with this, Arashi? Melissa ban?
Melissa ban, I think it allows them to actually have security in the late game, but they go for the Moskov, the more oppressive, the more aggressive marksman that can force Kabuki into those really unwanted all-ins. So it makes sense, but as Mirko mentioned, that Melissa will have a lot more utility, a lot more impact in the late game, and of course, the ultimate that damage per second AoE that is not reliant on your ultimate. So it's something that fits with what Rebellion Zion likes to do.
Ooh, but this means for Aura Fire, they can go for Assassin v Assassin if they want here.
They can go for it, right? I mean, the Yuzong is still up for grabs as well for the XP lane, but they decide to go for a Harith. So we spoke about lane bullies and the Brody, Melissa, even the Moskov came up here in the discussion or in the bans. We completely forgot about the mages that can still be utilized in the gold lane, even a Lunox, right? But they opted to go for the Harith for more consistent damage, not just a burst one shot.
I was saying like the alternate plot twist here is if Godiva does not play the Kadita, that'll be like hilarious to me. Just like Aura going back to his roots, being completely crazy. But now, with all this dive, I think they still require crowd control. They have pick-off coming in from Godiva, and but Rebellion, they're not going to be forced to stick together, so I don't think it will be enough to rely on Godiva alone on the Kadita. And there you go,
Pharsa and Cho. But this is where I'm a little bit confused, right? Obviously, the Pharsa is a power pick for Facehugger, but the CC coming in from Aura Fire, right? The ultimate from the Cho, he's gonna have to choose between the Fanny or the Harith. Is it enough CC to really slow down the aggression coming in from Rebellion Zion at this point?
I think the Cho will have to just focus down on the Fanny. Meanwhile, the Harith is going to be targeted down by the Petrify and the burst damage coming from Kadita. I think that's the best case scenario, right? And I think Rebellion right now, looking at the Feather Airstrike that is possible for Aura Fire, they need to pick up something like a Yuzong that I mentioned earlier, but they go for an Esmeralda instead. Something that has been buffed in the recent patch, but again, the Esmeralda up against the Lapu, you're a bit more oppressive in this lane. Lapu is gonna have a pretty hard time, but Lapu has a hard time anyways against any hero level 1 to 3. Will Esmeralda have a good impact here? The mobility that she has, and if she goes for Purify, I think she will be able to, you know, give a lot more pressure down if she goes Purify.
Yeah, that's the issue with Esmeralda right now, right? Because Dominance Ice was changed, it doesn't have that 10% cooldown reduction, but the problem is the Esmeralda still needs that cooldown reduction, but she also still needs the Dominance Ice to go against someone like the Lapu Lapu in lane, which prevents the Esmeralda from building tank later on. So we're gonna see if the Esmeralda is viable still in this current matchup. We've seen it pop up a few times during MDL, but let's go see how it all pans out as we enter the Land of Dawn for the final game between Aura Fire as well as Rebellion Zion. We heard a little bit of a gasp from Mirko. What's up?
No, I was just kind of shocked because I thought it was Lapu in the jungle. Then I saw it. Yeah, I was kind of shocked because I was looking at the replay, but then they swapped. It's fine. Okay,
right.
Cho in the jungle.
In the mid lane, though, you do see a lot of contesting here. And as we mentioned, the early game is going to be less oppressive coming in from Sway Low. In a way, he is on a signature pick. On the flip side, as we predicted, Hides and Cars with the Purify to ensure that Godiva won't be that oppressive of a presence with that Petrify. But he's getting very, very low here.
Oh!
That's first blood picked up by Swaylo on the back of the Impure Rage emblem as well.
Easily there, picked up. Janarko still has the flicker. He's going to be able to pop it in just like that. High comes in with the Jikundo, trying to go for the Lethal Wander. But Vincent here on the Fanny. Ooh. Pretty slick cables, if I do say so myself here. Gets a turret shot though, and remember, fun fact, the Fanny is not as OP as it used to be with the steel cables. Now almost all the assassins with their dashes can be cancelled by the stuns. You know usually how you use the steel cables, you get knocked up, but the steel cable still connects,
yeah, you
still move.
Flying.
Yeah, now you stop mid-air.
That's a big change. That is part of the reason why Fanny was just so difficult to deal with, because she can still close the distance regardless. And I was about to say, there's a good amount of crowd control, but there's not really a lot of easy targets for Vincent to try and pick up on that Fanny. Yes, there are vulnerable heroes like Kabuki, like Godiva, or Facehugger, but for the most part, all these heroes have mobility that can be used to try and counter that Fanny. So especially in the early game, if Rebellion Zion is relying on her, on the Fanny, to try and be the insane one-shot presence, it's not gonna be that easy against the composition that Aura has picked up.
I mean, remember though, but wait a minute here. We're gonna see the turtle take coming in from both of these teams. Fluffy!
Cars, the Purify Janarko with the disengage. Bravest Fighter by Fluffy able to pop it in just like that, and that's High picking up the retribution with Way the Dragon as well. Going on to Cars, but it's going to be Vincent who picks up a kill back in. Now the real world inflation is going to be popped in, but Godiva jumps in the back line, forcing it away. Sway low, forced to run, but Godiva runs him down and picks up another 2-2 in the stat line.
It's tough right now, right? I mean, Rebellion Zion, what I wanted to mention before that team fight around the turtle was the fact that the Fanny was buffed in terms of that HP. So realizing that the Fanny is so easily countered, they've actually increased their durability. But the problem is, with that buff, Aura Fire still doesn't have a reliable source of CC to be able to take her down. And you can see the the dominance that Vincent can have on the Fanny.
Well, maybe later on, High can be put on Fanny duty with the Way of the Dragon, but that will also mean that he doesn't really get the chance to just kick someone backwards towards his team. But in a way, right, with all the dive possible from the side of Aura Fire, it might not even be necessary. I think Rebellion Zion right now, they just have to be very careful on the burst damage potential because it's a Farsa, it's a Kadita, right? These are two very strong sources of burst damage in the early game, and combined with maybe Fluffy or High, just a slight bit of crowd control, it can be devastating. As we take a look at the talent prediction, we got an Aura sandwich in the English press.
Yeah,
what's going on?
But on the Indo desk, they're just full aura. 3 auras, right? I mean,
yeah, they're on fire.
Looking at it, I actually do like Rebellion Zion's composition a bit better. I think the only iffy comp or a pick for me has to be the Esmeralda, right? I mean, he did go for the Purify that I mentioned earlier, so he is going to be a bit of a menace. But if he falls in the early stage, it's going to be quite of a disaster here. Maybe in the mid stage. You can already see the mid control from the side of Aura Fire. Facehugger actually stopping that feathered airstrike, knowing Wijanarko is right there to punish him with the I'm Offended. Both teams disengaging, but without the feathered airstrike, now the turtle has actually spawned in. High is looking for the Way to Dragon, doesn't find the angle. High is going to be isolated. The jungler all alone. High picked off. Vincent and Highs are able to take him down, but I don't really know what that was.
Not the best opening for Aura Fire there if they wanted to contest the turtle. Now they're forced to retreat, but actually it seems like they might want to look for something here. They are a man down though. This might be a mistake.
Cars locking Godiva down pretty well. Wijanarko with a stun now. Godiva opening up the map. Fluffy already using the stun up. Vincent now coming in for the scraps cleanup duty for him as that's his Zaman Force popped in and Fluffy's gonna fall. Godiva as well as Highs just keeps on dashing with his Zaman Force, even getting out back to safety from the Feather Airstrike. Real World Inflation locking High down, but the damage isn't gonna be enough just yet. Vincent has rotated back to the turtle, and this turtle will definitely be going to the hands of Rebellion Zion as High has shoved his focus onto the purple buff, even with his retribution.
What a long, drawn-out fight right there, and you see the potential for damage coming in from Aura Fire, but Rebellion Zion, they were just so slick with the execution there. Cars just stopping Godiva long enough that he just does not have the HP bars to try and make that play happen, and Vincent, despite getting chunked down early on in the engagement, is able to come back, and that is the strong suit coming in from that Fanny. That mobility is something that's so underrated, and it's something that Rebellion Zion is abusing to its maximum potential.
It's dangerous. It's super dangerous, and it seems like Godiva constantly is trying to look for a pickoff onto the board, but he can't. And now we're going to take a look at the items here in the 5th minute. And Harith has just been winning that lane, Arashi.
Calamity Reaver and the Feather of Heaven, that's a lot of damage. And we saw that Aura Fire felt it, seeing that Highs was on cleanup duty in the previous team fight at the Lord. But look at the top side though, Godiva again too aggressive, forced to use his ultimate, but here comes Vincent!
Oh, clean execution again. And this is the reason the Herod pick becomes so good. It's because the killing pressure really does not matter. Rija is able to use the I'm Offended Flicker combo onto Facehugger. Kabuki jumping back with a Blazing Duet. High now looking for the damage. Swalo is able to flicker out. High's in the midst of it all. Pops in his Mon Force and to Purify. High's jumping back and forth onto Facehugger. Picking up a kill. And now onto High. High's once again on the road with Swalo. High will fall and it's a double to Highs.
Did you see those recalls, guys, from Highs? That was ultimate disrespect. They were in a 2v3 situation. They were able to win it out, and Vincent didn't even bother to go to the top side. He was just focusing that mid side, taking the buff away from Aura Fire, and also taking that tower in the mid side. So the job desk split coming in from Rebellion Zion is working out really well as they are leading with 3,000 gold here in the 7th minute of the game.
With that gold, Wijanarko has picked up an Athena's, so this burst potential coming from Aura Fire, it's a lot of damage, but against Wijanarko, it won't be as aggressive, as effective. And if you look at the fun fact here by Grab, Wijanarko's Ruby has 71% win rate from 7 games in MPL ID Season 10. So he is a very well-known Ruby player. He has shown that he has all the knowledge available. And now with the gold lead as well, it's just going to be so difficult because Rebellion Zion has so much mobility. You see that being the main issue. Heis and Vincent are effectively not at any threat at all unless they make a blunder.
Oh, there you go. Cars with the Purify able to get out. The killing pressure is gone, and in the mid lane, you see Kabuki get picked off by the likes of Vincent again. On this Fanny, he's absolutely lethal. Fluffy trying to look for an opening. Is that's going to be the real world ablation? And I'm offended. Locking face hugger down. Godiva will be able to knock Swaylo up, but that doesn't deal enough damage there. Swaylo duking it out. Fluffy missing, and Godiva's going to fall as well. Not just yet, though, as he's able to utilize the passive, but Cars now comes in with a sandwich. Now onto Godiva, knocking and Puro actually locking him down for quite a bit. I thought he was just going to be there to poke him down. But Rebellion Zion now with a 5.9k gold lead.
Whew, that's a lot of gold and that's a lot of damage. Fluffy tries to make the hero play, trying to solo Heis, but it is not possible. On top of the Purify, it's just way too much damage, and Fluffy is way too squishy to try and go in alone. Look at the damage coming from Vincent!
Vincent on the Fanny, one of the highlights for Rebellion Zion's MDL team, Rebellion Sinai, back in MDL Season 6, with Vincent, otherwise known as Walrus back in the day, having his Fanny 100% banned away from him. Now you know the reason.
So oppressive right now. It's disgusting up until this point. 7,000 gold lead for Rebellion Zion. I don't know, in game number 2, we saw the same kind of dominance, right, from Rebellion Zion in that early to that mid game until Aura Fire was able to get that power spike. But is the gold gap too far this time around, Arashi?
It will depend. If Rebellion Zion get a massive engage done on them by Aura Fire, there's a chance that the shutdowns will be able to allow Kabuki to carry once again. But Rebellion Zion has seen it once. They won't fall for the same issue again. They will have countermeasures on how to deal with Kabuki. And if you look at the items, at 9 minutes, Space Hacker has only just finished his Lightning Truncheon, so he is way far behind. And considering that this is going to be a siege situation soon, that lack of damage is going to be very punishing for Aura to try and deal with.
Vincent on the Fanny again. Just the waves up, jumps in onto Fluffy, dealing so much damage.
That hurts.
It's a fighter.
That's
the EXP laner.
That hurts.
That's the tanky member. Yeah, you're right.
I mean,
it's
Vincent
a
has the Hunter Strike, right? So there is that penetration, and so it makes sense with how much damage Vincent is dealing based on the items. I'm actually curious to see the development of the items here in the 10th minute, realizing that the Rebellion Zion is in lead at 7,000 in that economy. Not really sure what Aura Fire can do right now. Rebellion Zion looks like they are going to be able to set up much better for this Lord take, but here we go. Hi. He needs to be careful, man.
Oh, Zaman Force as well popped in. The way the Dragon locks Vincent down, but Heis is able to free hit, picking up 1 kill for Rebellion Zion. That's a jungler taken down. Rebellion will have a lot to say when it comes down to the first Lord here. 10 minutes in.
Wow, man. Hai is just so aggressively waiting for an opportunity there. He was far behind enemy lines without any real support, any opportunity. So I don't know what the idea was, maybe to try and get a pick-off unexpectedly, but it did not work out at all. And considering the Purifiers available, especially for Heis right here, that is just a way too bold of a maneuver. Heis also has a concentrated energy right now, so that's a lot of sustain on top of more damage for this Harith that's just tearing it up, because again, there's just no solution.
How are they going to deal with Vincent, man? And what's going on with Hai? Look at his KDA, 0-4-0. He hasn't been able to get a single objective. Okay, he got the turtle. But other than that, he hasn't made much of an impact in the game. And you would expect Hai being the Cho going against the Fanny in that jungle, toe-to-toe. Hai should be able to win it out against the Fanny. But up until this point, the way that they're playing, the way that they're moving around the map, they're just really punishing Hai for his over-aggressiveness, I would say.
That's definitely the case, as Wijanarko looks for something here. Very aggressive, just standing in the middle of the base, doesn't even matter. Anyone who gets close enough might just be undefended out.
What? Vincent!
What is going on?
Vincent, oh my goodness, the I'm offended as well, bringing Fluffy back into play. Vincent once again locked down by the way to drag, but Kabuki jumps in with the blazing duet, trying to deal as much damage as possible, but will be bursted down. He finds Sway low, that's 1 kill over, but Kabuki falls. It's a godlike picked up by Heis, as Fluffy's still able to defend for now, but Heis jumps in with the Zaman Force once again, onto Facehugger. One more hit is all he needs, but he's not going to be able to find it just yet. 2 base turrets down. Rebellion looking for the end. Fluffy once again trying to micromanage waves with the help of Facehugger. Only 1 mini wave is present for now. Heis waiting on the cooldowns again as Zaman Force as well as Vincent's able to take Fluffy down like it's nothing. The back line has been torn apart and you can see Rebellion Zion going at it, but now it's Aura with a massive defense. Everybody falling except for Heis with a double kill. Aura Fire have been able to defend for now. Heis, no Purify, decides to back off unless Heis...
Unless Heis what?
Unless Heis goes jump. Oh, he does. He goes in again. There's a Zaman Force and everything. He's 1v5 at this point, practically. The shielding, the damage, it's too much for Aura. And Swaylo comes in to pick Kabuki off. Kabuki jumps back to the BMI, but still gets sniped down by Sway Low. They're able to defend, but 3 base turrets have been taken down.
Wow, I would have thought that Rebellion Zion would be able to end it there and then, but Aura Fire, they were still able to defend with a beautiful knockup from Godiva in that last second as we take a look at the instant replay here, Rashi.
In the final fight, Godiva just comes out massive. I think he knocks up multiple members twice here, and that just enables the team to follow up, enables everyone else. It buys enough time for Kabuki to come back in. But when it comes to the end of the engagement, it's still an 8k gold lead. It's not nearly as much as before, but look at the items. Some of those kills has been translated to some power spikes on the side of Aura Fire. Everyone's still tanky, but in the main seat here, it's gonna be Kabuki with the Athenas try and jump into those big engagements, but it's gonna be easier said than done because for Rebellion, the damage doesn't come out in one fell swoop. It comes in essentially like waves of burst damage because of Harith and Fanny. These heroes don't require that ult to just try and do that damage.
Right now, it seems like Godiva is in a position to try and look for a flank. Remember, before they go for a team fight, Rebellion Zion always utilize Vincent to take down Godiva and trying to eliminate that CC potential. So we'll see what happens here as both of them are still on that Lord dance.
Good reset here for Rebellion Zion. That's the bravest fighter baited out already. Vincent in the mid lane now, forced to back off. Trying to clear out the waves that's constantly slow pushing back into Aura Fire's base. Lord Dance, once again, Rebellion Zion High is actually popping into Zaman Force. They might actually want to commit this time around with the waves crashing in all at the same time. Aura Fire are forced in this position where they can't really do much. But the airstrike coming down onto Cars, but he's way too tanky. Still, 1 HP. Kabuki comes back in with a blazing duet, but will not be able to find enough damage as that's the Lord played super well by Rebellion Zion.
Yeah, that was beautiful, right? Beautifully executed. None of them grouped in as one. They all had their own job description. And at the end of the day, with the ultimate coming in from Claude, it couldn't do much. And Heis is just styling at this point.
10-0 and 3, man. Might as well.
There's just no solution from the side of Aura Fire, but now Facehugger has a lot of damage. Divine Glaive has been completed, so now Rebellion Zion needs to be very careful. A well-timed wombo combo can take them out of the game, and look at Godiva making a play happen.
Oh, Fluffy finds the sun out the 3 into the back line. You see Swaylo get slain. Now, it's going to be Heis who jumps in back into the Zaman Force onto Facehugger, kiting back and forth onto Godiva. Way too tanky, even with the blazing duet. Heis forced to back away now onto Fluffy, who's 1 HP, who's able to flicker out 1 for 1. Godiva for Swaylo, as Heis going to be able to get taken low with the immortality still intact. Vincent comes in with the damage, not able to find Kabuki just yet, but with the Zaman Force opened up, the base will be taken down, and the Blue Bulls have just shut the Dragon's dreams down.
History repeats itself one more time, as up until this moment, Aura Fire has still yet to be able to win a match against Rebellion Zion. It doesn't matter. No Chide, Kabuki in the best main 5. Rebellion Zion still able to dominate the series.
Keep in mind, this is not the same Rebellion Zion. This is a Rebellion Zion with a lot of questions, with a lot of new talent, new faces, and yet here we are. They were able to have such a solid performance, such a solid draft. Man, Rebellion, they are here to stay. We said that the previous roster can have so much potential in this season, but they seem to be doing the exact same thing without the same 5.
That's crazy, man. Props to Coach Chico for another phenomenal draft. Honestly, the way I predict, I go for town prediction is I look at it through the draft. And again, I really like the composition for the side of Rebellion Zion. The only hero that I had, questions about, that I had my doubts about, was the Esmeralda. As long as he was able to pick up the Purify, I think it's all good, right? There's no real kill pressure. And that's the main reason Rebellion were able to I'll team fight Aura Fire. Usually when you see a Kadira, Lapu, Claude, you think it's done. But remember, everybody needs to be locked down for them to deal damage. Lapu gets a stun, then the Bravest Fighter. They all need to be pinned down. If you're all just dashing across the place with a Fanny and a Harith, your damage dealers are untargetable, they get the free hit.
That's the problem. That was the main problem for Aura Fire. I think that's why they lost. It was the draftsman. Sure, seeing Kadira being picked up by Aura Fire, there's like a nostalgic element to it that makes you so excited to see what Godiva can do. But obviously, a lot of teams were already ready to see that pop up. And the Kadira, with the aggression that it has, with the dominance it has in the early game, with the pickup potential that it has, one weakness is that CC, and they took full advantage of that. They picked up the Harith, they picked up the Fanny for Vincent, and both of these heroes were untouchable.
I think the execution as well, they have a Yeeve, right? And we thought that, okay, this Yeeve, having been nerfed, going up against a Farsa, against a Kadira, is going to be so vulnerable, going to be a source of kills and snowball for Aura Fire. But instead, we saw that Swalo was building slightly defensively, and it's a bit of a bait and switch. They all go for the Yeeve, but the real menace is that Harith as well as that Fanny. And as always, it's a great mix of physical and magical damage. So even if you're trying to itemize and deal with this, it's just so many things you have to try and take into consideration. So it's just clean execution from Rebellion.
It was so tough, but let's take to the host, Clara Mongstar, take the stage.
Match pembuka sebenarnya udah biasa sih, kita 3 season di awal ini pasti match pembuka terus, jadi ya gugup pasti, apalagi dengan roster baru, cuman ya percaya satu sama lain sih.
Percaya satu sama lain, itu kuncinya. Kunci adalah percaya adalah kunci. Oke, tapi ini banyak yang penasaran, akhirnya kalian kayak bisa mematahkan Kaditanya Godiva dan kalian lepas di game yang ketiga ini. Ide siapa ngelepasin Kaditanya Godiva?
Kalau masalah lepas Kadita sih karena kita nggak mau lihat Hanzo dia sih, lebih tepatnya. Jadi mending main Kadita daripada main Hanzo gitu.
Bentar, jadi lebih ngeri Hanzo-nya nih. Ada apa dengan Hanzo Kadita?
Hanzo Godiva lebih tepat.
Oh iya, Hanzo-nya Godiva ya.
Hanzo Godiva ini ngeri. Kayak ya bisa meliuk-liuk asik gitu.
Oh, meliuk-liuk asik. Kalau heromu sendiri yang paling ngeri apa sih sebenarnya, Solo?
Kalau saya sebenarnya Hanzo juga sih. Iya, mau duel Hanzo, cuman ya nggak kejadian aja, belum.
Belum ya? Jadi kita akan lihat gimana nantinya juga tentunya dari hero-hero, karena banyak banget sebenarnya. Dan kita juga ngelihat tadi ada Harith yang benar-benar bersih banget. Harith, ini mic-nya coba sebentar ya. Harithnya sendiri ini bisa lepas bebas, kalian bisa ngebabat game ini di game yang ketiga, bisa dibilang kalian benar-benar mendominasi. Apa sih kunci dari memenangkan match melawan Aura? Karena kalian selalu bisa memenangkan lawan Aura, mungkin ini udah kali keberapa ya?
Tes. Yang penting pede aja sih.
Yang penting pede aja?
Ya.
Itu kunci lawan Aura?
Ya.
Atau ada hal lain? Banyak ya, tapi gimana sekarang kalian bersama dengan player baru juga, kita punya Vincent. Gimana rasanya main di panggung MPL?
Kenapa?
Gimana rasanya main di panggung MPL?
Ya lumayan deg-degan sih.
Deg-degan?
Iya, pertama kali mungkin ya.
Iya, pertama kali. Dulu namamu Walrus, sekarang jadi Vincent. Kenapa ganti?
Coba suasana baru aja sih, Kak.
Coba suasana baru.
Siapa tahu lebih hoki kan? Siapa tahu lebih hoki.
Siapa nama adalah hoki. Jadi gitu ya.
Ya.
Dan tentu saja di sini juga nggak cuma satu. Ada Halo. Ini banyak banget kayaknya pendukungnya, mana tepuk tangannya dong. Boleh dong disapa-sapa mungkin di sini karena ini juga panggung pertamamu untuk MPL. Boleh disapa-sapa fansnya atau mungkin mau mengucapkan sesuatu. Kars, ini banyak yang penasaran sih sama kamu di sini. Gimana perjalananmu untuk masuk ke MPL? Dia bingung ya?
Pemalu gitu. Orangnya agak pemalu gitu sih.
Mungkin bisa di satu kata aja deh untuk fans Rebellion. Dia diajarin ya. Oke, kamu deh wakilin untuk Rebellion.
Untuk Rebel Squad ya? Untuk Rebel Squad terima kasih yang udah datang ke sini. Ya meskipun ya alhamdulillah menang juga. Jadi ya terima kasih bertempat-tempatnya. Next match-nya semoga semakin konsisten, semakin rame dan semoga yang main drum lebih konsisten ya.
Oke, inilah dia sekali lagi. Beri tepuk tangan untuk Rebellion Zion. Mari kita breakdown di game yang begitu panas. Silahkan Profesor KB.
Thank you so much, Bude Clara Mongsar, for that interview with the winning team. That was Rebellion Zion 2-1. And that interview really showed how cute the players were.
Yeah.
He was so shy.
Very wholesome, especially for Cars there.
So shy.
He's a little kid. He's basically like the Sanford for
Aw.
Indonesia, right? He's very young, still very, very young. And I think it's the... I can't believe he can't speak on stage, but he's able to have a performance like that, right?
Yeah.
So props to him, man. Whatever he's able to do, as long as he's able to play on stage with that level of confidence, even if you don't speak, we still love you.
In the end there, we heard like, hey drummers, get more consistency, man. I was like,
Yeah, man.
whoa. I mean,
Get more
they were loud already, bro. Like, we can barely hear each other.
Maybe it's loud,
if
but it's
they're
not
in.
consistently loud.
I see.
That's true.
Used
But
to be
what
a-
stayed consistent was the fact that Rebellion Zion from last season, they're just improving and improving, and that level of confidence is definitely evident now. I mean, Highs was just recalling in the game. He was
He
having
reached
so
new
much fun.
heights.
He was reaching new
Heights.
highs. But anyway, this is the item builds for that previous game, a 16-minute game where Rebellion Zion were able to win at 20-8 in that game.
Look at the items here for Highs. He didn't even get too greedy with it. He has the Oracle and the Immortal, right? Just amplifying the sustain coming in from the concentrated energy. He sold his boots at this point, so the mobility coming in from the Harriet in the late game is way more than enough. Vincent seems to be trying to build one more item, but he went full damage, knowing that, relatively speaking, he is not going to stay in the fight for so long. He's going to get in, get that burst damage in, and get out, right? We see that happening. Unlike other Fannies, he doesn't stick around and starts, just flying around doing damage. He comes in, bursts someone out, and gets out real quick, and leaves the dirty work for Highs. And this formula works out so well. Aura were just so confused on what to do. We saw them try to do several different things. Crowd control the Fanny, crowd control the Harriet, and yet in the end, they have all these solutions thought about. So they are just few steps ahead of Aura at every single point.
Just give it a highs, all right?
Before we take a look at the MVP, buddy, we have to look at the stats here. And of course, Highs is way on top there. And honestly, if you look at it overall, I think the stats, they just were too one-sided.
Yeah,
There's no way
I
about
thought it was like a closer game than this, right? I don't know, maybe it's because it was action-packed. I felt like it was a lot closer, but it was just a stomp here.
No one has like big damage, so it never seems like a clean pickoff, right? Because when Rebellion, when they're trying to go for those pickoffs, it's still a very slow and painful process, especially against the beefier members. So I think in the end, it's still very close, though. It became kind of intense when Godiva was able to land those multiple knockups, when Rebellion got very overzealous to end that game. So that is still something that we can see being a bit of an issue, but it can be fixed. And if they fix it, that's just a scary team, man. Late game, mid game, like everything is so far so good.
Honestly, just when you think Eterna broke her own curse, right? Then the other casters joined in. But it's all right because Arashi and Mirko were here to keep analyzing, and we got it right, Arashi. So, fist bump.
It was their curse.
Welcome to the Rebellion
the-
sandwich.
It was the Indo caster curse. Because
The caster
when I'm
curse in
alone,
general.
I'm right.
Oh.
And as soon as they joined in, I became wrong. So is it really my fault, guys? For those of you at home, think about it a little bit, right? Think about it. Also, think about what's happening here with Kabuki Aura still was able to lose that game against Rebellion Zion. So there were so many speculations why Aura kept losing to Rebellion Zion. And they always said maybe because Kabuki isn't playing, because Kite's playing. But even now, it doesn't seem like it's the case.
So you want to know why?
No.
The real reason as to why Tide tried to play, doesn't work. Kabuki
Not
tried,
really.
it's a gold diff, right? Highs, MVP, Arashi, presented to you by Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. You know what that means? He's awesome, 11-0 and 3. It's a gold diff in this game.
I can't even believe he has 0 deaths. Like, I get he has a Purify, right? He can be relatively safe on the pickup potential, but considering how aggressively Aura was trying and shut him down, it's just confusing to me that he had 0 deaths. I mean, the lack of crowd control, especially against a team, in general, okay, the lack of crowd control on a team as aggressive as Aura is already an issue because they cannot facilitate their aggressiveness. Now against a Fanny, against a against a Harith, it just is even more important. If you look at the heat map here, he begins in the gold lane, and then afterwards, once he feels like he has that jam going down, when he was at 0 and 4, 4 and 0, I mean, sorry, he was just moving around the map, moving with Rebellion, and this is the signature style we see. They don't really do a lot of hardcore split pushing. They do just enough to try and make sure that their opponents are bewildered. As we take a look at some of the highlights here in the early game, you saw that Aura were trying their best, but Highs, given the right tools right here, was just way too much, and Aura was not rationing the stun from the Farsa, the way of the dragon. They were the recalls from Highs must be so demoralizing, and Godiva tried his best, but see, he's going on to Sway Low, and that is not the hero that you need to be shutting down. Everyone diving towards Sway Low allows Highs and Vincent to get all the time in the world, but here is where they get very, very overzealous, and initially it just looked so sketchy, and the knockups coming from Godiva shows it again against mages with AoE. Rebellion maybe get too overzealous and stick around each other a bit too much, but afterwards they played it consistently, they waited for the right moment, and look at Highs, man, pure disrespect. Him and Wijanarko have no qualms at all, just standing in the base against 5 people and just sitting there and taking the mic check.
Ini depannya.
Boleh. Udah baru sikat.
Mati nih.
Udah nggak ada semua, Cok.
Tocol.
Nice.
Itu nggak ada flicker valenya.
Mati sama gua.
Mati.
Tocol.
Nice.
Load.
Ada yang lihat gua?
Lihat, gue lihat. Kalau mau masuk. Masuk yuk.
Turret.
Nice.
Atas sih mereka.
Bisa fokus N, bisa.
No one.
Bisa tower.
Nice, guys.
Bennett, go kick.
Santai.
Gua ulti.
Nice.
Aman. Kalian di ulti gua. Gas, perangin.
Perangin. Rata nih.
Oh, maju.
Tower mid.
Yo, aman.
Ayo.
Tuh, paling miss. Nih, gua ultiin kok. Maju ya kok. Patrick.
Tarik ya.
Golin Lord.
Kalian load, gua bisa zoning. Mati Patrick.
Dapat. Nice. Gua balik guys.
Wave lagi, boy.
Gua balik.
Coba.
Orangnya
dulu, boy. Orang dulu, rata nih.
Pelan.
Rata mereka, boy.
Dong, masa enggak?
Lalu bracing.
3 detik ulti gua, 3 detik.
Gua bisa dapat mid ya.
Boleh.
Dakik.
Klasis.
Dapat mid.
Kelas.
Bisa join kalau sempat.
Punya jauh.
Kelas. Pelan-pelan, Kadita baru hidup. Nice.
Klasis.
Nice.
Jangan mak.
Tasya tetes.
Gua tetes balik.
Udah flicker kick.
Lalu blessing.
Nice.
Turretnya.
Mati lah, weh.
Mati. Udah mati. Bisa minion. Biasanya masuk
Bisa ratain dulu.
Santai, pelan-pelan.
Boys,
Tower semuanya.
Nice.
I mean, the mic checks were quite contrasting
They're
in a
pretty calm,
sense.
Rebellion. Remember when they were like super loud last
both.
season?
Both were kind of calm, no?
True, but I think Aura just had, the higher tone. It's just maybe they had high because they had high.
They got hyper as well, though. I mean, when they were having that good team fight, Rata boy, it's a classic Aura line. Like we're wiping you out essentially. It's just so good, and I really dig the communication from Rebellion, man. It just seems so calm and collected. I think that's what you need to get great synergy.
They need that, right? Great synergy is important.
And
Oh,
Yeah, that's how you do it.
That's how you do it.
It sounds like ASMR when they do it, right? When the
Go in,
players,
go in. A
because
little bit,
the
yeah.
Rebellion players were just really chill, and I think that's kind of scary because I think last time we saw a team that chill in the comms, it was ONIC.
It was ONIC. And if you guys want to see how calm these players are on stage or even how hyped and passionate they are on stage, don't forget that you guys can still come to the venue here at Menara Kuningan and buy your tickets at blibli.com. So don't forget to keep an eye on that because we're excited to see you come as well.
Hey, don't worry, because right after this, I checked Blibli out a few days ago, and guess what? We're sold out. Almost.
Wow.
For RRQ BTR, which is our second match of the day, if I'm not mistaken here, all right? So, BTR, we've seen how much of, an improvement they've had through their resource or through their transfers, and I think for RRQ as well, we've seen some transfers. But I think before we get into that, we'll talk about that later. So we're just teasing you a bit right now.
He's getting a little excited, Mirko-tron here, but don't forget to stay tuned. Remember, that is going to be the match after the break. So me, Eterna, Mirko, as well as Arashi, will see you after the break.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Bas Kelas, Bas TV. Beli.
Wow. Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab baik ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Bas Kelas, Bas TV. Beli.
Wow. Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab baik ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli.
Gratis ongkir, beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti kuas, pasti beli.
Wow. Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab baik ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli.
Gratis ongkir, beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti kuas, pasti beli.
Wow. Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab baik ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli.
Gratis ongkir, beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti geek. Beli.
Wow. Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Wah, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli.
Gratis ongkir, beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti geek. Beli.
Wow. Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Wah, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli.
Gratis ongkir, beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti kuas, pasti geek. Beli.
Wow. Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli.
Gratis ongkir, beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti kuas, pasti geek. Beli.
Wow. Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, jangan.
Will Bigetron Alpha remain the guinea pigs of RRQ? However, a lot has changed since Lemon stated that back in the day. But of course, before we get into the next upcoming match today, accompanying you throughout this match, it's still Eterna, Mirko, as well as Arashi. Now, Mirko, I mean, Bigetron, so many changes. They changed the entire coaching staff. How are you feeling about this? Are you confident?
Feeling good, feeling confident as ever. You know it, Bigetron Alpha is ready. Now or never, it's time for Bigetron Alpha to choose and to prove to the world that they are contenders for the title, and maybe even later on, possibly contenders for the international title too. With their changes, like you mentioned, it's going to be crazy. The trio coaching staff that they got, they're literally picking from champions here, right? Paulo, all the way from the Philippines, from Bren. Then they got Aldo, the winning formula coach, the architect from ONIC. And then we also have Raise Boy with the win streak boy. He's the win streak boy. He's not Raise Boy.
Well, there's a good mix of coaches here from different regions as well. So, I mean, for both these teams, on the left, we have RRQ that has a more proven combination. They were able to get pretty far in the last international scene. So for Bigetron, it's going to be the first time we're going to see the results of this very bold maneuver that done by Bigetron. And considering who we are seeing on stage, like you mentioned, Mirko, very familiar faces and a good mix of aggression as well as a very intellectual approach to the game, which all love and just adore Mobile Legends.
Yeah, but remember, right? Bigetron Alpha +1 coach, because RRQ have actually lost Achil in the process of 10-11. Now, there's a lot of questions about that, right? Because Achil was the main drafter for RRQ, but now Phil as head coach, he's going to be, no, actually, Arcadia is head coach. So he's going to be the one on the stage later on helping RRQ draft. And I'm wondering if that's going to make an impact or not, as RRQ still miles ahead of Bigetron Alpha.
All right, okay, sure. History. Sure, we can always just talk about season 4 and 10, but we're talking about now, old man.
This is personal, Mirko. But as the stats show us, only a single time has Bigetron been able to actually upset the odds and won against RRQ. And there's been a variety of reasons for that. Part of which is the style that they all both play in. Bigetron likes to play very slow, very calculated, and RRQ likes playing a very aggressive, messy style. And sometimes it's just very difficult to recover, to try and find your bearings when everything is moving so fast. But, like you mentioned, there's new coaches in the scene right here, and they have shown that in the previous endeavors, they can absolutely deal with early game aggression and come out on top.
Yeah, they can certainly do that, right? I mean, we've seen these coaches, they have had crazy achievements, and I think right now, I'll talk a little bit about Raise Boy or Rashi. He's going to be talking about Fiel. For Raise Boy, I'm calling him the win streak coach, and his real name is actually Win Boy, not Raise Boy, because of his achievements here. Ever since he joined the coaching staff for Bellatron, the Bigetron era, the women's scene Bigetron lineup, they just never lost a single tournament, right? Went on a win streak. Then he tried going over to the MDL. Guess what? MDL Season 6, Bigetron Beta. PL President, Bigetron Alpha. Go High Championship, Bigetron Alpha.
Well, the stats definitely side towards Raise Boy in this particular department, but Coach Phil ain't a pushover either, man.
Definitely not.
Second place, MPL ID Season 8. Second place, MPL ID Season 10. Third place, M4 World Championships. Always seeming to be so close yet so far from the top, so I feel like more than anything, this is going to motivate him even more because he was very, very close. He had a very impressive performance along with RRQ the last time we've seen them, and with how they're able to adapt and do very unexpected plays.
So what you're saying is, first place in 1. I can see 4 1s already here on this screen, Arashi, right? Raise Boy, or Win Boy, sorry. First place on 8. Oh my God. I don't know if my math is right, but
I see
there
a
you
lot
go.
of ladies there, Mirko. You know, we're talking about a different league here, so, you know.
You know what it proves? It only proves that he's proven in different leagues.
Okay, all right. That's a fair point.
I mean, Razor Boy did coach MPL, like you mentioned. That is not the ladies' scene. Sure, it's on a lower benchmark than MPL.
Yeah.
Clearly,
Fair,
it is called the Development League
But he just
for a
got here.
reason. But he just got here, so a lot of things to prove. But we've highlighted so much about Razor Boy. Remember, Coach Aldo, the architect, the winning coach from ONIC Esports, the brain behind all those crazy drafts from ONIC, has also moved to Bigetron, and that is something that we need to pay attention to as well. But on your screen here, we are going to take a look at the team head-to-heads between RRQ and Bigetron Alpha.
If you look at the stats, right? The data speaks for itself. RRQ ahead at most things. Even in GPM, I guess Bigetron comes out on top because they play that late game style. But the Lord control rate, that is the main question here, right? RRQ always gets ahead, gets some kind of momentum going on. But Bigetron, they like being on the back foot, finding solutions later on. And I think that is what is reflected in the stats right here. But as Mirko would very proudly tell you, this team, especially right now, they're looking to be very dangerous in the early game as well. And we can say that about all the teams, but considering that Bigetron has the reputation of being a very late game, very slow team, I think it's quite a challenge, I must say myself.
I have a fun fact though.
Okay.
You mentioned that Bigetron better in the late game, but statistics show from last season that RRQ Hoshi always had the longest average game duration, which reflects that they always try and wait for Skylar to come online to get that late game, mid game power spike before they go in for those crazy team fights. But we're also going to take a look now at the most pick and ban heroes from RRQ Hoshi.
You look at the ban by opponent here, you see the 1-1, Valentina, a lot of ways to just stall out that game because they want to get that decisive win. And their most bans are the same things, like the fire misses and all these different heroes. They can just outplay and buy time because they need that clean execution if they want to actually have that kind of momentum. Whereas for Coach Aldo, technically right now, for Bigetron, they ban out that features a lot because back then it's just the approach they prefer taking. But afterwards, the picks right here is the Paquito, that's quite in the meta right now, Esmeralda as well, the Lilia and Claude. So far, it's okay, but one thing that stands out is the fact that there's just very few heroes with a lot of range, and maybe that is something that RRQ can try and take advantage of.
We also need to remember that these statistics surely are for ONIC, right? I mean, it can't be
that was
for
from
Bigetron. It's
Coach
Aldo.
It's Coach Aldo, but from those picks, we are looking at Bigetron Alpha's last season, as well as RRQ Hoshi's.
Okay.
Just RRQ this season. Well, technically, we were looking at RRQ Hoshi's season 10.
All right, okay. I thought it was like because they saw related to the coach, a different style, and that's also going to impact, right? Now, Coach Aldo needs to work with a different set of players who definitely have a different set of heroes, but the keys to victory for RRQ Hoshi.
Off the bat, Keys Atlas being the key is something that has always been said again and again. And look at this play right here. No HP. This is the kind of engage you can expect coming in from the key to victory himself, literally. But aside from that, RRQ, if they want to try and find success, they also need to try and optimize the fact that they have two players right now that are so flexible and can be so unpredictable in this form of Lemon. But of course, it all begins again with how well they can shut down Key. Because if they get like counter-engaged again and again, that might be a bit too difficult for them to deal with. On the other side though, they do have Albert, which is such a menace in that jungle position, especially if he is on those assassins. Usually the current meta, fighters have been coming into the meta more often, they're safer, they're more reliable, but this man shines the most when he is on the assassins. And I think the highlights you can see on screen right here really speaks for itself. I think we've been multiple times where Mirko just yelled on the top of his lungs because Albert just does the inhuman.
Yeah, I mean, just look at this play, right? I remember this play very well because I almost lost my voice completely on the day. I believe we get to see it all the way till the end here. And just look at the micro decisions that Albert's making constantly, rotating and going back to Udil. Positioning as well. It's so hard to play the Hayabusa up against a lockdown hero, but still, he maximizes every little thing that he can find in this team fight, even just securing another kill. Even though, in the end, he was taken down by the Feather Airstrike, you can see again how he was able to utilize that mechanic, the sweet, crisp mechanics that he has.
Definitely, definitely. But now we are going to take a look at the keys to victory here for Bigetron Alpha by the Samsung Galaxy A series.
Right, secure Max's Paquito. We have there's this play in the back of our heads right here, where he was just able to just 1v4, and here we see it. Max on the Paquito, and look at that damage. You underestimate him, he pops off, and this is the last thing RRQ would want if they're trying to take down Bigetron. Max has been very good, very solid these days. A lot of improvement since when we first saw him burst into the scene. Now with very great mechanics, good decision making, and also solid retributions in the neutral objective game. He is definitely here to stay and make a big statement.
All right, and I'm wondering if this is going to be relevant, right? I mean, we haven't seen the Paquito being meta for quite a while, right, in the competitive scene. But with the buff to the Paquito, do you guys think that the Paquito is enough to be able to be placed in that jungle position once again?
I mean, honestly, I had a discussion in the MDL with another fellow caster, Lim Kocho, about this little issue, right? Because in the MDL as well, we were just seeing Paquito picks in the XP lane instead of the jungle. Meanwhile, in our discussion, in our conversation, it was the buffs really help the Paquito with the burst and the sustain in the jungle. Sure, it does help with the laning as well. Obviously, damage goes hand in hand with laning when shielding as well. But in the jungle, you just get so much more room to get into that snowball position because you're constantly roaming across the map and you're not just staying in one lane. Plus, again, you get the help of your roamer and your mid laner. As long as you have that core mid lane duo that's going to, or that has the mid lane pressure, you're going to be able to do a lot of things and look to snowball way more across the map.
I think the Paquito is in a unique spot where he's a fighter technically, but he is very aggressive as well. So it's almost like a good mix of assassin and fighter, because if he is snowballing, you saw the damage Max was able to deal. If he can do that again, the Paquito is just a very hybrid option. You can go in between, right? Not assassins, not pure fighter as well. And especially for both these teams, being able to have a jungler like that, I think is very useful, very dangerous for their opponents. And so I think if there's any game we can see it on, it might be this game.
Now I'm almost a little bit curious about that, right? I mean, right now, Bigetron Alpha have actually inputted a lot of new players. So are we going to see Max in the jungle, or are we going to see just Gar? We're going to have to wait and see. These are the two best players from MDL, MPL as well. But of course, the best phone is going to be none other than the Samsung Galaxy A series. Because don't you want to win and flex on social media? I mean, that camera is superb.
Oh my god, man, just let me tell you about it, right? Equipped with the fastest processor technology, 4 nanometer. Say goodbye to the old days of 6nm, 8nm. No, it's 4 nanometer Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 for the Galaxy S23 with RAMs up to 12 gigabytes, memory up to 1 terabyte. The screen as well, it's dynamic AMOLED, not just AMOLED, dynamic 2x with a 120 hertz refresh rate, makes gaming all day get smoother and smoother. You know the FPS? Yeah. Say goodbye to all sorts of lag because of that. And guess what? Usually, good performance, bad battery. With the 6000 mAh or 5000 here, you guys can actually game all day long. And with the fast charging too, 30 minutes is all it takes.
30 minutes is all it takes, and that's enough time to actually order some food on Grab. So don't forget to miss out. No, I mean, don't miss out on the promo. No, don't forget to miss out on the promo.
Don't miss out on orders without the promo.
Exactly. You could have scanned the QR code. It's no longer there. I also don't see it. But you guys can kind of reverse back on your screen, tap that, find the QR code, because you guys don't want to miss out on the promos. And for those of you at home who are in Jakarta, perhaps you guys want to make it to the venue, you also can do that with a 90% discount on transportation by Grab.
I didn't know this.
You could have
I
used
could have
it.
saved so much more money here on the way, in my commute, very close by. Grab bike.
You're saying 19?
90.
90.
90%, right?
90%, almost, not even the win rate for RQ. I think it's a little bit more than
50%.
90% against Bigetron Alpha here, Mirko.
Oh, that's a solid blow. But it's fine, right? You're taking into account Season 4 to 10. Okay. Let's talk about Season 11. Let's talk about the present. Okay?
Okay.
Because Bigetron Alpha are about to be giving away some presents in the form of W's to their fans.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, why?
Why? Because, again, I mean, the way that this team is formulated, the way that they found their identity, even though they didn't really have a coaching presence back in Season 10, I think we've all seen the videos on Bigetron Alpha, especially on Max in his interview, right? He was very vocal about not having that coaching presence ready in Season 10, and the team just had so much of a hassle getting to that point where they finally are able to draft properly and interact and synergize with each other properly. But when they did, you could see that it was a different Bigetron Alpha completely. Now, I think from Coed as well, the CEO, he understood what was wrong with the team. Getting a solid coach with these 3 new members in the team, I really feel like they will add into the fact that the identity has already been built and keep on building with the foundation that's already there.
And on that note, I mean, I was going to ask you, Arashi, if you have any words to defend RRQ Hoshi, but before that, we're going to take a look at their official team lineup. And it seems like without R7, Lemon is going to be the one to take that EXP lane. Now the question is he also going to fill that shot caller role as well as that captain role? Because that is huge shoes to fill.
Well, in looking at the official team lineup, and they got a counter. Moreno, Marky, Max Key, and they got a new XP laner, right? If RRQ wants to bring a new XP laner into the fray, we have an MDL champion in Fear No Cure.
Now you have an MDL champion going up against a legend in the lane. The mental pressure must be immense right here. And honestly, this is a bold move from RRQ. Yes, Lemon is flexible. He is the alien. Not just any alien, the one alien that has been just so insane, so inhuman in the MPL so far.
The OG.
But now he's in a different role. I do think that he has the flexibility and the experience, the knowledge to pull it off. But considering that this is the first time we've seen it, I do have my own concerns, but I think there's no way Coach Phil, Coach Arcadia are gonna let that happen without proper preparations.
Yeah.
If you guys can hear the atmosphere here.
I can't hear Arashi.
At Manara Kuningan again, I'm so sorry Arashi, but the drums, the crowd is going crazy. Usually we see this passion just from one side. Usually it's RRQ, EVOS, but we're seeing it here today with a brand new hope for Bigetron Alpha.
I mean, there you go. You see it on screen, the support from Bigetron Alpha. With all the adjustments that they have made this season, they surely are an option for that winning title.
Welcome the new and revamped Bigetron Alpha to the stage.
Ooh, this is that team that has so much going on for them, and with the audience in their backs, with one of the English casters at their backs as well. we can expect something spectacular, especially up against a sensational opponent that's almost equally, if not more exciting in RRQ Hoshi.
Yeah, to be honest, I am so excited to see what Bigetron Alpha has to show for us this season, right? Like, not even just the players coming in, but also the coaching staff as well. As once again, on the opposing side though, it's the top two finalists of Indonesia.
Welcome the Kings of Kings, Rex, Regum, Kaon.
This squad, there's so much potential here, and with Lemon back in the picture, you have no idea what to expect. Yes, you think that all these off-meta XP laners might make an appearance, but when it's Lemon, right? When Lemon is in the picture, you just don't know. It could be a mage, it could be something else we are not expecting at all.
But remember, when we talk about Lemon, right? One, we never see him smile. And he's smiling today. Yeah. And two, it's always a coin flip with Lemon. Sometimes it's great for their team. He's also a very great initiator, but sometimes he is the losing factor if RRQ Hoshi go down this time around. But on the other side here, we also have the coaches, really the center attention topic for both of these teams.
Oh, once again, right, these four coaches and analysts that you see up on the stage, you're gonna have to say a whole lot in this matchup. Aldo, notorious for his very, I don't know what to call it here, impenetrable drafts usually is what we see from this man back when he was at ONIC.
He's incredible, and he just knows all the weak points and covers it completely. So now, I do feel like there's a bit of a disconnect here, because RRQ, usually the draft is good, it's solid, but it's not anything too crazy. But their execution is where they really shine. Whereas for Bigetron right now, they have always been a crafty team, a very unique team, and now with Coach Aldo, I can't help but feel like the drafting phase will be so difficult for RRQ to maneuver around. And once that happens, I am concerned about the execution once they're in the Land of Dawn as well.
I mean, we've talked about Aldo, we've talked about Raiseboy, but we haven't really mentioned Paolo Expert here. I mean, he came all the way from the Philippines, And surely he also has a list of achievements behind him.
Obviously, right? I mean, Coach Paulo here has done quite a bit with Coach Ducky at Ren Esports back in the Philippines. We saw how much work they were able to put in with a new revamped roster, still sticking with a few veterans, but mostly getting in these newcomers, these rookies, to perform at such a high level. It was Kyle TZ, it was also Super Marco that got so much presence in back at MPL PH Season 10. So many moments where they shine and got clipped and got highlighted, and it was all because of Coach Ducky and Coach Paulo's leadership.
They've been participating in multiple M series as well, so that is definitely a huge achievement under his belt, and he's going to be bringing that knowledge, that that nuance and perspective into the roster right here, and that is what's so scary. But what is scary is also how loud the fans are getting. I can barely hear myself.
I can't hear Miracle, I can barely hear Arashi, and I can barely hear myself. It really truly is, again, a really great, what do you call it?
Atmosphere,
Atmosphere.
right?
That's the word. Thank you,
It's just
Miracle.
always crazy. It's right behind
and that's the crazy thing, because we expect that from RRQ, but we're sitting on Bigetron Alpha side, and they're going wild. I'm just surprised we don't see Bix in the background.
I think Bix is a bit too big to fit. Oh my god, no, I thought it was Bix right there, but it's just a red drum. I actually really thought it was Bix, but hey, you know, looking at the way that Bigetron Alpha have been playing, have been performing in tournaments, the massive fan base that they've been able to accumulate here for Season 11 explains a whole lot, right? The performance speaks for itself, and especially with their new focus on getting the coaching staff down to push the players even further. These players were mostly still rookies. Remember Moreno, Virno Cure, Jasgar, even Max is somewhat of a newcomer himself.
Ooh, and on the other side though, we did see Rainbow earlier on the side of RRQ, and it has to be, I don't know, awkward, confusing, right?
I don't know. What would you feel if you met your ex, right? That's basically what Rainbow's feeling.
It's gotta be a very complicated feeling, man. It is as a team that you've spent so much time with, you've struggled together with, and now you're on the opposite side. It's almost bittersweet that, okay, your team is doing great, but you're no longer with them. So maybe that's exactly why Rendo hasn't made an appearance, although that might just change in game number 2, game number 3. I think Coach Phil and Coach Arcadia, they're not beyond switching out players to try and get that slight bit of an advantage of unpredictability in a matchup like this.
Oh, but we do have an audience comment here by, I have no idea how to pronounce that name, but Rainbow against his former teammates, easy peasy. But unfortunately, Rainbow isn't playing today, but I get the point, right? I think one of the edges that, of course, Rainbow has in this season is that because he was missing for 2 seasons straight, which is basically a year, that's an element surprise that RRQ has other than Lemon. We do have another comment here by Fares Samdin that RRQ 2-0 100%.
We also saw that Albert's gonna carry, and we saw, I forgot the other one, but you can see that there's a lot of confidence behind RRQ right now.
Easy though, right? Albert, I think we gotta talk about him a little bit as well. Since the shift in meta, do you think that Albert is still performing at the same level that he did, I reckon, 2 seasons ago?
Well, honestly, for me personally, I really don't feel like he's performing to the level that he did back in the Assassin meta, because that's just his place. That's his identity as a player as well. Those aggressive assassins, those aggressive, assassins that are highly mechanical as well. Here in the utility jungle role, or the meta with the utility junglers, he has dipped a bit, but still the level of consistency this man has brought to the jungling role in MPL Indonesia has been phenomenal, and everybody looks up to this man as the golden standard of jungle in Indonesia.
Before Kyrie. But we'll see what happens here in this upcoming game. Match number 2 between RRQ Hoshi and Bigetron Alpha. As you can see here, RRQ on the blue side, Bigetron on the red. And from RRQ, they've already have the bans in place. The Valentina, the Kaja, going to be the choice of ban. Bigetron respond with a 1-1 and a Joy.
We've seen a lot of very similar bans today. Whenever the Joy and 1-1 is banned out, it seems like those are just teams who want to try and use macro to their advantage, trying to shut down the possibility of one single player just popping off and carrying the whole game themselves. For RRQ though, it's going to be a Valentina, Yves, and Kaja to pick off potential, and of course mid control being taken away from the side of Bigetron. They have to try and find a different way to try and curb RRQ's playmaking.
Just a fun fact for every single one of you watching at home, Arlet, the new hero, won't be available for 2 weeks. There's a 2-week grace period whenever a new hero comes out, but I think this is a very good read from the side of Bigetron Alpha. They've noticed the Valentina ban, noticing the Valentina ban, obviously they need to go for the Faramis ban, but with the Faramis ban here, Glue just got opened up and the counter has been banned out, the Faramis.
Oof. Glue, I mean, we've seen it weird enough like Cloud earlier. It will be picked up right here. And if it goes in the XP lane, it's gonna be in the hands of Lemon. So you can look forward to that. This man has no doubts at all. He's always very decisive in how he plays out a lane. So on a hero like Glue that requires all in, I think we can expect a lot of aggression that Veer needs to try and deal with later on in the Land of Dawn.
Rebellion Zion have proved to us that this Glue pick is no longer a fixed pick, but it can be flexed into that mid lane. So that can be an option. I'm wondering if RRQ Hoshi have that in store for them as well. But Bigetron Alpha respond with a very quick and decisive Edith as well as Kadita pickup.
Wow, that is very early in the drafting phase right here. Usually we see the Kadita hidden a bit more, but I guess Bigetron have no issues showing, flashing a bit to RRQ that they want to go aggressive as well. We talked about how Bigetron, they excel in the maneuvers, right? How fast they rotate and when they can identify opportunities to try and get pickoffs. So with an Edith and a Kadena, that's a lot of solid lockdown that can even be comboed together if they so chose to do so. For RRQ, I think it's time they actually also go for some utility of their own. With both teams trying to like aggress on each other, I think crowd control becomes that much more valuable. I always say that.
Well, we'll see here, right? With the drafts coming in, Edith and Kadita, they need a little bit of sustainability, but they go instead for something like a Farsa. Fredrin, I really like, but the Farsa here, up against a lot of dive and lockdown, a lot of CC as well. I think at this point, Bigetron Alpha can pretty confidently pick up something like a Hayabusa in the jungle for Max, you know? Even though the Hayabusa has been banned out, it's a very good answer towards the Farsa, but they instead go for a utility jungler that can farm a bit faster and will have a little bit more pressure as well compared to the Fredrin. The Martis pick up here to cancel out those CC.
I think we call it a utility jungler, but it is a Martis that's so aggressive and so dominant in the early game unless you have the right kind of counters. Take a look at a bit of the signature hero picks for both the junglers here. Albert on the Lancelot, and Max on that Karina. And honestly, Max has always been more flexible looking, but Albert has shown last season that he has no issues just transitioning into more of a utility role. But we have already mentioned that that is not his style, that is not where he belongs. So if RRQ wants to try and go for that, that is something that they have to weigh out very, very carefully as Bigetron ban out that Diggy, so hinting perhaps at Key on that Atlas.
Need some stitches?
That is a possibility. I guess so you think that Kadita is going to be the mid laner in this sense?
It should be in the mid lane, right? I think they might even just go for a double roam strategy that we've seen rise up in popularity again. We've seen the double roamer strat many times before. Usually it was back in MPL ID Season 8, Season 9, if you guys remember. Then it kind of disappeared in Season 10. Now we're seeing that happen again, right? And it's still definitely a possibility, but the Edith can always just go to the XP lane in the lane matchup against Glue. I think up against the Benedetto, we mentioned that the Edith is going to have a hard time, but up against the Glue, when you can lock the Glue down and the Glue can't really use that slam, it's a very good counter pick.
Oh, an Atlas ban.
Respect.
You mentioned it.
They're respecting that engage potential from Key. But of course, in the current meta, other options are available. And if Key want to try and do a throwback to the older days, there's plenty of, not in maybe full teamfight engage heroes available, but if he wants to go for pickoffs on top of a Kadita, that could still be a very dangerous combo. If he wants to go for a Java Drift, that is still something they can explore as well. But off the bat, you can tell already, Bigetron a lot more confusing in their draft, whereas RRQ is a lot more straightforward, and that might just be what they need as Bigetron secure that Lolita for a counter engage with a Luminous Blast.
Okay, they have a huge CC source now. which is basically one of the same functions that an Atlas can do as well, right? With a great Demon on Blast, like you mentioned, it can counter-engage, and it can also eliminate some choices for RRQ as they have yet to pick up a gold laner. Now, they can pick up something like the Claude, because clearly the shielding coming in from the Lolita will render that ultimate useless.
I think at this point, right, with the Lolita pickup, what they're basically saying is, RRQ, you're free to pick up a Beatrix, a Brody, even if you want to. We already have an answer to it with the Guardian's Bulwark. And the answer towards that Guardian's Bulwark is a Grok to go for the CC first and the Claude to dive into the back line that's still not really ready for Bigetron Alpha, right? They haven't picked up a gold laner unless we see the Edith go into the gold lane, perhaps. I still think that's they're lacking a lot of physical damage present, so a marksman is in desperate.
Whoa!
What? Hanabi pick in the MPL, sure.
Aldo.
Okay, I met up with Aldo. I spoke to him before the game. He said get ready for surprises, but what in the world is this? You have a lot of lockdown, but the Hanabi, I've been very vocal in saying that this hero is pretty damn useless. Maybe after the buffs, right? I haven't tried the new Hanabi, but what the heck? Arashi, Hanabi.
On paper, immobile, maybe a lot of damage in the late game, but that is so situational. And for RRQ, in the signature aggressive style, they have a Grok, they have a Farsa. They have so many ways to just shut down this Hanabi pick. So unless something very special happens during the macro, where Bigetron can outmaneuver and somehow allow that Hanabi to just scale, I don't understand how this is going to work out.
We'll see. I mean, Hanabi did get buffed because if given a shield, her skill 1 also gives her CC immunity. So maybe that's what they're going for with picking up the Hanabi. But the Hanabi works better with a hero that can give her that shield or someone that can give the Aegis. We don't see that happening. As of course, ladies and gentlemen, we're going straight into the portal of game number 1 between RRQ Hoshi and Bigetron Alpha. And once again, looking back, how is this gonna work? Hanabi is such an immobile hero. She needs something like the Matilda to aid her in that mid lane.
Well, Marky's acting like a very good bully against the Claude right now. You can already see the bullying happen very early on. Marky has brought the Flicker as well, and he's dealing out this much damage onto the Claude, forcing a recall and a BMI reset for the Claude. As you can see, just Skylar needing to get more resources. He just uses the BMI, comes back to it.
And the thing is about the Hanabi, something also changed with her, right? You know how her shurikens can actually like bounce off each other? It now bounces onto the turret as well. So she's also going to be able to get a lot of that gold shield turret when she goes in for the attack, basic attacks on the minions.
Oh my god, Skylar, he's not winning in this trade at all. BTR Aldo, with its magic on Season 9 and Season 10, makes ONIC has the best or widest hero pool, and we're kind of seeing that style already for BTR, Eterna.
We're seeing it live right now. And in the bottom side, that bouncing off the tower you're talking about, Eterna, has shown to be so annoying for Sky to deal with. And maybe he just didn't respect the potential in the early game, but Lemon here, going against Veer, not doing that bad. But of course, Bigetron is known to try and abuse this.
Whoa, that's a very aggressive play by Veer, forcing the Flicker out already. That's going to be the cannon minion cleared out, still getting that XP, but Bigetron Alpha in that top side already losing out. Meanwhile, the winning lane for Bigetron Alpha in the bottom lane, still Marky just shoving constantly again. And with the Equinox, it's actually going to be really good for the Hanabi. No CC effects onto him. Meanwhile, the turtle side, and now Blast will be charged in by Key with the Flicker as well, on towards Albert there, who's going to be stunned up. That's the Petrified. That's all of the abilities popped in, but Clay finds a kill onto Marky in the bottom lane. Albert finds the Appraiser's Wrath, and it's a double kill over to the baby alien. Key and Fear No Cure able to find one back on the board. Lemon gonna go in onto Key right now, who's gonna be forced back up. Fear No Cure with the onward, and the Earth Shatter not able to kill Lemon just yet as Clay has rotated back in towards that top side. Albert picks up the first turtle, and it's a disaster for Bigetron Alpha.
Mess with the Kings and you get put down. RRQ assert their dominance in that early game. And also getting the first blood all the way across the map. What a performance there. And I think the fact that they were unable to secure the kill on Albert fast enough allowed that turnaround to happen. And Bigetron got way too aggressive and they clumped in together way too much. As we take a look at the instant replay by the Samsung Galaxy A series. And look at that. 3 members all caught in by Lemon and Albert, and that Appraiser's Wrath is devastating, taking out 2 members, and Vin almost gets out. So as we talked about this earlier, the setup seems to be for Bigetron, but the execution, how they're able to just beat the odds, is very much in favor of RRQ.
Yeah, right now RRQ leading with a 1,800 gold lead. And the one thing that I want to mention about the gold lane is the situation is going to change as long as Skylar hits that level 4, he gets that Blazing Duet, and then he'll be able to charge onto Marky. And we'll see that being reflected very heavily as RRQ Hoshi, they are looking for a pickup here in the bottom lane.
That's the Higanbana and also the Numenal Blast popped in. Vin going to be able to escape. 2 massive resources burnt out for Bigetron Alpha, and it's still RRQ holding the 2,000 gold lead, which is continually going to build. Remember, the Farsa with the pressure is always going to be able to rotate with the Wings by Wings faster than the mid lane. Feather Airstrike popped in. Marky able to get out of that one. Key as well, dashing out from the last Feather Airstrike as Max rotates down below. But Veer no Cure finds an onward and an Earth Shatter only onto Albert. That's the frontliner, very, very low. But Veer as well with the Appraiser's Wrath is going to fall with the help of Clay. RRQ picks another up down below.
Wow, these onwards are so aggressive, and early on the top side, we saw that it actually puts Lemon in a good spot to actually punish the aggression, and now we're seeing it again. With so many front lines, there's only so many heroes that onward can target effectively, and beneficially for the side of Bigetron. Take a look at the emblems so far, there's no real big difference that's just crazy. But the amount of averages on the side of RRQ means that they are going to try and get to those power spikes way earlier. And I think we're seeing the impact of that right now as they go for the turtle.
Yeah, everything's going to clash in that mid game, right? When all those heroes are going to be able to get that mid lane power spike, especially waiting on Claude, Skylar to come online. And even before that, we already see the dominance that RRQ Hoshi is showing and putting onto Bigetron Alpha. So what's going on? Why is this happening? Did Bigetron Alpha draft themselves with a losing early to mid game, or is the execution from RRQ just way too strong?
Okay. The Numenal Blast comes in onto Skylar there, but the Wild Charge is able to cancel out a bit of the damage. Rough Waves and the Petrify onto Skylar, but he's still able to survive with 1 HP! Skylar again with the magical plays! Max gonna be caught here, taunted up, and the Appraiser's Wrath practically seals the deal for Clay to pick up a killing spree.
Wow, I feel like that's just it, right? Bigetron Alpha are not having the right proposition to try and match RRQ in the early game. Glue, Grok, Fredrin, and Farsa. These are all heroes with a lot of AoE, with a lot of scrapping potential, and RRQ are just pulling Bigetron Alpha into their tempo. If Bigetron Alpha wants to try and have a good chance, I guess they can try and use Max to try and secure these neutral objectives, but they have to try and let all these other members scale and get power spikes. Otherwise, later on, there won't be a significant threat in the back line of RRQ.
Lemon going a little bit aggressive here. Numenal Blast going to be charged in. That's going to be the rotation from Moreno as well, but the split can be channeled in time, and Lemon gets out.
I mean, look at, did you see that emote? Like, even under the ultimate coming in, he was confident enough to say, you know what, you can Numenal Blast me all you want. I'm still going to get out, and I'm still going to be able to push for my team. Meanwhile, you guys are distracted. Look at Skylar just munching in that top side, being able to get a turret and half the HP of the second tier turret. So RRQ Hoshi, they really are so active on the map, really playing the map to the utmost potential that they could.
Wow, if you want to support the teams like the Hermit in the car right now, you can just grab, but look at that play. Alberto is way too tanky.
Man, once again, all alone, Alba can be shredded down. That's a Desolate for BTR, picking up 1 kill on the board. They're finally here taking a kill. Lemon jumps into the slam pass, gonna be knocked up by the onward. Vin gonna be able to find the Wild Charge right now. Ski's gonna be able to channel them now. Blast onto 2, and that's the AoE damage. Skylar finds a trade back. That's gonna be a neutral objective for the side of Bigetron Alpha. Max finally taking 1 back for himself, but Skylar now with a very aggressive move is gonna be able to pop that Purify to step out with a BMI. And Lemon still staying, gets knocked up with the Earth Shatter and gets taken down by the water from Moreno.
You can say that RRQ Hoshi, they're starting to get a little bit hasty in the team fights, right? Because they know in the late game, this Hanabi is going to have a huge advantage over their composition. And right now, almost 8 minutes in, you can already start to feel the damage that she has, realizing that she already has that corrosion side as well as a DHS.
she'll be able to do a lot of percentage HP damage with every basic attack onto RRQ, and that's a big deal if you have 3 very beefy members on your side. But that aside, you can see that for both mid laners, it's been pretty chill, and they don't have the lightning punching just yet. So we haven't even seen the full brunt of the potential burst that both these members can have. Once that's available, you're gonna see a lot more aggression, but look at that.
Man, the feather airstrike almost taking Marky down. Literally, just 2 shots was all it took. And RRQ will have a little bit more pressure to say a lot of things with enemy jungle. Invading already, Vin opening up the map. Max, somehow, even though he was slain 2 times early on, is able to catch back up to level 11. Fear no cure is a bit behind though. Even Skylar onward, gonna be able to catch Skylar, but the BMI grants him his safety. He's able to blink out.
To be honest, because of the low mobility that the Hanabi has, I mean, looking at that damage from the feather airstrike, and that was pre-lightning truncheon, right? So imagine now how much damage she has, and she doesn't even have the Holy Crystal or even any penetration items built yet. Marky needs to build that Athena shield like ASAP, and that might give him a little bit of more durability, but Max, he has to be careful here.
Uh-oh, that's the wild charge. Max gonna be able to fall there. No, Weirdo Cure actually flickers out just in time with Earth Shatter, cancels Lemon Slam, pass. In the back line, Moreno trying to find something, but will be stunned up just a bit. Max putting some pressure down again for the rest of the team to back off, and Bigetron Alpha offended, but it's still RRQ with the more valuable resources still up. Clay, his mana's looking low though. He might have to recall here.
RRQ with a 2.5k gold lead, but Bigetron Alpha is matching them in these fights, in this aggression. If RRQ can't get a decisive kickoff, it's going to be very difficult for them to deal with the increasingly high DPS coming in from Bigetron, and on top of the big combo coming in from Key on the Numenor Blast, but he might just be in trouble right here.
Wild charge, everything, and the kitchen sink thrown at Key. And he's gonna fall here in the mid lane. Bottom side, River Bush. Bottom side, we do see a shove from the side of Marky, but now Fear no cure, he's all alone. He's trying to look for an opening. Pops the ultimate, dealing a little bit of damage to Lemon, but he has the split. Meanwhile, Max, again, that's gonna be Skylar jumping it out to Marky. It's a solo kill for Skylar against the Hanabi. Max gonna be brought back to the team by Lemon on that split. Max still in the midst of it all. Moreno gonna be zoned away, so the airstrike comes down as well. Max with a decimate. Max not able to survive. That's Albert who seals the deal, and it's a 2-4-0.
2-4-0 and a free lord for RRQ Hoshi as they continue that mid-game dominance here. Going for the next objective in that bottom side, in the mid side as well, taking everything from Bigetron Alpha, and things are looking bleak. The problem is, right, Marky, they're relying so much on Marky, but he cannot withstand the damage from the Blazing Duet that, of course, Skylar can give. Marky just secured that item, but at this point, he needs so many more items. He needs that Wind of Nature, obviously, to survive a little bit longer in those team fights, and an Athena shield as well, because he's losing out on the range from the pressure that Clay has with the Feather Airstrike.
That's absolutely correct. For him right now, he wants to try and do damage because he is the only one of the only members that can actually deal with the 10k members. We're on the Edith can try and do that as well, but mainly it's gonna be on the shoulders of Marky. But now he is pressured to try and build damage to be relevant as a DPS source, also defensive items though. So it's a tough situation to be in, and RRQ is completely exploiting it. Now with the Lord, they're trying to make sure that they push all the ways together and get as many structures as possible. With their composition right here, the more turrets they have, the more chances they're gonna get to punish Bigetron Alpha and catch them completely off guard, and they're gonna try and make a play for the base target.
Nobody can catch Skylar, man. Moreno tries his best, but Skylar has the Purify. Now it's going to be Max who does the dive onto the back line. Oh, it's Key with the Numenor Blast onto 2 members. The AoE is massive with the knock-up as well. Marky deals a whole lot of the back as Albert's forced to run away. Clay still with the Purify, holding onto it. Will just pop the wings by wings. And just like that, Bigetron Alpha have found a way back in the game, but they're still 5,000 gold down.
I mean, they are going to be able to buy more time for their team, right? That was a beautiful wombo combo and execution and really good chemistry between the members from Bigetron Alpha. The Numenor Blast hit, the knockup came in from Moreno with the ultimate as well. The damage came through, and that's exactly how Bigetron Alpha need to play these team fights.
We're seeing a bit of a pattern here. If Moreno is able to actually land a very massive Breath of the Ocean, that seems to be what Bigetron Alpha needs to try and turn the tides around. The crowd control on top of that damage is what Bigetron Alpha needs. But RRQ are notorious for adapting and not falling for the same trick twice. So now you can bet that they're going to be looking for Key as much as possible. The last thing they would want to do is try and fall to that same trap, the Numenon Blast, into the follow-up coming in from the Kadita. So I think the pressure is now in the shoulders of Vin. On the Grok, he's been able to use that crowd control immunity to such high value. But now in the late game, it's not only about the crowd control. The damage is very real, so Vin needs to be more careful with his positioning as well.
I'm wondering, the later this game goes, technically, Bigetron Alpha, they have 3 sources of damage, right? Virno, Cure, Edith is gonna deal percent HP damage. So if Arky Hoshi go for a lot of HP in their composition, automatically Edith is gonna deal a lot of damage as well, a lot of magic damage.
Yep, and for RRQ, so the only advantage they have right now is that range on Clay. He can effectively zone out Marky and Moreno. They have a chance right here, but look at this macro attempt being made by RRQ, just pressuring all over the map.
Athena popped in already. That's going to be Lord Contest forced in. Virno Cure looking for the knockup, gets Clay. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, Max is going to be slain here, most probably with a DPS coming from Skylar, but that's going to be Key, who pops the Numenon Blast in. They find Skylar, but there's no one else. Flip onto the back. Lemon will be chain CC'd and taken down, but the Lord has been slain already. RRQ still holding on to the gold lead, and Finn is going to be able to find the wild charge! The taunt as well! Marky still with nature, dealing free hitting in the back, but will not be able to survive. Clay finds the kill with the range. Virno Cure, the secondary damage dealer here. And when it comes to DPS, Magic, Bigetron Alpha still able to find a 2-for-2, but they lose out in the trade because the Lord was taken already.
Man, that was a huge... What is going on, Arashi, with the gold in particular?
The gold is razor thin, it looks like, from here. Of course, RRQ is still ahead, but Clay just got shut down, so Bigetron Alpha has a bit more gold to work with, but without Marky, this Lord will be able to take down that base tower, and RRQ are looking for more.
Look at Skylar and Marky. The gold difference is way too massive. Marky hasn't hit his item power spikes that he needs. 6 items is what he needs. Wild charge will be popped in. Key as well with the Numenon Blast. No flicker. He does! He finds Skylar! And just like that, El Momento does not disappoint. He finds another moment where now Skylar has been shut down.
Key. He's buying so much time for that adjustment for Marky, right? You mentioned with the goal difference that Marky needs a little bit more time, and that time is being bought by Key. He is always that person to be able to counter-engage the setups coming in from RRQ Hoshi, and so far, it's been massive for them.
This is the danger when you are trying to crack open the base against Bigetron. They know what they can take advantage of. Key was looking for that Clay, but so was Moreno, roaming around behind the lines of RRQ Hoshi. It's a lot of threat here, and the same thing might just happen again. Bigetron are notorious for being able to find opportunities like this, but Vin is looking for the exact same thing.
Vin going to be spotted. Power of Nature, anti-CC, wild charge, knocking 3 up, just used as a defensive. Both teams disengaging, again, setting up once more. 16 minutes in, RRQ had a 7,000, I think almost 7,000 gold lead at a certain point, but they're still not able to end.
They just don't have the right kind of pressure, the kind of resources right now. They need to maintain the gold lead and keep Bigetron Alpha down until they can get maybe a Lord, some extra tools that they can get on the map to try and crack open this base. The first turret in the mid lane has been taken, but they are going to need a lot more than that. And they just have to use this range and be very aware of Key, and they have to start timing his flicker, man. It's just way too dangerous. And Skylar in particular, if he does not have the Purify, he needs to just stay really, really back, because RRQ still has the option of re-engaging with the Blazing Duet. We saw that it worked really well against Marky in one of the previous team fights. If he comes in and Marky is unprepared for it, that might just be the opportunity that RRQ needs. And they have switched up their playstyles like that before.
Definitely. But at this point, I'm actually curious to see Marky's items, right? Definitely the WN should already be built in, and with that, it eliminates that disadvantage that Marky has on the Hanabi against that Blazing Duet. And right now, we're gonna start to respect Marky's damage. Remember, it ricochets. We are in the 17th minute of the game. So that power spike is definitely starting to hit as RRQ Hoshi already half health on the next Lord.
They don't have enough of an opening here. He actually is going to have his Immortality pop. Guardian's Bulwark popped in as well. Albert already rotating down for the airstrike. Going to be able to zone Marky away as Lemon pops him split onto the back lines. Key still able to disengage. The Earth Shatter as well to help Max out. But the split once again is able to find Key on the back line. Max is going to fall. That's 2 members down. Moreno finds a massive Petrify, but the Purify's ready there. The wall is perfectly timed. And Bigetron Alpha, this might be their demise. RRQ with no minions. Do they decide to push in that top side or go for the Lord?
They need to end this as soon as possible, like either way, right? Right now is a really great example, but right now Lemon gonna get really hit low, gonna get taken down.
There you go, that's the kill with the flicker. Beardo Pure finds a 4-man Earth Shatter, but no one's there to follow it up. The minions come in, and it's an open base for RRQ to take 1-0 in match 2.
RRQ now leading the series of a best of 3 here in match number 2. Wow.
What a game we're witnessing right now. Back and forth action for both these teams, and both of them are not backing down. It just comes to the select few moments for both these teams. RRQ were able to get great pickoffs, but so was Bigetron, coming back from the gold lead and even almost just getting back that control and ending the game with an upset. But RRQ, at least for game number 1, says that we are still on top.
I mean, to be fair, Aldo the Architect, this happens a lot with him, right?
Yeah.
He likes to experiment in that first game. Remember, the Hanabi was a very unpredicted pick. It didn't really work out for them in the later stage of the game, especially when the Claude hit that level 4 power spike. But I guess in game number 2, Aldo, he'll do his job, man. I mean,
It can revise.
It's Aldo. We expect this.
It is Aldo, right? I mean, the Hana pick early on, we saw how much damage and how oppressive she was in the lane.
Yeah.
But then Marky got caught. That's the weakness of Hanabi, right?
Yes.
You're very immobile and you can get caught so easily. I think with the flicker wild charge, with the feathered airstrike, there's just so much to dodge, and in the end, the Hanabi just got overwhelmed.
I think this is the issue with those heroes that have a lot of damage, but not a lot of outplay potential. You are forced to either curb your damage in favor of getting some defensive items, or just be very, very susceptible to a dive, to a long-range mage like this, like Marky in this game. Because he was doing a lot of damage, he was doing more damage than Skylar even, despite his team being behind. But with Clay on that Farsa, with Vin just looking for him, having a target on his back, it was just so difficult for him to actually be able to output that damage.
I think the best case scenario for a Hanabi, if you really do want to use her in the lane, is to pick up a roamer, something like Matilda, right?
Right.
Matilda gives you a really good engage, disengage. It also gives you shield, which helps with the passive of the skill number 1 of Hanabi, which gives her immune to CC from that first skill. But without that, I don't know. Hanabi doesn't seem like she's fit yet for the competitive scene.
Agreed, right? I mean, still way too immobile. Sure, you do have like anti-CC with your Equinox, but that's about it. Anti-CC, when magic damage falls on you, I think the Farsa pick was just the reason it did not work, right? I think if it was any other mage,
Outrage.
maybe a Yves could have worked as well, but if it's not long range and can burst you down, Hanabi would have been a proper pick. But with the Farsa already secured so early on, they still went on with the commitment onto Hanabi, and it just didn't work out.
I think the Farsa is just so valuable for RRQ because, as you mentioned, she has the Hanabi has an anti-crowd control cancellation, but you can't cancel the crowd control, which is death coming in from the Farsa. 2 balls and she's out of there, just like that. And that's the power of the Farsa that's always been used that exact way. Yes, the Yves could have possibly worked, but it still won't be as threatening, as devastating as the Farsa, because we saw that the rest of the team from Bigetron, they were still trying to cancel out the feather airstrike as well. It just didn't happen fast enough because RRQ were expecting it.
Yeah, and one of the game highlights is the fact that Vin's wild charge brings RRQ to win game number 1, and I think maybe that's what Aldo was trying to draft against, right? The CC coming in from RRQ, but if that was the case, then couldn't they have used something like Mia if they wanted to go crazy? I mean, Mia also has an anti-CC, but we'll never know until we ask him later on. Maybe Miracle can help us with that. But this is the post-game items for that game between RRQ Hoshi and Bigetron Alpha.
6.5k more or less gold difference here, and it's the late game. Everyone has items. It's not like Marky has no items to talk about. He has 5. And of course, Skylar has an edge. He has 1 more item. But again, he was doing a lot of damage. And at this point, it's only about execution. It's about composition. And I think RRQ has been put in this spot, right? Having a singular problem way more often than Bigetron. So Bigetron in this spot are just confused. Okay, like, do we use key to engage? Do we use key to threaten members away from the Hanabi? Or how do we adjust this? Whereas RRQ, they have no issue at all, just adjusting on the flow. They're able to get denial with the feathered airstrike. They're able to get the catch using Lemon as an engage tool with the slam pass combo. So I think when it comes to flexibility, especially on such a short notice, RRQ is just so good right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you take a look at the items again there, Hanabi or Marky was already pathing towards either an Athena or an Immortality, right? So he knows that this damage needs to be responded with. He needs to have an answer for it, but because he just didn't have enough gold and because he was constantly just bullied in lane because Clay kept on roaming down below with the Wings by Wings, he just couldn't, right? And now we're going to take a look at the post-game recap, and when it comes to damage, I think Marky has it. 73,000. I actually did not expect Marky on a hero like Hanabi, a hero that we all think is useless,
but
right?
remember, the Hanabi basic attack ricochets, right? The damage. So
exactly.
it makes sense what we're seeing here, the damage dealt.
I think this is a bit of synergy where those basic attacks, also the shurikens also bounce off Lemon when he's doing the split, by the way. So there's that. But again, it's almost like a double-edged sword. Yes, you can do a lot of damage, but what has he sacrificed to try and do that? He went full all damage, so he's the carry, but in those final moments, he just gets picked up way too easily, and that just is no way to go. Especially against a team that is known to just zero in on the main problem and take him out like RRQ. They're assassins when it comes to that situation.
I think they fell behind a bit too hard early on when they went for the turtle fight and they lost Marky as well down below, right? I think they put too much focus on winning everything with a composition that's already pretty gimmicky, cheesy in true Aldo fashion. They should have maybe tunnel vision a bit towards the gold lane, get the Hanabi going, right? Because without Clay, they were still losing in that 4v3 up in the turtle side, and with that loss, it's a double kill to Albert with his Appraiser's Wrath, and Skylar gets so much more room to play, not bullied anymore by the Hanabi.
I think you have to keep in mind, right, the fact that the mid lane is a Kadita, but we didn't see a lot of value pickoffs coming from Moreno. The biggest moments, the biggest highlights in that game was when Moreno was able to follow up with the Breath of the Ocean. But if you only need to crowd control to follow up on your roamers initiate, you don't have to use the Kadita. Other heroes are available. He was not using it to its maximum potential, and that is partially, of course, due to the drafts. But the MVP by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G is going to be Clay on that Farsa, and understandably, probably the real key to victory here. The only real threat that can burst down Marky that reliably.
The high ground was just way too much for even a setup coming in from Bigetron, right? We mentioned in that early game, right? Even with the Clock of Destiny, without the Lightning Truncheon, he was already doing so much damage onto Marky, and that was insane, right? Imagine the amount of damage he had when he already had that Lightning with the Divine Glaive on top of it as well. So really perfect drafting in that sense. Such a good high ground and perfectly executed as well. I mean, did he get picked off?
Once, I think.
Like,
he did not get picked off. There was a fight in the purple buff, and he went in with the Wings by Wings to secure a kill onto Marky. So even his only death is a trade. He knows that Marky needs to get eliminated for his team to find success, and he just goes for it. And look at this heat map, man. All across the map, just roaming around with this Farsa, and this is just how dangerous it is. It's burst damage, it's stun coming in, control from the Farsa, and that mobility we've talked about is something that he weaponizes very, very well.
So active in the first 5 minutes, right? And you'll also notice that he doesn't path to the gold lane, he actually paths towards that EXP lane.
He's rotated once, and that already gave Skylar so much room to play. With the Blazing Duet, like you mentioned, Skylar just needed to get that power spike, and then they tried. Bigetron Alpha, they really tried to give Marky proper space, but at that moment it's a bit too late, right? There were a few good fights here and there, but they weren't really able to, they didn't have the luxury of feeding the kills over to Marky.
Well, here we see that play being initiated by Key and the follow-up, but as we mentioned, it could be any other hero, but Key is still so dangerous, finding the moment required, but here is that play. Clay just maybe a bit too panicked in the situation, who was able to secure Marky, but he gets taken out as an exchange, but he takes that because his RRQ, they're just very good at identifying what needs to happen for the victory. And look at Marino, he goes for a big engage, but it didn't really pay off in a big way, and this is not the full potential that a Kadita can achieve, and that is for sure something that needs to be changed out. And speaking of the execution, the Edith has several times used the onwards and displaces members from RRQ, but in a way, sometimes pushes them in ways that this team does not need them to be. One time it pushes someone out of the range of the breath of the ocean. One time it pushes Lemon towards his slam and he gets his teammate killed. So I think it's a double-edged sword whenever you have a hero with displacement, right? Like if you're using a Jawhead, if you're using a Cho, displacement could be very finicky in the right situation.
So like the synergy was kind of off with the Wombo combo, and even if it did land, sometimes there's no follow-up as well. I mean, we saw that time and time again. So coming into the second game, I'm actually quite curious, right? Because from the drafts, technically it was good, no? I mean,
I wouldn't say
Hanabi,
good, but I would say it's the right amount of cheese, right?
It's interesting.
It's an interesting draft. Obviously, if we look at it on paper, it's a pretty bad draft, right? Those heroes, especially the Hanabi, it's kind of iffy pick, but it's the cheese that we've all come to know from Aldo. This is the man who gave CW the Mia, and CW was able to get a Savage.
There you go.
Right? Then we saw the Moskov as well. The first Leslie in Season 10 as well was from ONIC Esports up against, hey, RRQ.
Exactly.
There's so much action when these two teams are in the field. And if you guys don't want to miss it, make sure you get your tickets at bluebee.com, guys. The atmosphere is crazy. I mean, if you don't come over here, if you have the chance, you're missing out.
Yeah, you have to come. So you can take pictures with Mirko. And if you want to do that, you guys can scan the QR code beneath Arashi as well to secure those tickets. Remember, it's available all throughout the regular season. So you have a lot of time to, save up, come to the venue. Love Arashi.
Love Arashi. Right?
They came out of nowhere.
I mean, right now, RRQ, they're looking pretty good too, right? There were a lot of doubt for especially the XP lane, Lemon.
Right.
And in this game, I feel like Lemon, sure, there were a lot of deaths there going overextending, but it was all just a setup for his team. It's just very Lemonish.
He's so gold.
Yeah.
He's
so gold.
Yeah, he's always just constantly
he's XP.
in the but like I mean his presence and impact is gold.
Golden performance coming in.
Exactly. And talking about gold, don't forget to check out UBS Gold because we do have limited edition merchandise available. Ooh. Remember, UBS Gold merchandise collection X MPL Season 11. So it's limited only for this season. You guys need to check that out when it comes available. I'm so excited. I wonder what it is. Is it going to be the cards again?
Oh, man.
Or is it going to be the rings?
I'm just waiting for it, right? The rings? Wait, can we get the rings?
Exactly.
The MPL, I don't think they're going to give that out, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
that seems a bit too exclusive.
It's only for the champions. And Aldo, he has a ring. He has the championship ring. He was able to capture that ring last season in the grand finals up against RRQ. So I think in the regular season, he knows what he was doing. Experimenting right in the first game of the first match, but still, you got to be careful because the first match, the result of the first match can impact the confidence of the players throughout the regular season. Week 1 might not matter in terms of points, but in terms of morale and mentality, it does.
For sure. And for Veer, right, going up against a legend like Lemon, not exactly having the hottest performance in game number 1, it's definitely a lot to take in, and he needs to recover really, really quick. There's not a lot of time left before we get into game number 2, and it's the opposite for RRQ. This is where they like to be on the driver's seat, right? Controlling where the game's going to go. And I really feel like if you have to sum up how RRQ plays, they really understand the big picture. Because you talk about Lemon getting picked off sometimes, but if you notice when he dares to risk his life going forward, it's to zone the Hanabi. It's to expose Key when he's using the conceal. So he just has a good idea of what are the factors at play here and what can he stop.
I mean, the passion is starting to get heated up here at the venue as the drums have started as well. And I do agree with you guys, right? Sure, it is a best of 3. Bigetron Alpha, they do still have the opportunity to come back from this. But remember, when it comes down to mentality, I think over the seasons, Bigetron Alpha have struggled with that, right?
Yeah,
that
especially Max.
Confidence. But remember, last season, Max was the most improved player last season. So hopefully that also plays a part on the formation of his mentality. Like over the season, he's gotten a lot more confident. But in that game, it felt like he was not able to do much against Albert.
Yeah, I mean, on the Martis, you'd expect to do a whole lot up against the Fredrin. But the thing is, there's just so much poke, so much DPS for him to handle. Usually, you're a bit too tanky to get bursted down. But with Skylar so ahead in levels, you could just see it, man. He was melting through Max like it was nothing. Just a bit of CC. Even when he was not CC'd, he was melted down every single time. There's not enough gap closers from the side of Bigetron Alpha towards the enemy back line. So Skylar was just re-hitting constantly.
Well, the best crowd control is death. We've said it already, and it worked against the Martis. And on the flip side, Bigetron were unable to do and achieve the same result against Vince Grok. So I think the amount of damage here is important. And if you don't have, I think they've shown here that if you have crowd control, you better have burst damage to work around with. Because if you have neither, then you are bound to just get bullied and pushed into territories that your opponent wants you to be in instead. I think that is a big portion of how Bigetron, usually very aggressive, very a lot faster and proactive in their rotations, are actually the ones falling behind against RRQ in game number 1.
So we'll see how the drafting comes to fruition here in game number 2 between RRQ Hoshi as well as Bigetron. It seems like RRQ still staying on the same side with the Valentina and the Kaja ban once again, and still the same bans from Bigetron.
They still want to avoid having Skylar, who was popping up in the previous game, pop off on maybe a 1-1. The last thing they want is have a Joy. It used to be in the hands of R7 back then. It was such a menace. And in this game, if it comes to the hands of Lemon, right, he is a man that is more used to this magic damage, this mage/assassin heroes. So I think that is something that Bigetron, Aldo, just do not want to deal with. But RRQ, same way with Rebellion, are the ones banning the glue in game number 2.
Yeah, they've swapped things up a bit here, and for now, like you mentioned, it's still the exact same bans. If they go for a Faramis ban, then for Bigetron, they would not have changed anything. They go for the Yeep ban, all right. So the Respect ban comes in, and the Faramis is left up for grabs to RRQ. Do they pick it up, or do they pick up a different hero? Maybe a Fredrin, once again. Super flexible, super strong in the jungle. And we saw what Albert was able to do on it.
Yeah, I would prefer the Fredrin here. I like the Faramis in some cases, but for RRQ Hoshi, it doesn't seem to fit Vin's playstyle. Yeah. It could be given to Clay, that is a possibility, but that eliminates the high ground and the damage potential that Clay is so notoriously known for.
It's a trade-in, right? If they want to go for more utility, they won't have that burst damage. So in the early game, I think, as you mentioned, the Fredrin is solid. It's still quote-unquote a flex pick, even though we don't see it being used that way too often. It's always in the back of everyone's mind. So RRQ haven't really shown much. Now Bigetron, the question is, are they going to go for something similar? Hyper carry in the back, everyone protecting her, or are they going to try and match the aggression from RRQ? Because as we've mentioned again and again, Bigetron play a very mean early game if they have the right tools.
Do they want to pick up a Claude early is my question too, because Marky plays a very good Claude in the game, or maybe they want to take the Rebellion approach, right? Marky, he's more known to play these mages in the gold lanes, like the Farsa, even the Lunox and the Herod, right? Rebellion went for the Herod up against the Claude, baited it out. They go for the Farsa and Grok first, so they're already taking a few resources that RRQ utilized to beat Bigetron in game 1.
Using their own weapons against them, right? Having the Grok now in the front line, just being a constant threat and a very annoying situation here, because we said that the counter to crowd control immunity is death, but if you use all your spells, all your damage onto the Grok, then it's everyone else on Bigetron that can just use their saved up resources onto the rest of your team. And without the Farsa here, and without the Yi if possible, Bigetron can go for the same kind of situation here, but now having long-range magic damage as well.
Yeah, and the issue was for Bigetron was the fact that nobody could touch the Farsa. So with RRQ Hoshi picking up the Kadita, are they swapping things out? Oh no, okay, they had Claude, but Kadita is gonna be taken by RRQ Hoshi this time around, and hopefully it can be the solution that Bigetron so desperately needed in game number 1, where the Farsa was just untouched and was able to get that perfect ultimate on and put that magic damage onto the core members. But other than that, I do believe that RRQ Hoshi might need someone else to go into the back line. I realize that Bigetron picked up the Edith. I understand the damage output coming in from the Edith, but I don't think it's as powerful as someone like the Yuzong to be able to stop the high ground presence that the Farsa can have.
When the body suffers.
Okay, there you go. There's your answer. The Benedetta is going to be the pickup here for Bigetron Alpha. One of the signature picks for Virno Cure back when he won MDL in Season 6 for Bigetron with Bigetron Beta. So there's already a whole lot of dive. Good backline for Bigetron Alpha as well. It's just that this Farsa needs to be very careful up against the Kadita that's most likely going to be on the hands of Clay.
There's a possibility here for the Frederick to go in the EXP lane and for Albert to just surprise everyone with a signature assassin pick. With momentum high, with the morale boost from game number 1, RRQ can very easily do that. And with a Farsa being a very juicy target in the back line, it is possible. Because for the side of Bigetron, there hasn't been any real reliable crowd control just yet. The Benedetta maybe will bring a Petrify, but it's still not guaranteed.
Ooh, are we gonna see a Paquito picked up by RRQ maybe to win that lane matchup in the EXP lane? I mean, assuming that the Benedetta is in the EXP, like.
Right. It's also a solid pick.
Right?
Very flexible here. We've seen it in the jungle, actually, from Albert back in M4, and we've seen it in the XP lane. I think normally it will still be going into the XP lane, knowing that the Glue, the Lapu, all the crazy heroes in the XP lane have been nerfed a bit, and Benedetta has been left untouched. It has risen in popularity in that XP lane, but we're still gonna have to see what RRQ responds to it with, right? They can always just go back to the Lapu. We know how Lemon's performance was with the Lapu back at M2. His signature performance up against Evo's SG when he went in practically 1v4.
Lapu certainly has a kind of dive, that kind of impact in a big team fight. But the question is, against Bigetron, right? They have been known to maneuver around it. So I think this is where RRQ makes a decision, right? Do we want to go for a full-blown dive and have all the utility available? Or do we want to have more options, more flexibility? Because at this point, with both brilliant minds like Arcadia and Aldo at the helm, everything is a trade-off. You pick something, that weakness is going to be definitely exploited by your opponent. So for RRQ, I do think some more burst damage will be in order, because again, they are going up against a Grok and they ban out that carry.
Okay, the carry taken off the board here by RRQ, realizing it's still an option for them to pick up. The carry is going to suck against the Fredrin, and it's going to be able to burst him down in the later stages of the game, but now Bigetron will be able to start the banning phase first. The question is, what is Max going to use in the jungle? Is it going to be Benedetta in the jungle, or are they going to go for something a little bit more safe? Perhaps the Mardis is an option. It's banned out.
I think
what can they do?
Now, Akai can be an option for them,
you're
for
right.
Bigetron Alpha, if they really want to get that disengage going. When you pop in the Blazing Duet, when you even go in with the Aussie Oddity, you're not going to be able to burst anyone down when there's a Panda just circling around with a heavy...
Wow. Miracle.
Okay, Hanabi, last pick was what we saw just now. Now it's early. It's pretty early. First phase gives RRQ a lot of room to counter it. Remember, RRQ can just pick up something like a Lapu or, heck, a Yuzong. What are you going to do against the Yuzong when he dives at you on the Hanabi? Aldo is still saying basically here, it's a statement by him that this is not a cheese pick, Mirko. No, it is what we think is prio. It is what we think is good up against the Claude.
Matilda.
Matilda for RRQ?
Yeah. No, for Bigetron.
Oh.
It can work, but remember, right? The two weapons RRQ were able to use to shut down the Hanabi, the Grok and the Farsa are both taken away. Of course, now RRQ has a chance to use its Kadita efficiently, but that is a big if. And now with an Edith, this is a lot of slow slow heroes that needs time to catch up to Bigetron. So Bigetron can very easily outmaneuver and just like rotate around the slower composition from RRQ.
Huh. I'm thinking about this, right? I'm thinking about how this is all gonna pan out. I mean, right now, the Hanabi is going to be very susceptible to not just the Claude, but also the Kadita, who can dive into the back line. Depending on how they use this Edith, it can also possibly be the answer that they need. But how is it gonna work in that middle lane? There you go.
Matilda. Nice call, man. They needed some utility to really
Matilda.
help this gold laner, because we saw that Hanabi is so miserable all alone. She needs a friend, and Matilda seems pretty friendly, right? She's always smiling.
Yeah.
The splash art.
She's
so
always on the way.
She's on the way. How do you do it?
I forgot. Always on the way.
There you go.
Something like that.
I don't know if that was Matilda or Eterna. Maybe Materna.
Materna. Well, for the side of RRQ, I think if they get ahead enough, there'll be so much damage available at their disposal that the Matilda won't matter. They'll be able to burst them down and basically out DPS the Hanabi as well as everyone else, the Farsa as well. But that's a big if, and knowing Bigetron and knowing Coach Aldo, just maneuvering them around, it's going to be very confusing for RRQ to try and get ahead right now.
It truly will be, and we're going to see how the execution pans out in the game, because we can only do so much in the draft. We can only analyze what is possible and pure on paper, but let's dive into the Land of Dawn for game number 2 between RRQ Hoshi and Bigetron. Match point if Bigetron Alpha want to come back in this series.
It's going to be a rough road for them, man. I mean, again, Hanabi against Claude. We saw this early on. Clay, though, with definitely more mid-control on this Lilia. Way better clear. Marky is going to win against Skylar early, right? Look at this damage. Look at the poke as well with the shield. But as Skylar continues to level up and as he continues to use the Avarice with his hits on to wow, what? Moreno finds first blood with a very cheeky rotation from Vir No Cure on his signature pick with a Petrify early on. That's first blood over to BTR. So already a difference here in game 2.
They're definitely adapting to the mistakes that they made from game number 1, right? Marky definitely going to respect that level 4 power spike from Skylar. And with the addition of Key to be able to help zone the members away from that gold lane, it is going to help Hanabi a paramount amount.
Well, Bigetron Alpha has such a great start already. If they can just maintain this, they're on route to a pretty decisive victory. 2 Purifies on Moreno, and he will allow them to avoid getting the pick-off gameplay to get to them. And Marky, with the Aegis, will be able to survive a lot more of these pick-off attempts. And actually, if she doesn't get taken out directly, the Hanabi, as we can see, can be outputting a lot of damage. So now it seems like the shoe is on the other foot. Bigetron Alpha have a lot of answers to any solution that RRQ Hoshi can use. RRQ only, I mean, not Hoshi. They can use against that Hanabi pick.
We'll see what happens here. Already a lot of rotations from Bigetron Alpha, that mid lane presence, even though that they are losing out in the trades in that mid side in terms of that wave clear, right? But right now,
good eye for an eye, forces Lemon to flicker out of his Earth Shatter. Now, it's going to be Lemon with the Onward and the Earth Shatter. Key able to just sidestep away from that one. Meanwhile, top side, you can already see the rotation from Vin. RRQ with a very similar response to the first turtle fight, and Bigetron also with a little adjustment already, with Hanabi playing way safer. Vir No Cure with eye for an eye, once again able to back off, but will lose a whole lot of HP. With Feather Airstrike popped in, Clay already popping in the black shoes, and that's the Petrify, that's the lockdown. Albert falling to the hands of Moreno, and Max top side though, not changing that much. Lemon trying to go for some more, finds a kill onto Moreno, but it's still going to be traded back. Vir No Cure clears the wave as well.
And on the flip side there, Marky was actually able to buy a lot of time.
Yes.
He was taken down eventually, but come on, it was 2v1. The Claude was diving in, there was a Kadita as well. That's the best he could have done, but that actually split the focus from RRQ Hoshi, and Bigetron Alpha were able to get a bit of an edge in that turtle fight.
In a way, Lemon was still able to trade 1-for-1, so very impressive from him as well. But if you look at the talent prediction, it's a very, very big RRQ sandwich with a lot of Bigetrons in the middle. Only me and Momo-chan, our fellow Indonesian caster, voting for RRQ, and it's not difficult to see why. Draft-wise, it does seem like they don't really have any real answers. But looking at how they're playing so far, putting a lot of emphasis onto Marky in the gold lane, this is shutting down Bigetron's win condition.
Oh, immobilized down there. Marky will be able to put some damage down with the Higan Bana, but will not be able to finish Skylar off. That's the BMI popped in. Key with the Purify. Already forcing that out. Good response from RRQ to Bigetron Alpha's aggression up in the gold lane. They clear out the mid lane. And noticing that Moreno has been missing, they might actually be able to punish on the turret shield mid.
I'm actually surprised with the talent prediction. Sorry, while you were talking, I was thinking about it. Whoa. It actually does seem like RRQ will have the more solid draft. I mean, the reason why I went for Bigetron Alpha is because I like the risk that they're going for.
Same.
I want to see if it's actually going to work, the Hanabi and the Matilda. But as you can see here, it's actually working quite well. Bigetron Alpha, they do have a little bit more map pressure up until this point. The Hanabi is going to be center focus, but even with the Blazing Duet that Skylar can put onto Marky, he doesn't get taken down. So it's going to need a little bit more than that 1v1, a little bit more wave manipulation and the resource allocation that requires Vin to roam to that top side.
Oh, that was Aegis popped in. Marky this time brought the Aegis. Vin is going to be punished down. Oh, wow. What a pick. Again, the Petrify wasn't used because Vin noticed the Aegis and he had to fall back here in the mid lane. The Onward gets popped in and Max is able to wild charge away on that Grok jungle. Top side going to be sieged down by Marky. Skylar tries desperately to defend but will be forced to back away with Turtle now. With more pressure on the side of Bigetron Alpha. Key's going to try to open up the map now as Clay and Skylar run him down. Key opening up the map a whole lot. Lemon going to be able to find the Earth Shadow, but Max finds the Retribution now. Lemon flickering out, dealing a whole lot of damage even out to Marky. Lemon is out damaging Bigetron Alpha. Lemon still in the midst of it all, dealing so much. Skylar comes back in to save the day. And RRQ on the back of Lemon have turned the turtle fight around.
Wow, we said Bigetron was doing a lot of damage through Hanabi, but maybe the reason why it was so difficult for RRQ to win these prolonged fights in game number 1 is the Edith, man. That's a lot of damage, and just like that, Albert has secured the orange buff as well. This is the swing and momentum RRQ was looking for, and out of everyone's expectations, it comes from the AXP lane.
Okay, Lemon now chunked a bit, siege down below, taking the tier 1 down. And we do have an emblem check here in the 6th minute, Arashi.
Nothing too crazy here, but Clay wants to go for the mystery shop. He needs to try and get the items earlier to shut down the pressure coming in from Moreno on the Barca. Of course, with the Magic Worship on him as well as Vin, that's a lot of damage that all the squishy members need to keep in mind. So it seems like RRQ's approach is to try and shut down the trouble lanes, right? The mid and gold lane. They're just trying to make sure that they have enough pressure to not allow them to farm up and scale well into the late game.
Yeah, I think it's not fair that Edith goes for a tank emblem and still is able to sustain through all that damage and plus deals enough damage like an MM would. That's a little broken here. Right now, Vin looking for something.
Ooh, with the rough waves, defensively is able to escape. Marky still is in the mid lane. Lemon doesn't have the flicker, so Marky can still play kind of out of position. They don't really have an engage tool. Oh wait, Fear No Cure getting taken really low. Ooh, in the bottom side, Skylar has been farming like a beast in both games here. Level 9, even while he was quite behind early on, he's still able to find so much of those resources, and they actually go back in. Fear No Cure. Ooh, very close. Pops in the Blazing Duet just for safety.
Still a very good back and forth from both these teams, but Bigetron Alpha has been very good at denying RRQ what they're good at. Like, Vin has not been able to get any pickoffs, and Max now will be zoned away though.
Okay, Max finding a kill back there with a wild charge. Lemon gonna be brought back to the team right now as he finds the Onward. Doesn't pop in the ultimate just yet as Moreno is able to finish him off. Bigetron Alpha taking the gold lead back as Max jumps in onto the purple buff, stealing it away with the Retribution as Albert has already used his for the turtle. That's the wall coming in. Skylar zoned away by Max, but will still be able to make his way into that mid lane, dealing a whole lot, but having the BMI back in place. Marky trying to just poke that turret down even without minions, grabbing it just like you guys can grab the discount code 26,000 IDR with the QR code.
You can see now that Marky is starting to pop off a little bit better than he did in game number 1, right? One of the reasons why is that he opted for the Aegis spell this time around, and this Aegis acts basically as a Purify, but in addition to be able to give shielding to your teammates as well. So Huge adaptation coming in from Bigetron Alpha here, as now we can take a look at the in-game items in the 9th minute.
Trojan Scythe and a Demon Hunter Sword for the Hanabi. A lot of damage and a lot of utility if Bigetron Alpha wants to catch them mid-rotation for a Wild Charge or a Feathered Airstrike or even an Electro Final Blow Petrify combo. But for the side of RRQ, having the Ice Queen's Wand onto Clay will mean that they can kite back in a similar fashion. And with the fact that Skylar has already both his main power spike items, also means that RRQ has a good chance of winning out here. I think it depends on if Finn can actually get value play, but Bear will not be able to 1v2.
Good stun there. Getting the crowd to hold their breath, but with that much HP and with a Purify, is able to get out. Skylar dishes out the damage and Bear's dead.
Gets taken out. It's a 1v2 situation, so easier said than done. But I think Bigetron still are doing so well at just denying RRQ the pickoff that they want, because Vin has been very proactive, trying to threaten away bait out battle spells, but every time he goes in, he gets punished for it extremely. The only real issue here is that if they keep punishing Finn and no one else, later on they're going to be in trouble.
Right now, it seems like there is a huge mobility MM diff, but look at this.
Black Shoes popped in, Wild Charge as well. Clay super low, but Lemon's gonna be caught with the Circling Eagle, bringing it back Vin onto the back line, not able to fight it just yet. Good spacing by Marky as it clears out the mid lane. Top side tier 2 taken down by Skylar earlier, but now it's Bigetron Alpha on the Lord. Albert's still alive, so he still has a way to get in to try to contest with Skylar and Clay coming back into it.
Goes for it, though it might be a bit too dangerous as Clay goes in the aggressively Vin as well. Oh.
Desperate play, did not work out for Vin, as now the Feather Airstrike is able to zone Albert and Clay away. The Lord is merely just a bait. Albert with a taunt, immobilized down. The Appraiser's Wrath gets a lot of HP back, but Fear No Cure cuts their rotation, moves back, and it might just be a free Lord over to BTR. Tier 1 in the mid lane, it's never free. RRQ are able to trade constantly.
Yeah, they still have something in return for what Bigetron Alpha gets, right? I mean, at this point, Claude has just been insane, the mobility that he has, especially with the BMI, able to go to the top side and just munch on those turrets. It's been huge for RRQ in particular. And you can see how active he is. Even looking at the player's gold here by UBS Gold, Skylar #1 on the charts. But even though Marky has a bit of a mobility dip, he's not falling too far behind either.
But this is the question, this is the problem here. Skylar has the most gold in the game right now, and we're not seeing any Wind of Natures, we're not seeing a Winter Truncheon being built by Marino either. So later on, we have to see if Skylar can find even any realistic window of opportunity, because if he can, there isn't really any itemization solutions being made by Bigetron Alpha.
Even, like, just look at the items just now. We saw steel leg plates get picked up by Skylar early on, but not a steel leg plates by Marky, right? So Marky not respecting damage, but still getting out. Lemon with a bit of a miscalculation himself. Circling Eagle comes in. Marky with the egg is still trying to kite away right now as he pops in the Higanbana. Marky is down. RRQ have found the marksman that gave them so many trouble. Ben still looking for an opening again with the conceal. Doesn't find it. Good read by Bigetron Alpha. Almost a disaster, but they're able to stop it from happening.
Wow, that was Lemon just going in all the way towards Marky, and he could not deal with it. This is the issue. You can deny crowd control, but you can't really maneuver around when you're a Hanabi, and Lemon is completely abusing that. Just when we thought that Bigetron Alpha has the control and has turned things around. Now with Marky just spawning, RRQ lost that window of numbers advantage, but look at how aggressively Skylar is just basic attacking up front against Bigetron Alpha.
I gotta say, I love this game, right? It's going so back and forth constantly, but the problem is, even when it goes back and forth, it seems like RRQ Hoshi have a better hold in the macro department. They're able to control the waves a little bit better, I feel, because of the Claude. But I'm not really sure what's going to happen here. Right now, it seems like RRQ Hoshi, they're going to put some attention here in the bottom side. They're going to continue to look for more objectives, for more map control. But the damage dealt, like you mentioned, Arashi and Miracle, man, Marky, even though he has that damage, they need to respect the damage output from RRQ as well. He needs to start to build defensive.
They do, right? Marky, if he goes Glass Cannon, the Aegis can only help him for so long. At one point, there has to be some burst, even the Appraiser's Wrath that can get through to that. super easily. We saw that. It was just Albert and Lemon who dove in, and Marky was not able to kite away. Here, Key with the guiding wind, good reaction time. Wow.
That's a purifier from Key that just nullifies all that burst potential, and now Lemon has an Athena as well, so the better airstrikes won't be that big of an issue. And the question was the late game, right? But the RRQ, they have a Lilia as well. That is AoE and still technically DPS, so push comes to shove. This late game is still very, very even. It all comes down to the setups. And in that department, like Itana mentioned, RRQ seems to be just one step ahead, even though they seem to be in weird positions.
Skylar is down below. That's why they are looking for the fight. Lemon has rotated back into the team fight right now. He's going to be put into that Earth Shatter with the onward. Key still soaking a whole lot of damage with the guiding wind. Going to be able to escape for now, but that's going to be the backline targeted down by Vin, baiting a whole lot of time. The feather airstrike was even popped in. Vin has done wonders for RRQ here up against Bigetron Alpha, baiting their vision, distracting in the back just to force that fight and to isolate Key. And they have done it. RRQ reclaim what is theirs, the position on the Lord. Max, the power of nature, looking for an opening but will not be able to find it. Wild charge defensively will mean that they will concede the enhanced Lord.
Albert gonna be able to get that Lord here away from Bigetron Alpha with a perfect setup, with the way that they were able to bait out the resources coming in from Bigetron Alpha was beautiful. And now RRQ Hoshi, they just need to play it patiently, right? I mean, Clay now already has a Divine Glaive, going to be able to dish out the overtime damage as well as Vin as well. And this is when it starts to get scary, especially for Marky. They're relying so much on the damage by Marky, but he's always the one to be able to get picked off first or either zoned away.
He is the main target for RRQ, so it's not any surprise. And Lilia, play on the Lilia without the Divine Glaive was already doing a lot of damage. And here's the issue. When the game revolves around the neutral objectives, the team that can fight in the cramped spaces of the jungle, like RRQ's composition right now, they have an inherent advantage because Bigetron are going to be forced to come together for a huge Breath of the Ocean, for a blazing duet, for anything as they go in right here onto Max.
Good guiding win, bringing Max back. Clay, whoa, taken super low there by Marky. Are we still able to push out the damage? Remember, 1, 2, and 5, but it is a late game Hanabi. They will be able to clear this out unless RRQ find a dive or a pick onto Marky.
Yeah, they have really good high ground, right? With the feather airstrike coming in from Moreno and the ricochet basic attack from Marky, it's going to be a little bit more difficult if they can't find a good initiation. And you can see Max there trying to look for something on the board, trying to even just get his buff. But that's not going to happen with how much damage RRQ Hoshi is already dealing onto Bigetron as well.
Oof. The range here is still the main problem. Look at that one feathered airstrike ball onto Skylar, chunking him out. He needs to find some solutions for that. But that is the only advantage. So if RRQ can close distance, and they have all the tools available, by the way, control, vision, everything favors RRQ. If they can use this to ensure that they don't get kited away, they don't get kept at arm's length by Bigetron Alpha, they have a chance to just dive on, surprise Marky yet again. If you take a look at the items, the Wind of Nature has been purchased, but no magical solutions just yet. So Clay is the one that's going to be relied on to try and burst him down.
Oh, it's so risky, right? I mean, Hanabi only has the Wind of Nature. But what about the damage coming in from the Kadita? What about the damage coming in from Edith?
Right, true.
If she mispositions.
It's very scary, right? I mean, the magic damage itself, but I guess with the DHS and with the nature, aside from just the physical, being immune to the physical damage. Oh, Fear No Cure with a good check. Petrify, though, still connecting. That's the damage coming in. Fear!
Oh.
A misstep, just a slight misstep. He did not use the final blow instantly, and he probably regrets it. 10 seconds for the Lord to spawn. It could not have been better timing for RRQ as they'll be able to clear out the topside wave and take full control of the next Lord that they're waiting for right now. I think they might just be waiting for the evolved version, but no, Fredrin, no, Albert's just going for it.
I mean, Skylar's looking very confident. He did pick up a defensive item finally. The Athena shield is actually secured by him. That was the main deterrent for him to go in with the blazing duet. He was fearing the burst damage coming in from, of course, Moreno with the feather airstrike, but that can actually now be kind of nullified with the Athena shield that he just bought.
Essentially a free Lord for the RRQ. And with that, I really thought that the ideal, right, the best outcome for RRQ is not just getting the Lord, is baiting Bigetron Alpha out of their base. Bigetron knows that, which is why they don't seem too bad, too bothered, too sad letting go that Lord, because they know that they have a late game carry in the late game. They have the Farsa for the high ground as well, and if RRQ doesn't do anything drastic, they will not be able to crack open the base. But if they do, they're also opening up themselves to mistakes that they can make during the execution of a turret dive. So RRQ have a lot of options to play around with here. They're probably going to try and manage the waves and get it to all push at the same time. And look at Lemon, just taking a lot of damage only from the bouncing shuriken.
Yeah, RRQ playing very sneaky at this point. They were trying to bait the Benedetta in that top side, but right now all three lanes are crashing. And it's going to start here in the top side.
Oh, Marky's going to be engaged on the rough waves as well. No magic defense for Marky, and that is what happens. Finn is able to burst the marksman down with no damage dealer. With a feather airstrike popped in earlier. Max is going to fall before that. He gets a wild charge onto 2. Bigetron Alpha still able to defend just for a bit, but with Fear No Cure knocked up. That's a double for Clay. Feather airstrike once again onto Albert, taking Immortality down, but now with a blazing duet, he comes out with a guiding win. It's RRQ with a clean sweep, 2-0.
2-0. I mean, today is a day of history. Today is a day that proves that there's a reason why these statistics matter. Once again, RRQ Hoshi unbeatable against Bigetron Alpha. And unfortunately, what Lemon said still proves true. Bigetron Alpha, they changed their entire staff, coaching staff. They even put in new people into their roster, but unfortunately, even after all those changes, they still and truly are the guinea pigs of RRQ Hoshi.
Unfortunately for them, not a single even game win taken by Bigetron Alpha. And it was, by all means, a very respectable attempt. It was a back and forth endeavor. It looked very, very close. I mean, the talent predictions, everything, there's just so many things that was possible for Bigetron. But RRQ once again assert their dominance, and for now, in the coaching department battle, RRQ also stands on